Hey. Good morning, everybody. They're a little late, so we won't be able to get to see the beginning of it because they didn't have a beginning for us. Nobody I checked, Law and Crime, they just started like 2-3 minutes ago. So apparently they were having technical issues this morning. I'm just going to rewind to where they let us start, which was right around eight minutes ago.
Stop. And I told Ariel to...
Come on, everybody.
To go look. To go help him.
Got moments of time. Sis T, ayo. Both y'all over
So
there
when
on
you said
Twitch.
stop,
Hey, Thomas is over there.
who were you talking to?
Appreciate y'all.
Estaban
Hey,
personas
Thomas.
jóvenes
First one
como en
also on
círculo,
YouTube.
y
Wait, what is he?
asumí que era Nica el que estaban golpeando porque él no se
I
miraba.
can't tell.
There were some
who
young
was?
men
What
in
did
a
he say?
circle, and then I assumed they were hitting
Why, Lou?
Nick because I couldn't see him.
Joker?
A alguien estaban
Hey.
golpeando.
They were hitting somebody.
Hey.
So when you were saying stop, you were talking to people that were far away from you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
The people in your group, when Nick's wife said Nick's in
Am
trouble,
I missing
did
anything?
anyone go to help him?
Yesterday I had the wrong day on the title. It
recuerdo
said
que fue
Wednesday all day on all the
Ernesto
platforms.
Y
Anything else I missed
Sergio.
today?
I remember it was Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio.
pero Ariel fue primero, perdón.
But Ariel was the first one.
And were they walking over to that area?
Sí.
Yes.
Nobody, and when I mean nobody, Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio, they didn't run over to help Nick, right?
No, yo no vi ninguno correr.
No, I didn't see anybody running.
Did you see Nick in trouble, or did you just hear that he was in trouble?
Yo escuché que él estaba en problemas.
I heard that he was in trouble.
And I think you said that you saw Nick walking back toward your group. Is that
Sí.
right?
Yes.
And when he's walking back toward your group, you saw him kind of go over to the edge of the river bank. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you can tell us about how far away were you from that riverbank area that you saw Nick walk over to?
Era como de aquí a la puerta.
It was like from here to the door.
Lo que tiene el río de ancho.
The width of the river.
And when you saw him walk over to that area, I saw you make a motion with your hand, kind of like pushing it out in front of you. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So and I think you said in your statement to police that you believe he was discarding something.
Él tiró algo. Mi palabra.
Yeah, he threw something out there. That was what I said.
And when he threw, you don't know what he threw, is that right?
No sé.
No, I don't know.
But the way and manner in which he threw it was the manner that I'm showing you right now, kind of. And he moves his hand away from his body, kind of like that.
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Miu walk over after he discarded this object? Did you see him walk over to the object, or did he head back toward your group?
Se dirigió al grupo de nosotros.
He walked to the group, to our group.
Okay. And I think you told police that when he walked back to your group, he appeared white and pale. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
He really wasn't talking. Is that right?
Él dijo que le quitaron la navaja.
He said they took away the knife.
Is that the only thing that he said to you?
Y que se iba a ir para los árboles atrás de nosotros.
And that he was going to go by the trees behind us.
Now, when you talked to the police, you never told the police that Mr. Miu was looking to go into the tree area. Is that true?
Cuando usted me dice que yo hablé con la policía, ¿fue cuando salimos del río o cuando ellos llegaron a mi casa a hablar conmigo?
When you say that I didn't say that when I talked to the police, are you talking about the time I talked to the police by the river or when they went to see me at my home?
When they went to your home, they sat with you for a while and spoke to you, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And they were asking you questions about what you saw and what you heard, right?
sí,
Yes.
They were asking you details about what Nick Miu did that day, right?
sí.
Yes.
And during this interview that you gave with police, you never mentioned to the police that Mr. Miu wanted to walk into the area by the trees.
Honestamente, no lo recuerdo en ese momento si yo lo dije.
I honestly don't remember if I said that at that moment.
Bro, it overdid it on that one.
So you don't have a recollection, a memory of what
That looks
you told
just
that to
like
the
her,
police
though,
about.
doesn't it?
Is that fair?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Had Nick previously, that day, gone into the woods to go to the bathroom?
No que yo viera.
No, I didn't see that.
You described to the police when Nick came back to your group, you described him as looking scared. Is that fair?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you knew that Nick had a knife with him that day. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you knew he had the knife to cut the rope on the tubes. That's why he had brought it. Is that right?
sí, cierto.
Yes, that's true.
Is it fair, you told your group, people in your group, to call 911. Is that right?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your group stayed at that location for some time. Is that true?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you see Nick? Nick didn't run up into the woods. True?
no,
No.
He sat in his tube. Is that right?
sí.
Yes.
How long do you think your group sat there?
Since they're not showing her, I gotta show her here.
No podría decir una.
You know who's on the stand right now.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, well, how much time we were there.
You had mentioned that you wanted to move where you were sitting in your tube. Is that true?
Sí,
Yes.
And I think you mentioned to the police that you wanted to move in your tube because you were concerned or afraid of the situation. Is that right?
sí.
Yes.
It wasn't anything that Nick had said or done to you that made you want to move, right?
No, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
That's it, Lou. He's the guy. He's one of the guys.
Do you remember whether or not Nick Miu had his phone with him during that time?
No,
No.
Terrible question. You don't. Did he or did he not have his phone, or don't you remember?
Too hot.
no recuerdo. No tengo una memoria como específica de eso, muy vago. No.
I don't remember. I don't have a clear recollection of that in my memory. Yeah.
I knew today was gonna be like this, dude.
When Nick came back to the tubes,
Hey. Okay.
I think you said it became quiet.
We all knew, didn't we?
Sí,
Yes.
No one was really talking.
no.
No.
Tatiana decía como, algo pasó, ¿qué habrá pasado?
May I ask for a repetition of the...
Solamente Tatiana decía, algo pasó, ¿qué será lo que ha pasado? Pero nada más.
Tatiana was the only one who said something happened, but nothing else. Something must have happened.
Did Nick appear? Nick appeared to be in shock to you, right?
Sí,
Yes.
When Nick came back to your tubes, did he just sit in the tube?
Cuando Nick regresó al grupo donde estaban ustedes, él nada más se quedó sentado en la banca.
Sí, que yo recuerde, sí.
Yes, as far as I remember, yes.
You didn't see him run away from the tubes and try to get away from you guys, is that right?
No.
No.
And you were with a gentleman, if you know, by the name of Eric, is that right? He was with your group?
Sí, andaba un muchacho ahí, pero no lo conozco.
Yes, there was a guy there, but I didn't know him.
Is it okay? Ms. Costanza, do you remember seeing this gentleman?
Sí,
All right, later, British.
sí.
Have a
Yes.
good one.
And that's Eric Von Williams. I don't know if you know his name.
Sí, recuerdo el nombre cuando me lo presentaron.
Yes, I remember the name when they introduced us.
And Mr. Von Williams went over to at least try to render aid or help. Is that right? Do you remember that?
No, yo no vi el momento que él caminó hacia, no sé.
I
Hey,
didn't
Miss
see
Bottle?
him walking at that. I didn't see when he was walking.
Did you see the number of people that were in the other groups?
Eran varias personas, pero no puse atención cuántas eran.
There were several people there, but I didn't pay attention on the number of people.
But you believe that Nick was the only member of your group from over there, right?
Nick era el único de su grupo que se encontraba allá, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
So were you the only
Mr.
one who
Anderson.
saw Nick
I gotta
throw,
get that right.
throw something?
You listen to him.
Nunca he hablado con los del grupo de esto. No sé si ellos miraron.
I never talked to the group about that. I don't know if they saw that.
Did you know that that was important information to tell police?
Bueno, sí.
Well, yes.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
Como en shock.
Like in shock.
And when you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nicolae because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
You didn't know what happened, is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Costanza. You may step down. Is she released?
No.
Nobody's released.
Will someone please collect the headset?
Put her in the cage with the rest of them.
How is everyone doing? Does anybody need a break? Let's continue then. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I have 1 minute, Judge? Yes. Actually, could we? Who calls? Alba Torres?
None of these people know English, dude, for real. It's a little annoying. How does he have so many... Bro. What the hell?
Ms. Torres, please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Bruh, we have too many people living here that don't know English.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Anybody agree with that? Like, dude.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alba Rosa Torres. Alba Rosa Torres.
And can you Elba, were you tubing with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Sí. Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to about the time the phone was lost, if you remember that.
In many other countries, they don't allow this type of shit. You have to learn the language to live there.
Sometime after
Actually,
the phone was lost.
You have to
was there
show
some
that
sort
you're
of
in
disturbance?
school for English,
¿Puede repetir, por favor? Can you repeat that, please?
German to live in
Sometime after the phone
Austria.
was lost, was there some sort of commotion or disturbance?
To get a student visa, you have to be
Sí,
learning
yes.
English.
What do you remember about that?
I think to get any kind of visa in
Mucho.
Austria.
No vi. Not much, because I didn't see.
You didn't see anything about what happened downriver?
Ya había pasado todo. Everything had already happened.
So you just weren't looking in that direction?
No. No.
Do you remember hearing screaming or seeing people with bloody injuries at all?
Alguien me dijo que llamara 911, nada más, que estaba pasando algo.
Somebody told me to call 911. That's it. They said something was going on.
And Elba, I forgot to ask.
You check this out. Do you need to know German to move to Austria? Since first applications for residence permits must normally be submitted abroad before entering Austria, knowledge of German must, in principle, also be proven before immigration. You must have reached the level A1 level of the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. Not in America, though. Come on in. Come on fucking in.
Did you know Nicolae before that day on the river?
Sí,
Yes.
How long had you known him?
como 5 o 6 años.
About 5 or 6 years.
Were you friends?
Sí,
Yes.
So, after... Did you say Tatiana told you to call 911?
sí.
Yes.
Latin. I was
that,
like,
did
what?
A person from your group leave to go help with the injured?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you remember who that was?
Eric.
Eric.
And was the reason your group didn't leave sooner because Eric was away helping with the victims?
Ego amote, Lou. Ego amote. I remember two things from Latin class.
Told police. Do you remember telling the police about how
That's
you're
one of
impressed
them.
with how Eric responded to the situation?
No,
No.
Do you remember anything you told law enforcement about Eric and
solo que había salido a ayudar.
Only that he had gone there to help.
do you remember telling law enforcement that your group called Eric back to your group so you could leave?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that that man conducted himself very well, and that's why we were waiting so long until the police came?
sí,
Yes.
Because he was away from your group, so you had to wait for him to come back, right?
sí.
Yes.
And when you saw people who were injured, were you wondering or trying to figure out who did it? Who was the person who caused those injuries?
No sabía, pero sí.
I didn't know, but yes.
And when you eventually left from the sandbar, Nicolae was wearing his hat, sunglasses, and jacket, right?
Cuando estábamos estuvo,
When we were tubing,
Yes.
su chaqueta,
his jacket.
pero no recuerdo si los lentes. Yo no recuerdo si lentes.
But I don't remember if he was wearing sunglasses.
What about a hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
She's Filipino, huh?
And
Is that it?
When you spoke with law enforcement, you gave them a video you took after you left the sandbar. Do you remember that?
That's right.
Sí,
Yes.
May I approach?
It's been a while, man. I haven't seen him forever. How you doing? That's right, man. That's kind of confusing, I guess. Deli does sound much more like a
Is Exhibit 85, Judge. I'm just
Filipino
gonna
name.
show it to
I had
Elba.
a Filipino girlfriend once. Her last name was Cadelia.
This
It
is
was
Exhibit
kind of like
85,
Cadelia.
Judge. I'm just gonna show it to Elba.
Cadelia. She was in Hawaii. She was definitely Filipino. Parents were from the Philippines.
You don't have to lay foundation.
Gotcha. Okay. I just asked to move to admit
Dude, hold on.
85, asked to publish.
My last
The
girlfriend was
objection
Filipino.
Received.
Filipina, actually, too.
Publish.
I forgot. Jocelyn. She's been in here before. Never knew who's watching, bro. Jocelyn, you here? How you doing? How you doing? Huh? Huh? Forget about it.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video.
Yo, she's taking fucking.
I take
She's
a
speaking
video.
English there, motherfucker.
Just take whatever.
Look what he has in his hand.
Bruh.
Look. Emmy, get out there. Look.
You figured it out, sister. You looked it up, huh?
He has something in his hand. Emmy.
Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever.
Yeah.
If it's anything,
Take a video.
just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it.
Se cayeron, man.
Just take.
So,
I try.
over there, everybody put your ass out.
Ernesto,
And
mueve
now-
para allá.
What?
Mueve para allá.
No, pero donde quiera va a estar roca, lo que levanten el
Escúchame. Escúchame.
That dude doesn't seem to know English.
You gotta get up over here.
We gotta go over the rapids.
Para allá.
But just take a video.
He waiting for something.
Just take a video.
I know. I try, but maybe I can't. Porque él está viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo.
Yeah, we gotta do almost down.
Hold your phone. We're going over the rapids.
I'm gonna big rock.
Over the rapids.
Where is he?
Avanza y
He just kept walking downstream from them?
Oh, but that was a video you took after you left the sandbar when you were going to the exit, right?
Sí.
Megalube.
And in the beginning of the video, is that Nick that you see
Oh man, she's not here? I
paddling
thought she
with
was
his
here.
hand? Do you remember, or do you need to see it again?
That'd be cool if she showed up.
Vi que iban ahí, pero yo estaba pendiente a lo que estaba haciendo.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Just a moment. The interpreter needs a repetition. Repite, por favor.
Que sí, estaba con nosotros ahí, pero yo estaba tomando mi video porque estaba asustada.
I saw that he was there. He was there with us, but I was taking the video because I was scared.
Were you scared because you didn't know
She'd
where
never
the
show up
person
again, probably.
was that had hurt those people?
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought maybe the guy up on the shore was the person who did it?
I'm very adamant about gay being a mental illness, so she'll never. She's
Sí.
Yes.
into the bisexual thing.
Turned out to be
everything.
an employee of the tubing company?
No sé.
I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that it turned out it was an employee of the tubing company?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling police that you were wrong, that it was a hammer, that was because you're poor English, you used the wrong word?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember what was in his hand?
No recuerdo,
I don't remember.
pero algo tenía.
But he had something.
Was it maybe a radio, or couldn't you see?
Ay, yo no sé, no recuerdo.
I don't know. I don't remember.
And was it, did you hear in the video somebody saying in English, "You're almost there"?
No.
No.
When do you recall telling law
This fucking
enforcement that when
defense
Nick
sucks, man.
came back to the group, he
The defense puts me to
appeared
sleep, dude.
calm?
They're a little
Yo lo vi
retarded.
normal.
I saw him just normal.
And that was the time that you remember seeing blood everywhere and injured people?
No vi a nadie lastimado, solo de lejos vi que algo pasaba.
I didn't see anybody injured. I only saw that from something was going on far away.
And Nick, when you saw Nick, you described him as being calm.
Yo lo vi normal,
I saw him normal.
todos asustados.
We were all scared.
I don't have anything else.
Oh, he's mad. He didn't use the antivirus.
Mr. Shropsy?
Alba, you and your group were tubing with Nick and his wife on the Apple River that day, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember your group stopping at the Hideaway Bar before all of this happened? Do you remember that?
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Can you please repeat?
Notice how he stands up? The other guy didn't stand up. The fucking tub of shit over there didn't stand
Do you
up.
remember your group stopping?
Sí.
And
Yes.
prior to anything that happened with the other group?
Antes.
Before?
Yes.
Correcto.
Correct.
And when your group had stopped earlier in the afternoon, Nick was snorkeling around the area. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when your group is... Does there come a point where Ariel loses his phone?
No, en ese momento no.
No, not at that moment, no.
Is there some point later on the trip where Ariel loses his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
And you know that Nick, because he has a snorkel and goggles, offers to go look for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So Nick leaves your group and goes away looking for the phone. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Your group waits for Nick. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is Nick by himself, meaning nobody else from your group goes with Nick?
Solo, creo.
By himself, yes.
And I think that you spoke to the police, you mentioned that you saw this other group of people pushing Nick. Is that right?
No.
No.
Es que no vi.
It's because I didn't see.
Okay. Do you hear Nick's wife say that Nick's in trouble?
Correct.
Correct.
And when his wife says Nick's in trouble, do you look to see how Nick's in trouble?
En ese momento no, porque yo estaba de espalda.
Not at that moment because my back was facing that direction.
Yeah.
Do you turn around to see what's happening?
No.
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in your group respond when Mr. Miu's wife says Nick's in trouble?
Mi hermano.
My brother.
And what's your brother's name?
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
So you see Ernesto respond. How do you see him respond?
Yo le dije, ve a ver qué pasa.
I told him, go see what's going on.
And to your knowledge, does Ernesto listen to you and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, does Ernesto walk over there or does he run over there? How does he get over there?
Solo vi que salió caminando y ya casi en ese momento regresaba Nick.
I just saw him walking over in that direction, and almost at that moment, Nick was coming back.
Do you see Nick walking back to your group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when Nick comes back to your group, he tells you that he'd been attacked, right?
Yo pregunté.
I asked.
Okay. You asked what happened, and he told you that he'd been attacked, right?
Estaban puchando, esa fue su palabra.
They were pushing. That was the word that he used.
Okay.
They probably wanted her to have an interpreter. Now that I'm thinking about it,
that Nick said,
just in case.
five people attacked him.
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Dude, you know what I mean? Because this is such a serious matter in this dude's life, he could spend the rest of his life in prison over this shit. They need to make damn sure. The defense probably was like, nah, we need to get her an interpreter because like that's her native language and we don't need even one word to be misunderstood by her, because if it is, then it could cost this dude the rest of his life. So I get it. Even if she would have been like she was on the raft, like talking in English like she was, I get why they still wanted her to have one, because she's not perfect. Like she's not like a natural born English. They'd probably do it for anybody that was a naturally born English speaker, just in case, because they don't know every word. You know, we don't know how well they know it. So no, I'm not gonna ding her for that. You know, I mean, I've just been thinking about it a little bit. That's all. Sorry. But whoever the dude was on the river, he didn't speak English at all. So what was up with that dude? Sorry.
What you do remember is him telling you they were pushing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you described him as calm. Was he quiet?
Callado.
Quiet.
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
Can you repeat?
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
Yo? You're talking about me?
No, well, first I'm talking about Nick.
Oh.
What did you see Nick doing? How was he behaving?
Callado.
Quiet.
Do you know, have you ever seen someone in shock before?
No.
No.
Did he appear to be, was he angry or upset?
No.
No.
So he tells you that he'd been pushed. Is that all he says to you about what had happened?
Correcto.
Correct.
You described you being in shock to the police, is that right?
Claro, todos.
Of course, all of us.
Okay. And can I ask you, at that point, why did you feel the way you felt?
Porque no sabíamos qué estaba pasando, no sabíamos que tantas cosas, no sabíamos nada.
Because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know many things. We didn't know anything.
Estábamos súper lejos nosotros.
We were really far away.
At that point, when Nick walked back to your tubes, were you in fear of the situation?
Y sin él estar también, porque estábamos todos asustados.
And also when he wasn't there, because we were all scared.
When you say we were all scared, did Nick appear to be scared to you?
No le presté atención a él.
I didn't pay attention to Nick.
Did your group stayed there for some period of time after Nick came back to the tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember about how long you were there?
No recuerdo, pero mucho, creo.
I don't remember, but it was for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't see Nick attempt to run away from you guys, like up into the woods or anything, did you?
No.
No.
He just sat on his tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
When your group headed back down the river after Nick came back, were there already police there?
Oh, ya había pasado todo prácticamente.
Oh, everything had already happened, basically.
Did your group have any contact with police at all when you were on the river?
Llamamos al 911 nomás.
We just called 911. Tatiana did.
And was that the only contact that you guys had with police or law enforcement of any kind while you were on the river?
Correcto.
Correct.
On that day, do you remember seeing Nick with sunglasses on at some points?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Yep.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, sí. Yeah.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay. Do you see Mr. Miu? I'm going to show you Exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sí. Yeah.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay. Do you see Mr. Miu in that picture?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I said he's wearing sunglasses. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
If I said he's wearing the shirt that he was wearing later on, would you agree with me?
Sí.
Yes.
Right. So if I asked you at various points during that trip, were there times that he was wearing the things you see in this picture?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat the question?
If I asked you at various points on your trip that day, were there times that he was wearing sunglasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Are there times that he was wearing this shirt?
Sí.
Yes.
Ahí está.
Do you need help with the device?
Let's just,
Ay, un momento.
Can somebody help him?
Ya, perfecto. Sí, gracias. Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Just one question. Alba, did you ever hear Nick say he wanted to leave and go into the woods, but Ernesto told him to stay with the group?
No.
no.
Okay, nothing else.
Mr. Robson? Thank you, Ms. Torres. The testimony is finished.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you.
It's almost 9:30. Let's take our morning recess. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. We will return at 9:40. We're in recess.
Dude, one time when I was in school, I got in trouble, and they made me go out and hang out at recess with this fucking pig nose on my face.
And good morning again from the Fox
front of all
9
the
Streaming
kids
Center. You've been watching our continuous gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson,
weird
Wisconsin,
punishment that they could do back in the day to
Central Time. Just one final apology. Our technical difficulties this morning getting you into the courtroom. Our understanding is you would have just missed the first half of the testimony from Gilma Costanza. As we now know, these first two women testifying with the assistance of Spanish interpreters were with Nicolae Miu, the so-called Miu tubing group, July 30th, 2022, the time of the deadly confrontation on the river. We have that graphic we've been showing you just to orient you around the various groups, specifically the Miu group. You can see Nicolae there, his shirt open, his arm around Eric Von Williams. Looks like he's got some kind of drink in his hand, sunglasses on, shirt unbuttoned and open, and then his wife, now ex-wife, Sandra Miu, in the tube itself, in the water. And as we come across Alba, Ernesto, Amanda, Amy, Tatiana, and Sergio going left to right off your middle, and of course Alba currently on the witness stand right there at the end. Interesting to hear some of her testimony. The questioning mainly focused around the aftermath. She testified that she was so far away from Nick's encounter with the two other tubing groups, the Isaac Schuman group, the Carlson group, the 13 or so that
I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't recommend
around
me anymore
Nicolae Miu at the time of the stabbing, that they were so far away that she couldn't necessarily make out what was going on, perhaps seeing some pushing. She was asked, did he appear in shock to you, Nick, as he got back to the tubing group? Remember, he walked back upriver after the stabbing, and she described him as
lost 17 in the last 30 days.
She did not think he was angry or upset. Did he appear in shock? We were really far away. We didn't know anything. Were you in fear of the situation? He wasn't there. We were all scared. She responded again. This is a great graphic to kind of show you the distance. The orangish color on your screen is how it's showing on my monitor. The furthest back, again, looking at this, the arrow pointing downriver, the Miu group there on the sandbar, and then the point of the attack, the yellow dot, we've been told is some 233 feet.
I put keywords, man.
75 yards, 3/4 of a football field, if you will. So they are a good distance away. Miu would subsequently, after tossing the knife, allegedly, onto the left side of the bank, he then has to walk back to his tubing group, and a lot of the questions focused around, was he panicked? Was he scared? Was he in shock? And Alba Torres there answering, I didn't pay attention to Nick. We were there for a long time, meaning how long they waited. And, Miu's defensive team getting in there that he did not attempt to run. There were, we had heard some testimony perhaps that the assailant with the knife was seen running through the woods. They clearly got in there, that Alba did not see him running towards the woods or anything, that he came back and he just sat on the tube. Everything had already happened, she said, when Nick got back to them. Tatiana in their group would call 911. With that, I want to get back to Gilma Costanza. Again, we had those technical issues. We have strung together a little bit of her testimony. She was first up. Again, another one of those Miu group tubers. But let's listen back to her testimony earlier this morning.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
I'm in shock.
Like in shock?
And when you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nicolae because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Yes.
You didn't know what happened, is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
And very interesting to hear that back and forth on the idea that Gilma Costanza did not want to sit next to Nicolae Miu back on the tubes once he got back there. Again, the confusion of what had just happened, what had happened to Nick downriver. The state wanted to try to point out that perhaps she was scared of Nick, whatever he might have looked like, whatever.
Why does that matter? Of course she'd be like a little like, what the
f***? Clarifying that their
it's not like they know each other like that.
Necessarily that it was just
he barely speaks English.
That she just did not want to sit next to him in that moment, just given what had taken place. So interesting to see a little bit of focus.
Defense on this case is really not with it.
Miu's demeanor, his actions,
they don't really do
the
anything.
Immediate aftermath. We did also in that morning session get some fresh cell phone video taken by the second witness called to the stand, Alba Torres. She has her cell phone out. This again is in the aftermath as they have been sitting on the sandbar for a while. They've watched this encounter some 233 feet away unfold. They now see the injured in the aftermath of the confrontation, and she takes out her cell phone. You can hear the squads, police arriving in the background, and I missed it in real time, but the prosecution had asked, is that Nick in front of her as he starts shooting it? So let's take a look back at her cell phone video, see if we can see Nick Miu in this video, and again remind our viewers what we had just seen in the courtroom there.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video. I take a video. Look.
Just take whatever.
Look what he has in his hand. Look. Amy, get out there. Look. Tell you. He have something in his hand. Amy.
Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever.
Yeah.
If it's anything,
take a video.
Just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it. Just take.
So, I try.
Over there, everybody put your ass out.
Ernesto, mueve para allá. Mueve para allá.
No, pero donde quiera va a estar la roca, lo que levanten el...
Escúchame. Escúchame.
You gotta get up over here.
You gotta go over the rapids.
Para allá.
But just take a video.
He waiting for something.
Just take a video.
I know. I try, but maybe I can't. Porque él estaba viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo.
Earthquake in New York?
Hold your phone. We're going over the rapids.
Whoa, that's a trip.
The rapids.
And he waiting.
And now, having seen Alba Torres's video, you certainly do see Nick Miu right in front of her. Ball cap was on, the camouflage shirt, and he there. Again, this is in the immediate aftermath. Obviously, a couple of minutes later, as they finally start moving their tube downriver. But he is just seen there. You could see him right in front of her camera lens there, paddling, sitting in his tube shortly after he had stabbed five people.
That happened 12 minutes ago.
River. You kind of heard the frantic nature there. What did she say? I heard on her cell phone there. Quote, we don't know if it has anything to do with anything. Just shoot video, take pictures. Clearly something had happened, and they're just realizing it. And that group, the Miu group,
that's all that really matters.
Wanting to capture.
Earthquakes don't do much damage when they're out in the city.
Unfolding on the river after the stabbing. I did want to call up this graphic one more time again as we see the various folks tubing with Nicolae Miu and his now ex-wife that day. Just wanted to point out something we had heard yesterday.
Out in the middle of the ocean.
This is obviously still the state's case in chief, so these are considered state witnesses that are being called. But Aaron Nelson and Miu's legal defense team did make it clear that if the state does not call all of the Spanish-speaking witnesses in the Miu group, they intend to call them up because the Spanish interpreter is on standby today. He is in the courtroom, as we've seen and heard this morning. So interesting to note that who calls whom today might indicate who might be more supportive of one side or the other, what they're about to say. Obviously, Eric Von Williams, who Miu has his arm around there, he was called by the state. Defense did get some points in with him when he was under cross-examination, but clearly if the state does not move ahead and call, say, Ariel, the defense has made clear they will do it, and they will do it out of turn, meaning it will all happen today. So we should hear from a couple of more of these folks in this group courtroom. We have now heard from Gilma and Alba, Rosie there, and still waiting to hear from Ariel on the far left of your screen with the sunglasses in the United States of America. Swim trunks. Again, his cell phone lost that day. He was the first one
earthquake
to make
happened,
the
y'all.
walk
I'm sorry
down
she showed
river
this, but
to try to connect with Miu after that confrontation unfolded. With
there it is, man. Billy, look at it.
Of tubers. With that, we thought for those who've been joined us all week long and those who might be new, we wanted to get back to the Jawan Cockfield cell phone video that captures the 3.5 minutes that is really the heart and focus of this case. And what the jury have to get their arms around as they decide Nicolae Miu's fate. We think it's important to see it a few times and sort of as a reminder of what people witness in that moment. The judge, Judge Waterman, has us on break until 9:45, so we still have a few minutes. It's about 9:37, 9:38
They said 9:40
time zone.
Wait, hold up.
With that, let's go back to the Cockfield video, and we'll come back. And just as soon as witness testimony resumes,
Afraid to sit close.
I say
the two Vilma.
Right?
Get out of here.
But did they have to run?
Shut your nerdy ass up.
Groups this specific.
Was there Mr. Hayes and but
Get out of here, lady.
At 9:40.
Dude, he definitely said 9:40, little twerp. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What's wrong with y'all, homie? He's on
That guy's retarded. Oh, we want to watch this whole thing? Let's just watch what's
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Away! Whoa! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What?
Look, they even knew he lost his shit because that kid goes, "Ha ha! You just lost your snorkel." Did you hear that? That's the first time I had heard that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Right there.
Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all, homie? He's on camera. Scripting. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
And they keep walking towards him, dude. They could have went around him, and instead they just walk. Like, yeah, they could have moved these things out of the way. It's like kind of intimidating. He's trying to not move too far out of where the damn snorkel would be, right? It wouldn't. The snorkel's not going to go over here. It's going to be right in line to where he dropped it. It's going to kind of gradually come to him because he made sure to run ahead of the current.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes.
And then they're cheering because these people are coming over to add to them yelling at this guy as if they need any help. None of them seem like they need any help at all. They're having a great time fucking with this guy. For the culture, they're all like hyping up the fact that they're getting backup adults now to give him shit. And he's trying to explain to her something right now. He's trying to tell her something. It looked like. You see how he looked like he's talking. Right there. He's trying to say. He's trying to signal them to her like, nah, dude, nah, like something. Like, don't listen to them, right? But she still comes over and berates him and screams at him to get the fuck out of there. As if, like, he is causing some sort of trouble just because he ran up on him.
Who is that?
And he's not drunk. He's not drunk. They're drinking. They're celebrating a birthday party. These people are definitely all fucked up. They've got urinalysis or whatever. They got their blood checked. So they know what they're looking like. And he was definitely not drunk. Well, according to everybody that was in his group, he actually only had 2 beers. I don't know. Did they not blood test him too? Have we not got to that part yet? Maybe not. Maybe they're going to bring that up whenever he takes a stand.
Go! It doesn't matter. Go!
Yeah, and then he's trying to explain himself, and she's like, "It doesn't matter. Go." How fucked up is that? How mad, dude? I would start boiling a little bit right now. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck is this lady? Why are these kids fucking with me? Our friends are too far away from her right now. They're not giving me any backup. They don't know what's going on. I'm just looking for a fucking phone over here. Yeah, maybe I should have ran up with these people, but they were pissing me off, screaming on the river, saying I was a raper and a pedo. You know, so yeah, I got a little stupid. I ran up on him, but that's not against the law to do that. You know what I mean? He didn't strike anybody. He didn't threaten anybody. He just ran up on him for a second. Kind of gave him a little startle. You know what I mean? So then, see that? Boom. He said that again. He went there again with it, dude, about the little girl shit. For no reason. Boom. That's when it snapped. That's when it was game over. Not completely, but that's when he wasn't fucking having the shit anymore.
You're looking for little girls? Yeah!
And then they all hit him with it. You're looking for little girls? Because, like, they bullied this dude. This is some high school bullying bullshit is what they did to a grown-ass adult, and other adults co-signed it. Not only did they co-sign it, they put their hands on him, trying to get him to leave.
We're not us out. I even have that part on camera. Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro?
Now he's saying he's got it on camera that he said some shit about some little girls. So these people are hearing that. He doesn't have anybody having his back. And now she's going to start touching him. He's like trying to get his friends to come help.
We trying to have fun.
And at the same time as he's waving at them, he's letting all these people know, look, I'm with these people over here, man. I'm separated from my group right now. Look, I'm not just some weirdo out here by myself. I'm with these people. Nobody noticed him waving at his friends. Like, hey guys, what do they think he's waving at? Just random people over there? Hey, random people, you think they really just want to assume that this dude's nuts, dude, just completely nuts out there, just snorkeling by himself, waving at random people and shit, and just fucking causing a ruckus. And now, oh, can you imagine this type of situation? They're all pointing and shit and screaming that you're a pedo, all this shit, and you're just over there trying to help somebody find their fucking phone. And now she's putting her hands on him. He's got the knife in his hand at this point. Because he's hoping probably that somebody will see it and be like, oh shit, he's got a knife. Maybe we shouldn't fuck with this guy. Right? I mean, wouldn't that what most people do? Even when they all of a sudden you pull a knife out and they see it in your hand, they're like, oh shit, he's got a knife. Hey, y'all, get away from this guy. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have been like, yeah, I got a knife. He would not have done that. I don't think he would have done that. He wouldn't have done. He wasn't trying. He didn't menace anybody with it. It wasn't until they started putting their hands on him. Actually, he had to get punched multiple times before he actually used it. 3 times while he was down in the water, even twice while he was down. Twice, hit twice when he was down, didn't he? At least once. The knife. He just took the knife out right there. You could see something happening right there. So when he looks over at them like, y'all better stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with me. No, let's not do this right now. Everybody's just, nobody's worried. Nobody's threatened. Nobody feels like they're in fear. They're fucking with them. They're bullying. They're stupid ass pink ass shorts. Boom. He touched somebody. He actually might have accidentally touched somebody because she was pushing on him over and over. So they pushed him over into the water. I think that was actually a punch, though, that made him fall over. There was another hit. Slapped the shit out of him. Like, you could hear the fucking slap. It was so hard. You can hear it. It's like. You can hear that shit. Push him down again. Everybody's fucking hysterical. Tonight, here it comes. Here it comes. What would you do right now? You're about stabbing yourself almost, falling down with this knife in your hand and shit. You know what I'm saying? Imagine, that's dangerous shit, falling over with a knife in your hand. Dude, they could have hurt him just from that. They should have seen that he had a knife in his hand before they started pushing him over and shit, dude. That's why they're liable for this shit, and that's why everybody is on the same page with he hit her, because if he didn't hit her and they caused this, then they are the reasons why all this happened, and they could be brought up on charges possibly. And like some sort of, I don't know what the word is for it, but there's a word for it, where you cause someone to die and like secondarily, like you didn't actually. You weren't the person that stabbed somebody, but if it weren't for your actions, that person wouldn't have died, type thing. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a minimum going to be extreme civil lawsuits against a lot of these kids. Fucking good luck with their tuition fund that they were going to have and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Hopefully. Too bad the kid had to die, man. Too bad people had to get stabbed and shit for motherfuckers to not mess with somebody. But he could have easily fallen on his own knife multiple times through all that and killed himself, but from them pushing him over and punching him and shit. But there's no video. There's no video of the punch, of him punching her. There's no marks on her face. They were telling the wrong side of the face when they said this side of the face hurt. All their stories changed from open hand slap to closed fists. These fucking little shits.
Is this real? That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike!
That dude's a football player / wrestler screaming like that. Bro. Okay. That's one hardcore wrestler.
Obviously difficult to watch in real time there. 9:41, keeping an eye on the courtroom feed in St. Croix County. Testimony just as soon as we saw Judge Waterman. I've mentioned he's running a tight ship. He's even back up. We will.
Sergio Ruiz Leyva. Can you please state your name?
Sergio Luan Ruiz Leyva.
What?
Sergio Luan Ruiz Leyva. Sergio.
Your discretion is advised.
Ruiz Leyva.
Dude, I put all kinds of freaking warnings on these streams.
Sergio Luan Ruiz Leyva.
The murder trial, okay?
Can you spell your middle name?
L-I-U-V-A-N.
Liuvan.
Sergio, were you tubing with a group of people including Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Okay.
Yes.
Sí.
Are you in that? Are you on that image somewhere?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
Del chor amarillo.
I have the yellow shorts.
And white shirt and white bucket hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember a time when you were tubing when Ariel's phone got lost?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember a discussion about looking for the phone or just leaving it?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Si recuerda que si tomó el traslado, si buscaron el teléfono o lo dejaban.
Sí, en un momento decidieron de que no se iba a buscar el teléfono, que no querían porque la aseguranza iba a pagar el teléfono.
Yes, and at some point they decided they didn't have to look for the phone because the insurance would pay for the phone.
Did Nicolae go look for the phone?
Sí.
Yes.
After he, do you remember how long?
That's interesting. Did you see how they got him to say that? That's so, like, who gives a shit, man? You know what I mean? If the insurance will look for the phone or not. Like, if Nick, if he wants to go look for a freaking phone, they're trying to make him out to be a fucking pedo still, dude. The defense, dude. What the fuck, dude? Actually, that was a triple dude moment. Did y'all notice?
Strike that. At some point after he went to look for the phone, did you hear Sandy yell something about he's in trouble?
No.
No.
Did something catch your attention downriver?
Bueno, el grupo de personas.
Well, there was a group of people there.
And what about it caught your attention?
Alrededor de Nick.
They were around Nick.
Was there a time you saw Nick down in the water?
No, porque es que había muchas personas. Estaba muy grande el grupo.
No, because there were many people. It was a large group.
Did you ever remember seeing Nick interacting with a blonde girl?
No.
No.
Can we have exhibit 45?
A blonde girl. Oh, what are you doing out there, Nick? Who's this? Is that why your wife divorced you? I still think it's for financial reasons. They still love each other. It was to relieve her liability of credit card debt or something. If they're not married.
If I'm not mistaken, with a black leotard.
Sí.
Yes.
Who said, go, 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 to Nick?
Yo la vi cuando ella estaba en el grupo, que estaba en el grupo alrededor, porque era la que más se distinguía entre ellos por el color del leotardo negro.
I saw her when she was around that group because she was easier to identify because of the black leotard.
Pero en sí estaba bien un poco alejado porque del grupo porque no me moví de mi recámara.
But I was far away from that group. I just didn't move from my inner tube.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
Can I approach?
Yeah.
You told police that Nick pushed her. Damn.
For the record, Judge, I handed the witness exhibit 45 on page 15.
Holy shit, Nick. What's a push, though? We need to see that push. So it wasn't a hit.
Yes.
In about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, go, 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 and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to pull up some
Hopefully he'll show
frames.
the push and what happened, and then she didn't fall down, and it was just kind of like a nudge, like you touched her or something. And it was, dude.
When we're ready.
Oh, this just screws up their case.
And
because she didn't fall down,
zoom in
man.
on the top left.
She was up with her beer in her hand a split second after supposedly she's supposed to be in the water.
Sergio, is that you in the top left?
Yes.
And if you know, is that about where you were when you were watching what was happening?
Yo estaba al lado de mi recámara, de la goma.
I was right by my inner tube.
Yeah, dummy. You fucking
You remember
asshole.
telling police that you walked?
She didn't get pushed there.
From your group, and then someone told you to stop?
Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera cuando me iba a mover. Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera hacia allá abajo, que no fuera. Por eso me regresé a mi recámara.
When I was going to move, my sister told me not to move. That she said, "Don't go to the other side." Just, and that's why I returned to my inner tube.
Do you remember? Did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit?
Well, he's suave looking, ain't he?
Did you see her fall or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And did you Did you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Objection has been asked and answered.
Well, free approach?
Yes.
Yeah, he said it was a push, you fucking ass. Oh, now he wants to clarify what he said to the detective meant push. Like, he might not have translated it correctly or something. He needs to make sure that push is push.
Change my ruling. Rule to ask the question.
Yep, that's it. They let it. I get it.
Do you remember if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh my God. Motherfucker, Sergio, you had one job.
And Sergio, do you see on page 15? I'll direct you.
Sergio, you're fucking us right now.
So I asked you about the paragraph on the middle.
Fuck, man. Okay, Sergio, let's go home.
Yes.
The next paragraph, where you're describing what happened, do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, you described that it was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Do you see that?
She was standing in his way. He needed to go down.
Yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, go, 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 that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 16? On page 16, you described that she was wearing a black leotard.
Yeah.
And you
Hopefully he
clarified
gets
that was a black one-piece swimsuit.
to show exactly what he saw on the defense attorney or something.
And then you, further down, you describe again seeing her, hearing her say, go, 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 and he pushed her. You see that?
Because they had to have talked to this guy already, dude, right?
From your memory, when you're telling this to police, you thought that was the last thing that happened, and then Nick walked back to your group.
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought he was down in the water before the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Right?
Yes.
And Sergio, have you ever seen the video from this incident?
No.
No.
So you were trying to recount what happened to the police as best you could remember?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, en el
What happened to the police as best you could remember?
sí.
Yes.
Sí, en el momento.
Yes, at that time.
Did it happen fast?
Yep.
Yep.
Was it difficult to remember in what order things happened?
Que lo que yo recuerdo fue que en el momento que se perdió el teléfono, Rosy se puso en una esquina a buscar el móvil en la orilla.
What I remember is that at the moment when we lost the telephone, Rosie started looking for the phone by the edge of the river.
Y yo me quedé ahí en la balsa, lo cual le decían de que dejara el teléfono, que ya la aseguranza lo pagaba.
Yeah, I stayed there because they were talking about it and they said, just leave it, the insurance will pay for it.
Y ya no recuerdo más nada cuando el compañero Nick cogió el snorkel y se tiró a bucear, a buscar el teléfono.
And I don't remember anything else except that Nick took the snorkel and started diving in there to look for the phone.
Y ya me fui. Entonces cuando miro hacia abajo, ya veo el grupo de personas.
And then I left, and then that's when I saw on the other side the group of people.
Ya, más nada, eso es lo que recuerdo de eso.
That's what I remember.
So you may have forgotten a lot of what you remembered then?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
You can see the transcript where you describe seeing more to law enforcement.
Que había visto más cosas o más a las autoridades. Les escribía que usted había visto más.
No, yo no había visto, yo no vi, yo solamente escuché.
I didn't see, I just heard things.
But you can see in the transcript you told police multiple times that when she yelled, "Go, go, go," Nick pushed her.
Objection as to
Bueno, porque se sentía que era la voz de una persona, de una mujer, pero no estoy seguro si fue ella o no.
Because I heard the voice of a woman, I am not sure if it was her.
You described her as a blonde woman in a black one-piece swimsuit?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, lo veo aquí.
And I see it here, yeah.
And when you described seeing Nick down in the water, you described that you believed they must have hit him, or you thought they must have hit him because he was down in the water. Do you remember that? Or did you say that to law enforcement?
No.
No. I never said that.
No.
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone hit Nick?
No.
No.
When Nick came back, did Nick come back to the group at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
And as he was coming back, did you see people that were injured?
Sí, sí.
Yes, I saw them. Yes.
Did you see blood?
Bueno, en el lugar que estaba, yo solamente veía la mano de la muchachita y sí, tenía como sangre ahí, pero no se distinguía bien.
From the place where I was, I could see the girl with her hand over here, and you could see blood, yes. But you couldn't distinguish it that clearly.
Porque era la que le estaba pidiendo ayuda, a que decía que llamaran al 911, que estaba pidiendo ayuda a mi hermana.
She was the one asking for help to call 911. She was asking my sister to
Y en ese momento me volteé y ya no miré, no quise mirar más.
And I didn't want to continue looking. I just turned around.
Turned away from the injured person you saw?
Para no ver nada de sangre.
So I didn't see any of those things, yes.
Un momentito, just a moment, Your Honor. Señor, acérquese al micrófono usted para no ver nada de...
Para no ver nada de lo que estaba pasando.
So that I didn't see what was happening.
¿Puede acercar el micrófono a usted?
So it was something that was hard to watch or see?
¿Era algo difícil de ver? ¿O si era difícil ver eso?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back, did you hear him say anything?
No.
No.
Did you hear him say, "They took my knife"?
Neti le preguntó y eso le dijo, y yo le pregunté a Neti que qué había dicho y dije que sí, que fue eso lo que dijo.
Nettie asked him, and I did ask what he said. What she said.
Que Neti le preguntó que qué había sucedido y entonces él dijo que le habían quitado la navaja.
Nettie asked him what happened, and he said that they had taken the knife away.
Y yo le pregunté a Nettie, ¿qué dijo Nick?
And then I asked Nettie, what did Nick say?
Y me dijo que le habían quitado la navaja y ya no se habló más nada en el...
And she said that they had taken away his knife, and we didn't talk about it anymore.
Did you see Nick saying anything or hear him talking anymore after that?
No.
No.
What was Nick like? What did he look like? How was he acting?
Vino pálido cuando se acercó a nosotros.
He looked pale when he got close to us.
Y con los ojos grandes.
And his eyes wide open.
Y se sentó y ya no habló más nada.
He just sat there and he didn't talk anymore.
Do you remember when he came back and got back to your group, him putting on his hat and jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember telling police you didn't look at Nick too much because you didn't dare to look at him?
Porque no me atreví, estaba en la parte de atrás de la recámara.
I didn't dare, but he was also in the back of the inner tube.
Yo.
I was in the back.
So can you turn to page 21? Can I approach?
Yes.
I got it. Do you see where you said?
Yes.
I didn't look at him because the truth is I didn't dare to look at him.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember how long you guys stayed at the sandbar?
No.
No. I don't remember that.
El tiempo no lo recuerdo.
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember seeing police come?
Sé que Eric fue a buscarla porque Eric fue a buscarla.
I know that Eric went looking for them. Eric went to...
A la policía a guiarlo.
Eric went to look for the police and guide them.
After Eric came back to your group, did your group leave?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember of the time when you guys were tubing to the exit?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you describe what it was like, what you remember from tubing to the exit?
Compañero Nick se puso la gorra, la chaqueta y ya no se habló más nada. No se habló nada.
Nick put on his hat and then his jacket, and we didn't talk about anything else.
Y ya no se habló más nada porque estaba todo el mundo callado.
Nobody talked. Everyone was quiet.
Yeah.
have anything else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, do you remember giving an interview to the police on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí, ellos fueron a mi casa.
Yes, they went to my home.
And was your memory of what happened better in August of 2022, or is it better today?
Bueno, antes estaba mejor. Yo estoy muy nervioso.
Well, it was better back then. I'm very nervous now.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police on August 3rd, about 5 days or 4 days after this happened, fair to say your memory is better of those events than it is right now?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by the police, there was a Spanish-speaking officer that was talking to you, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you tried to answer that officer's questions as truthfully as possible, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said that was at your house?
Sí.
Yes.
Was it less stressful than it is here today?
Sí.
Yes.
And that officer had asked you questions about what happened on July 30th of 2022.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you, if I can, about that date and maybe some of the things you answered when you were speaking to the officer, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
So, I'm going to start with this. You knew that Nick Miu had a knife with him that day because you saw him fixing his shoe or his sandal. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So before any of this incident happened, he had been using that knife to fix something, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Miu or Nick was looking for a phone that your group had lost. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And you also knew that Nick, on that day, Mr. Miu, was with your group, and your group included his wife. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you look at that picture right there, sir? Mm-hmm. You had mentioned you're in this picture, correct? Is it okay, Judge, if I approach?
Yes.
Sí.
And you see Mr. Miu here?
Yes.
You see Mr. Miu here?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the shirt that he's got on is the same shirt you saw him wearing at the end of the day, right?
Sí.
And this is
Yes.
and this picture is taken before you guys head down the river. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's wearing sunglasses in this picture, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that when he got off the river, he looked the same or close to the same as he did when he got on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you know that Nick is looking for this phone that had been lost, that was Ariel's phone, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were also aware that he had brought snorkeling gear and
let me try to get this guy's
with him
depiction here.
on
All right.
that day. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
You had seen him on that day snorkeling around the areas where you guys were tubing, is that right?
Sí, al principio, sí, en la mañana.
Yes, at the beginning, that was the case in the morning.
And when you speak to the officer about the specific incident, meaning what had happened, you recall telling that officer that you saw a group of people surrounding Nick.
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the officer on August 3rd of 2022, when you were being asked about what you remember, that you had remembered that they were surrounding Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
You told this officer that they were falling on him. Is that right?
Your Honor, the interpreter needs a repetition.
I'm sorry.
The interpreter needs a repetition.
You told the officer that you observed those people falling on him. Is that right?
¿Y cuando lo empujaron?
Yes, when they pushed him.
You told the officers that they put Nick in the middle of them. Is that right?
Sí, lo tenían ahí, no sé, el bulto de gente, y se veía que estaba adentro el compañero.
Yes, they had him there. It was a group of people, and you could see that they had compañero, my friend there.
They're not showing the guy right now, but this is who this guy on stand.
With the group around him, could you see him?
That's amazing, dude.
No lo podía ver, solamente el grupo.
No, I couldn't see him. I could just see the group.
Claro, y ya. Sí, es solo el grupo.
Just the group.
You told the police
That's so good.
Meaning they hit Nick. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron al principio, que él se acercó, que nos se acercó, y cuando ya que lo empujaron y ya ahí lo rodearon.
Yes, when he had close, and they pushed him, and then they surrounded him.
And you remember the blonde girl with the black suit on, is that true?
No la recuerdo muy bien, pero sí, tengo más o menos la...
I don't remember her very well.
No la recuerdo.
But I have an idea. I don't remember her.
Well, do you remember telling the police that you heard the blonde girl telling Nick, go, go, go?
Sí.
Yes, yes.
You told the police that Nick pushed her. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see the rest of what happened?
No.
Nope.
You see Nick walking back to your group, though. Is that right?
Sí, cuando venía, lo traía. Sí.
Yes, when he was coming, yes, I saw.
And you described him to police as being white, pale, and scared. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You described him as having wide or open eyes. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you said that Tatiana told you, don't go over there. Is that true?
Sí, mi hermana.
Yes, my sister.
So Nick, to your knowledge, what you know, Nick was by himself against that other group. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
No one, you said to the police, as far as you know, no one in your group went over to help him. Is that right?
Wait, I put black shirt though. See, this was not as good.
Solamente Ariel al
No,
final que
first one's
bajó
better.
y Eri a ver qué lo que estaba pasando.
No, nobody moved. And only at the end, Ariel and Eric went over there to see what was happening.
But that was after it was over. Is that right?
Please repeat.
Sure. When Ariel and Eric went over,
I don't know how many there are.
the incident had ended. Is that right?
I don't look
Yes.
anymore.
So in terms of assistance or help, Mr. Miu was by himself. Nick was by himself.
Sí.
Yes.
It bugs me when I look
Did it
now.
appear to you that Nick was in shock when he came back to you?
Bueno, impactado. Se veía impactado, sí, no sé. Yo digo shock porque es mi manera de expresarme, pues, pero impactado puede ser.
Yes, he looked in shock. I said in shock, or something had impacted him. Yes, in shock.
Do you remember waiting some time before your group moved on down the river after the incident?
Recuerda haber esperado un tiempo antes de que su grupo se siguiera flotando por el río.
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember there being some time?
The games are on Twitch. The games, and there's more dough capability.
Nick came back.
You can do more with your dough.
Going back down the river.
And you can get more dough there.
No recuerdo. Y cuando él regresó, ya el Neti dijo rápido, vámonos. Fue lo que dijeron.
No, I don't remember that. When Nettie came back, when he came back, Nettie said, "Let's go."
Do you remember telling the police that you waited until you were told to leave the area? Do you remember that?
Oh. No recuerdo, pero si le dije eso, debe ser sí.
No, I don't remember, but if I said that, it must be right.
You were asked by Attorney Anderson about a statement that you said that you didn't dare look at Nick. Do you remember that?
Sí. Yes.
He wasn't threatening toward you, right?
Él no estaba amenazado, él no estaba amenazándolo.
No, no.
No, no.
He wasn't being aggressive or angry toward you, right?
No.
No.
You said the group was pretty quiet once he got back?
Sí.
Yes.
So when you said that you didn't want to look at him, it wasn't out of fear of him, right?
No, no.
No, no.
It was because everyone was in shock?
No, sí, no sabíamos qué había pasado en sí y no sabíamos cómo preguntar. Bueno, sí, todo el shock, sí.
Yes, we didn't know what had happened, so we were in shock, yes. We didn't know about anything of that incident.
I'm finished here.
Mr. Anderson?
A few times, or a couple times, you said Nettie. Who's Nettie?
Ernesto. Yo le digo sí.
I'm referring to Ernesto. I call him like that, yeah.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear that.
Could the answer be repeated?
I call him Nettie, but I'm referring to Ernesto.
Okay, thank you.
How do you know Ernesto?
Desde Cuba.
From the time I was in Cuba.
And friends?
Oh, is he Cuban? Hold up, I need to change this.
Vecinos de allá de Cuba.
Yes, we were neighbors in Cuba.
Oh my gosh, I made him Mexican.
Bueno, él me vio crecer a mí.
What do they eat in Cuba?
He basically, we grew up together.
Close friends?
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known Nicolae Miu?
Bueno, cuando yo llegué aquí a este país, que Nicolae Miu trabajó con Nettie.
When I came to this country, I met Nick Miu. He worked with Nettie.
Y lo conocí en casa de Nettie.
So I met him at Nettie's house.
So, is Nick a friend too?
Solo conocidos, nos reuníamos una vez o dos veces al año así.
We were acquaintances. We met twice a year.
Are Ernesto and Nick good friends?
Sí, claro.
Yes, they are.
Tamales.
You... Defense asked if Nick looked like he was in shock. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
What you told police was, I don't know if he was scared or worried.
Que no se veía cuando una persona está preocupada en el semblante de la persona, se ve cuando está preocupada o...
Because you see somebody when that person is worried, you can see in his face.
Obviously, you didn't know what he's thinking at that time.
No.
No.
You don't know if he's in shock or worried about what just happened?
No. No, solo la cara que se le veía blanca, pálida y con los ojos grandes, sí, ya más nada.
No, I just saw he was white, he was pale, his
I made it
eyes
too
wide
black, dude. Okay, I'll take a
just wanna
dark skin out of it.
Defense asked you about the interview with the Spanish-speaking detective on August 3rd at your house.
Sí.
Yes.
That transcript I was asking you questions about, that's from that interview, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you saw. You saw Nick,
in his mouth?
I think on cross, you said. You saw Nick push the blonde girl and someone push Nick.
No.
Did you see anything else besides that you remember?
No.
No.
You said in your interview
Mexican
you didn't
looks more like him.
Look at Nick, and defense asked if that was because the group was in shock. Do you remember that?
Playing with the tissues.
Sí, estaba nervioso.
Yes, I was nervous.
You didn't say about anyone else that you didn't dare look at them, right?
No dije, solamente hablé de mí, no sé lo que piensan las demás personas.
No, I only talked about me. I didn't know what the other people were thinking.
When Nick came back, did you see any injuries on him?
No me fijé, no.
No, I didn't notice.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofasi?
Sir, I'm going to just ask you, you were just asked about what you saw. And you told police that you saw Mr. Miu get hit, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You saw people surrounding him.
Yo vi el grupo de personas, no es que, no sé si lo estaban rodeando, no, solamente vi el grupo de personas.
I saw that group of people. I don't know if they were surrounding him. I saw a group of people.
You agree that you told police they were surrounding him, though, right?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
When you spoke to the Spanish interpreter, or when you spoke to the Spanish-speaking officer, you told that officer that you observed people surrounding him, correct? That officer that those people jumped on him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told them that you saw Nick on the ground, correct?
Sí, ahí cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Leyva, you may step down.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Hey, Liberty. You can't follow it. Why not? You don't know this case?
Members of the jury, we need about 5 minutes before the next witness, so we'll excuse you for that.
Hey, you want to get high, man?
You smoking on? That.
We are in recess until, let's just say, 10:45.
And good morning again from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. Just getting off the witness stand there. Sergio Ruiz Leiva, one of several members, Spanish-speaking members of the so-called Miu tubing group that we have heard from this morning. We have that graphic again, just as a reminder of who we are listening to during this witness testimony here. Having heard from Gilma this morning. Left side of your screen, still waiting to hear from Ariel, Alba. We heard from Sergio, Tatiana, Sandra Miu there in the middle, in her tube in the water, and then Nicolae, of course, a defendant there with that camo shirt, the sunglasses, the drink in his hand, the sunglasses. Still awaiting, obviously, when the defense gets the case.
On the planet. Congratulations.
At some point, Nick Miu will eventually take the stand. It's really interesting, right? They're listening. On the way, these witnesses are being questioned, kind of about their memories of the aftermath. They were so far away. We have the distance mark.
That one? I never made that a sound command. It was always Rizzle's intro. I used to hear it every day, dude. Every day I would hear it. It was the third intro sound ever.
You just gotta keep living, man. Livin.
Every day, at least once a day I would hear that.
You just gotta keep living, man. Livin.
I used to like it. It used to keep me kind of like... And so I would always try to pick intros for people that would make me, I don't know, try to do better or something. Imagine you're just chilling, you know, you're just chilling, doing whatever, playing your video game. I'd be playing Call of Duty, Blackout, you playing. All of a sudden,
you just gotta keep living, man. Livin.
Yeah. Thanks, Matthew. Thanks, Rizzle. Thanks for being here, dude. You know, where if you wouldn't have heard that. Oh, RP Rizzle.
Remains on the sandbar.
He's still alive.
The way Sergio responded was yes.
Really. He comes by once a month.
Shock. Something had impacted him. Yes, in shock. He was white. He was pale. Sergio testifying he didn't dare look at Nick.
Let's hear some other ones. This was the first style. This was the first intro for anybody ever.
Welcome to Deepong's dance groove. Are you ready to get your groove on?
Yes.
All right then, let's get started.
That was Night Owls. Night Owl TV. It was a black dude. I met him because he worked graveyard shift at a porn shop, and I would stream Graveyard for Call of Duty, and he would watch me while he was at work. I even got him to stream from work a couple times. Got to start doing some game streams too.
Miu and then Madison kind of are toe-to-toe what happens there. So much focus on did these tubers with Miu see the encounter with Madison Cohen. Madison Cohen not on your screen there. Of course, the allegation is that Miu hit her first.
This is his girlfriend.
Pretty well documented that she was in.
Every time his girlfriend would come in.
Launch countermeasures.
Because it was a female showing up, I was trying to be funny.
And as we look at the Carlson group, Madison Cohen kneeling down.
I played video game. I played Call of Duty, and a female showing up. It was just like, hey, whoa, what are you doing here?
In her hand, she's clearly drinking from a can. The sunglasses, the one-piece leotard is the way that last witness described her, a leotard, but then clarified in essence a dark colored bathing suit. With that, we'll take a look at the charges Nicolae Miu facing right now. As it stands, first-degree intentional homicide. We have spoken at length that a conviction on that first-degree intentional homicide count sends Nicolae Miu to prison for life in the state of Wisconsin, and then the 4 other attempted first-degree intentional homicides for the 4 other surviving victims, A.J. Martin, the Carlson brothers, and Riley Madison. Defense claiming self-defense here. The state obviously indicating they believe this was a deliberate, preventable, avoidable attack, and that he meant to kill and injure that day. Finally here, a graphic shows you the jury makeup. We've talked about 8 men, 6 women, 2 alternates within this group of 14. We do not know who the 2 alternates are, but as our legal analyst Debbie Lang pointed out yesterday, she was most interested in sort of the age demographics and the fact that 4, 7, 8 jurors sitting, listening, ultimately to decide Nicolae Miu's fate are Nicolae's age, i.e. he is now 54, 52 at the time of the attack, that we have 8 members of this jury closer in age to him, 50s, 60s, 70s, and then that one older juror in the 90s, as opposed to perhaps having a different perspective on life experiences, what took place. She also would be curious to know, she said.
That's interesting, the defense let so many older people in there.
During the pool portion of jury selection, many hands went up when asked how many people had tubed down the Apple River.
No, I don't eat
the
edibles,
Apple River
really.
is a flowing, lovely river through western Wisconsin, and a popular spot for tubing, both for families and sort of summertime outings, but also has that reputation for partying, for young people to gather to drink. And we recently flew our drone over it just to show you. Obviously, the foliage would look a little different in the height of the summer months in July, but this is what we're talking about. You can see kind of that slight movement, very easy to sort of paddle along. It curves a bunch. It goes under some bridges. There's some campgrounds along the way. You can see, whether it's a rock shelf or a sand bar, groups tend to stop and congregate. In fact, we heard from the one near Sandria Baldazzo yesterday about how when her family goes down, all the tubes are tied together. They also sort of drag along their cooler for a summer outing, but just giving you some nice perspective as the Skyfox drone takes you down the Apple River. Obviously, more recently, it would be a much greener look during the summertime months. Tonight, as we take this moment, again, the judge giving both sides about 15 minutes here to get the state's next witness on the stand. If you were with us yesterday, the presentation of witnesses has sort of slowed from the state as they are well ahead of schedule. So each and every one of these witnesses may have thought that they were coming at a later time, perhaps even next week. But now the state, has to get these folks inside the courtroom in shorter order. We continue to monitor, obviously, the court as it is in recess. But this might be a good opportunity. We did, as you remember, have a little bit of technical issues bringing you the first witness of the morning, Gilma Constanza, but we eventually got her testimony. Again, one of the Miu tubers out there that day. She is Spanish speaking. She does have the assistance of an interpreter in court today. But why don't, as we wait for the witness testimony to resume live, why don't we go back and listen to some of Gilma's testimony? But again, a promise to you, just as soon as we see Judge Michael Waterman back on his bench, we will certainly cut in and bring you right to that St. Croix County courtroom. For now, here's Gilma Constanza.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
I'm in shock.
Like in shock?
And when you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nicolae because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You didn't know what happened, is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
And again, we continue to wait with eyes and our camera inside the St. Croix County Circuit Courtroom of Judge Michael Waterman. We are on a short recess to allow the state some extra time to get their next witness on the stand as we do. Again, wanting to show you that Miu group. The witnesses here primarily appear this morning to be from this group. We don't know who's next. They did not say in the courtroom. Obviously, several Spanish-speaking friends or peers of Nicolae, including Alba Torres, who she nicknamed Rosie there. Looks like she has the Nike cap. And with that, I am seeing Judge Waterman come back into the courtroom, the judge standing with Nicolae Miu, the defendant, and his defense attorney there, Aaron Nelson, as they pay their respect and standing as the jury is brought back into the courtroom. That happens every time.
Please be seated.
And with that, he's asking everyone to be seated, and the state will end up calling their next witness.
We are
by
back
my count,
on the record.
Witness number 32 in their state case in chief.
Jurors. Mr. Anderson, who's next?
Mr.
Tatiana
Anderson.
Ruiz Leyva.
Este volumen, ¿verdad?
Ya, está en 16. Ahorita. Nada más asegúrate que sí se pueda ver todo eso.
Ms. Ruiz Leyva, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God?
Sí. Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your full name?
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana, were you tubing with a group including Nicolae on the Apple River on July 30, 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photo over there?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you, which one are you?
La que está con el sombrero al lado del pullover blanco.
¿Al lado de qué?
Del que trae el pullover blanco.
Oh,
La que...
I'm the one wearing the hat right next to the guy in the white t-shirt.
I heard sombrero.
Ernesto.
Emi, al lado de Emi.
Oh, correction from the interpreter. And next to Emi.
Who is Emmy?
¿Quién es Emi?
La que está al lado mío, la blanquita chiquita, la esposa de Neti.
¿La que qué?
¿Esposa de Neti?
Oh, the one that is right next to me, the white girl who is short, and she is Neti's wife.
And do you recall a time when you were on the river that day? where you saw people with bloody injuries?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see anything before that on what led to that?
No.
No.
And when you spoke with police, you told them you didn't see anything, you weren't looking in that direction?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you, after you saw people with the injuries, did you call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have exhibit 63? Tatiana, do you remember, did you have trouble speaking with the person on 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you hand the phone to someone else?
Sí, se lo pasé a Rosy.
Yes, I handed it to Rosie.
And then, does Rosie speak fluent English?
Rosy se lo pasa a Amy later.
Rosie handed it to Emmy later.
And just to clarify, this is Emmy?
Sí.
Yes.
The purple t-shirt?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what happened?
No.
No.
Do you remember seeing Nick come back to the group?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No.
Ah, viene del agua, normal.
Just normal. He was coming from the water, just normal.
And what was the tube ride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet.
Do you remember Nick saying anything on the tube ride out?
No, nunca.
No, never.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trapasi?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, do you remember being interviewed initially, do you remember being interviewed by a Spanish-speaking police officer on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
Oh my God.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me where that was?
En la casa de mi
Can't tell
hermano.
it's a
At my
taco
brother's
though.
house.
Redondo, sí.
Okay, and that officer was asking you questions about what happened about 4 or 5 days earlier when you were on with Nick Miu.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And
Yes.
your memory was better in August of 2022 than it is today. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew on July 30th of 2022 that at some point on your trip, Nick was looking for a phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that he had left your group to go look for that phone, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew that Nick was by himself, separated from your group while he was looking for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And Nick was with you guys in terms of that group, but he was also with his wife is in that picture, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So it was Nick and his wife were part of the group that was tubing.
Sí.
Yes.
Did Nick appear to be in a good mood that day? He didn't appear to be angry or anything?
No, nunca estuvo enojado, estaba muy bien.
No, he was never angry. He was just fine.
And when Nick is, you see that he has a snorkel and goggles, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he's looking for the phone, he goes off with those snorkel and goggles looking, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Your group is waiting for him to come back. You're over on the side of the river at that point, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were asked by Attorney Anderson if you saw what happened, and your answer was that you didn't see anything.
No, nada.
No, nothing.
Did you hear anything?
¿Cómo que escuché algo? ¿En qué momento?
What do you mean if I heard anything? At what moment?
Did you hear anything that sounded like an altercation or a fight?
¿Pero en qué momento? ¿En el momento que ni baja o cuándo? No, no escuché nada.
But at what moment when Nick came down, or when? No, I didn't hear anything. What time are you talking about?
There's a time when Nick's gone away from you guys with his snorkel, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then there's a time that you see him come back, right? You see him come back to your tubes.
Uh-huh.
In between those two times, do you hear people yelling or fighting?
Cuando él regresa ya había pasado y sí, se oía la bulla y eso, sí.
When he came back,
se oía la bulla.
Things had happened and you could hear the loud noise, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you were asked, when Nick came back, did he say anything to you, to the group? Do you remember being asked that?
¿Recuerda que le preguntaron de qué es lo que vio cuando ya regresó Nick a su grupo?
Sí, pero no se habló nada, no se preguntó nada.
Yes, but we didn't talk about anything. Nothing was asked.
Do you remember telling that Spanish-speaking police officer that when Nick came back to your group, he told you the kids jumped me?
Dijo, esos muchachos se me echaron encima. The kids jumped me.
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Nada, todo el mundo quiet.
Everybody was quiet.
Not working with this lady.
I just want to make sure you don't remember telling that to the officer back on August 3rd of 2022.
She's protected by God.
Bueno. ¿Qué? No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Well, you did, lady. Would you like to see it?
And you described Nick as, when he came back, he was quiet?
Sí, callado.
Yes, quiet.
Before he left to go look
Simon's
for
medicine.
the phone, was your group talking and laughing and having fun?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he came back to your group, the talking, the fun, that all stopped. Is that right?
Sí, todo se acabó.
Yes, everything was over.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
You spoke with a Spanish-speaking detective at your house some days after the incident, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You also spoke to an officer right after you got out of the river?
Al salir del río nos pararon allí, pero no recuerdo. Mucho policía, no sé.
When we got out of the river, they stopped us there, but I don't remember. There were a lot of police presence. There was a lot of police presence.
The officers that when you got to the exit didn't speak Spanish, right?
No hablamos, no se habló, yo no hablé.
No, we didn't say anything. Nothing was said. I didn't say anything.
You told an officer there you heard boys yelling, "Help, help, help." Do you remember that? You said that in English?
Ah, no, eso sí.
Oh, yeah, that I did, yes.
Do you remember when you heard the boys yelling, "Help, help, help"?
Que alguien decía, help, help.
Sí, una chica.
Yes, a girl.
Oh, was it a girl who was injured?
Una chica que estaba lastimada.
Sí, tenía su mano en el estómago.
Yes, she had her hand on her stomach.
Do you know why you said boys?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Please, could you please repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Sí.
Yes.
Why?
Yo iba bajando y ellos estaban gritando, help, help, y vi el grupo de chicos allí, un grupo, pero no estaba yo cerca de ellos. Y ahí fue cuando yo mismo me retiro porque como que fue lejos y llamé a la policía.
I was getting off and there was a group there and the kids there were yelling help, help, but I was kind of far away, but that's when I called the police.
When you heard the boys yelling for help, was that before Nick came back to your group?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Troffici?
Ma'am, do you know that people were injured on the river, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And one of the people that was yelling or asking for help was this girl that had been injured. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know now that there were some males that had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know when you heard help, if that was after those males had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I'm hearing you right, those males are injured, then they're yelling or somebody is yelling for help. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz-Leyva. You may step down. You are excused. Who is the next witness? Yes. You can do it now while I'm making this announcement. All right, members of the jury, you may remember at the beginning of the trial, I explained that the state will proceed first because the state has the burden of proof. Once the state finishes its evidence, then the defense may, if they choose, present evidence of their own. Sometimes we deviate from that rule to accommodate a witness. Today we're making an accommodation because we have interpreters present. So rather than waiting until some other day, we're going to take those witnesses today, even though they're being called by attorneys for Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson, who will be the witness?
Ernesto. I apologize. Torres.
Ernesto Torres. Sí, Mr. Torres? Right here. Please raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Go ahead.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sí.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
Good morning. Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Cháguez.
Cháguez.
Correct.
Can I call you by Ernesto?
¿Me puede llamar por el nombre de Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know this man over here?
¿Este señor aquí?
Sí.
Yes.
¿Quién es?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick, ¿qué?
Nick Miu.
Nick Miu.
How long have you known Nick Miu?
¿He conocido a Nick Miu?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Do you, did you work with Nick?
¿Trabajó con Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
¿Es casado usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
¿Quién es su esposo?
Emi.
Amy.
Here, is this a picture of you and Amy?
¿Aquí están aquí ustedes y Emi?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
¿Otros familiares aquí, parientes en esta fotografía?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side.
Rosy.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
¿Ella hermana?
Sí.
Anybody else family?
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
¿Trabajaba también con Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
¿Qué tan cercano considera usted a Nick?
He's my best friend.
You're at his house, he's at your house?
Please, for the interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Y ustedes salen, están juntos, hacen cosas, conviven juntos.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
Es como una persona muy habilidosa para arreglar cosas.
Sí.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
¿Qué dice usted eso?
Porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien, necesita ayuda.
Because
está ahí para ayudar.
He's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me about some of those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix things
Usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things. And he used the knife. Sorry.
Want to ask you some questions about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
Sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Miu that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you ask Nick to bring?
Que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And when you say his, to start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
Navaja, ¿se refiere a una navaja de bolsillo o otro tipo de navaja o cuchillo?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no podíamos, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
La navaja para cortar las sogas al final del recorrido.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todas las balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
De su grupo de amigos, ¿quién es el tipo que normalmente tiene una navaja de bolsillo?
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
También es el que arregla todas las cosas en el grupo de amigos.
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Esa navaja de bolsillo consigo en otras ocasiones en que ha venido a casa de usted, ¿cierto?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Miu having a knife?
No razón ninguna.
No, there is no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him at work, worked with him.
Sí.
Yes.
Eggs and oatmeal, 4 fried eggs, half a cup of oatmeal.
Fair to say you've
And
had opportunities to observe his character.
tomatoes.
Would you agree with that?
I'm a pig, aren't I?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Miu has a character for peacefulness?
Que Nick Miu tiene una personalidad pacífica.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Object on
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Bueno, no hay lugar a la objeción. Puedes responder a la pregunta.
Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí.
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
Sí.
Yes.
You see the picture there, I think it's 26. Sorry. 12A. Do you see that big photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
Sí.
Yes.
Approach.
Yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
Sí.
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have it, and 12A he doesn't have a hat, but on 110 he does have a hat. Do you agree?
No trae ninguna gorra o sombrero, pero sí lo trae en el interrogatorio 110. ¿Está de acuerdo?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
¿Usted vio a Nick traer puesto el sombrero o la gorra ese día?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
¿Vio que Nick se había quitado su gorra o sombrero?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
Con unas gafas para nadar y un tubo para el snorkel, que le llaman.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
Antes de que Ariel perdiera su teléfono, ¿usted vio que usaba sus gafas para nadar y su snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
¿Ese snorkel para nadar ahí en el río?
Sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
¿Llevaba puesto su gorra o sombrero?
No.
No.
Was he, when he had on his goggles and snorkel, was he wearing sunglasses?
¿No que llevaba puestos sus gafas de sol? ¿Sus lentes de sol?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
¿Llevaba puestos los lentes de sol?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
No, Julio, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono. Yo le dije que se olvidara el teléfono, que se subiera a la balsa, y él dijo, no, I go to find her. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
No, we didn't stop. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, I'm going to look for the phone. And I said, no, don't go. And then he said, I'm going to go look for it.
Why does he have to add that? Why the fuck does he have to add the no, don't go part? Fucking idiot.
Correct.
Why do you have to be? You're his best friend, you fucking moron.
Look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel.
You think that's helping him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
Bueno, pienso que él se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de esas que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12A, that photo, do you see some people have lanyards with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them?
Sí.
Yes.
You even see Ariel and Gilma right there with the same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Please just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down. When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you look for the phone at all?
No.
No.
Were you sitting in the tube, standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Sí.
Yes.
You know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
Sí.
Yes.
If you guys must hang out together as a couple often, or as couples.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overruled.
¿Escuchó a la esposa, a Sandy, expresar preocupación por la seguridad de su esposo ese día?
En ese día, no entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. When Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Asumió que eso quería decir que Sandy estaba expresando preocupación por la seguridad de Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
Nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water,
I'm going to clarify with this right now because I talked about this earlier, Mark. We'll do it again. This dude's life is on the line, and if you're the defense, what would you rather have? Not have an interpreter or have an interpreter? Would you rather this guy know exactly what he's supposed to hear or not know if he's hearing exactly? No, that's why I'm re-explaining it. But this goes for any court case that you see an interpreter in. Just because they have an interpreter doesn't mean they don't know English. It just means they're not like up to the level of proficiency that the one side or the other would want them to be, and they want them to be able to understand everything that they're asking them and be able to answer in their best, the best they can. So I get it. It's just not his first language.
he snorkeling and looking for the phone, or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastantes. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So, on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No.
¿Pudo seguir observando o tuvo que hacerse cargo de sus zapatos?
Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
Contra Nick, alguien violento contra Nick.
After when the was in the water, estuve en el agua, no.
Repita, por favor, en español.
Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
And it sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so...
Oh, really? Look at this. This person said the translator is trash. He leaves stuff out, and he translated wrong so many times. That's interesting.
You're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And
look, somebody else has said the translator isn't even saying the right stuff. Somebody else just said, dude, what's really going on in there right now?
By the time he's walking to you, agreed?
Antes.
You mean before?
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Que yo le dije que regresara.
That I told him to come back.
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group, or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro.
I'm not sure.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you in your group, or you focus your... Do you see somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else
trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
¿Dedo que apuntaba o un dedo que le echaban?
Dedo que no apuntaba.
Pointing with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
¿Nick estaba cerca de usted?
Iba pasando.
He was going by me.
By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen, stay there, stay there, stay there.
I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea.
I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
Porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk.
Because the person pointing,
hacia mí.
Because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
¿Seguro que esa persona se les acercara hacia usted y hacia mí?
Bueno, yo lo que traté de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro.
I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
And you thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you.
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco.
He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Las palabras, usted usó la palabra que se veía blanco o ojiabierto, con los ojos muy abiertos.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Cuando volteó a ver a Nick, ¿así lo vio?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Había visto a él asustado antes.
Nunca.
Never.
Did he look like he was scared then?
¿Se veía asustado en ese momento?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
¿Ha visto personas cuando están en shock antes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
¿Estaba asustado y estaba en shock?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried about him?
¿Estaba usted por él?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Era su amigo porque mantenerlo aparte de ellos porque estaba preocupado por él.
Sí.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group? You just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, correcto, sí.
No,
sabía qué había pasado.
I mean, yes, it's correct because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So.
Right.
Did Nick stay then with the group at the tubes? Did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you or make any motions to, or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
Que no fuera nada más estar sentado en su llanta, su cámara de llanta.
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada, ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything, no words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue un buen rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá. Hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was.
mundo empezó a bajar.
Me the interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Repita su respuesta, por favor. Repita toda su respuesta, señor, por favor.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema, que hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people, and they were telling people to move and to continue.
And based upon what you saw then, you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Tenemos que ir y siguieron por el río.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, it continued to be quiet?
El río, o sea, cuando siguió flotando por el río, él siguió estando callado.
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
So, recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde o alguien que estaba cortando la soga de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we crossed, we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así, íbamos pasando por aquí, vieron al grupo de nosotros.
They were over here, and we were on the other over here, and then they approached the group of where we were.
And when they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿La policía?
The policeman.
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tienes que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Le dijo a Nick que se fuera con ellos.
Is that a yes?
¿Quiso decir sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
¿Con la policía?
Sí,
Yes.
Caminó normal.
He was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
Yes, we were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone?
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él la segunda vez.
We had, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed?
Please repeat for the interpreter.
The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have, do you know?
Probably like 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No.
No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know where Sergio was at that moment, but yes, I was close.
And you saw Nick in the water, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You never saw Nick do anything to anyone?
No.
No.
You said you were concerned for Nick's safety, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You walked over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told police, I didn't see, we don't know what happened because Nick didn't tell us anything, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you said that multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
You told police multiple times that Nick ran away.
Bueno, en lo que se refiere usted huyendo, corriendo, me refiero a cuando él salió del grupo y vino hacia este lado, para nosotros.
When you're referring to running or running away, I'm referring to when he left that group and approached our group.
When he
on this side.
When he went back to your group, you said he ran back to your group, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told that to police multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
So you remember him running back to your group.
O sea, no diría yo corriendo, simplemente venía hacia el grupo, caminando a prisa, pero no, I don't know. Venía de regreso hacia el grupo.
I mean, he didn't come running, he was walking fast, he was just coming back.
He actually just walked casually back.
Objection.
Right?
What's the objection?
Vague as to the use of the word casual.
It's overruled. He can answer if he understands. Do you understand the question?
No, no entiendo la pregunta.
No, I don't understand the question.
You need to rephrase then.
He wasn't walking fast back to your group, was he?
Él no iba caminando.
Él venía caminando.
He was walking.
But not quickly, right?
No, no.
No, no.
And then after he walked past you, you told police the groups were fighting each other.
Bueno, yo no puedo decir exactamente si estaban peleando, simplemente como estaban todo el mundo gritando y eso, no sabemos exactamente lo que estaba pasando ahí.
I couldn't say they were fighting. Everybody was shouting. We didn't know what was happening there.
But what you told police was that the groups were fighting each other after Nicolae left.
No recuerdo en estos momentos, pero puede, desde mi punto de vista, a ver las discusiones que tenían allí, puede ser que yo pensé, o puede ser que estaban peleando, o puede ser no.
I don't remember right now, but in my opinion, because of the way they were talking and they were loud, they may have been fighting.
You didn't see any injuries on Nick when he walked back, right?
No.
No.
And your group stayed at the sandbar for a while because Eric was helping with the victims, right?
No sé.
I don't know.
Was Nick helping with the victims? Was Eric helping with the injured?
No sé.
I don't know.
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nick said, let's go, right?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nicolae Miu said, let's go.
No.
No.
When you got to the exit, there was a lot of police there, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
There wasn't any belligerent people approaching you or anything like that?
No podría decirle si personas acercándose no, simplemente cuando va saliendo del río sabe que van personas adelante y van personas detrás. ¿A qué se refiere usted?
I couldn't tell you if there were people approaching us or getting closer to us. There were people in front, there were people behind us. I don't know what you're referring to.
You didn't get threatened or anything when you got out to the exit, right?
No.
No.
When Nick came back to your group, he told you they took my knife, right?
I don't remember.
You told police.
I don't remember.
You told police multiple times they took Nick's knife out of his pocket, right?
Si se lo dije a la policía, está, pero no recuerdo.
If he gave it to the policeman, I don't know. Interpret needs to correct. If I told that to the policeman, maybe, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if Nick told you they took my knife?
I don't remember exactly. She tell me something.
So Nick.
And I don't remember where because when we sit down in the tour, we not talking nothing.
You saw Nick among the group of people when you were walking up, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could see how the group was acting, you could hear them, right?
Sí, estaban gritando toda la gente, yelling people.
Yes, they were yelling.
And when police talked to you about it, you didn't believe Nick stabbed anyone, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And you said, he's a big guy, he was in the army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he was in the army in Romania before coming to the U.S., right?
I'm not sure, o sea, no estoy seguro, pero si dije eso porque en los países comunistas el servicio militar es mandatorio. So, él vive en un país comunista, yo vivo en un país comunista, al servicio nos mandan obligados.
I'm not sure if I said that, but I know that he comes from a communist country and the military service is mandatory. I come from a communist country too, where you have the mandatory military service.
And you answered questions about Nick had his knife because he used it to cut ropes. He was going to use it at the beginning and going to use it at the end. Do you remember that?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you told police that you thought Nicolae put his knife back in the vehicle before floating down the river, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you also told police you never saw Nicolae with a knife on the river, right?
No. Bueno, cuando hablamos del río, solamente lo vi con la navaja al principio cuando se amarraron todos los tubos.
No, well, when we were in the river, I only saw him with the knife at the beginning when we were tying the tubes.
When Nicolae got back to the tubes after he walked past you, did you walk back to the tubes?
I'm sorry, please, the interpreter needs a repetition.
Nicolae walked past you, going back to the tubes, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he didn't say anything to you then?
I don't remember because I pay attention to the guy point to us and I say, stay there, stay there. I don't want it coming to us.
Nicolae didn't ask for your help or anything?
¿Ayuda cuándo?
Help when?
Ever. He never yelled for help, right?
Yo no vi nada hasta que la señora me dijo que estaba en problema.
I didn't see anything until the lady told me that he was in trouble.
You also didn't hear him yell anything, right?
No.
No.
When Nicolae got back to the tubes, did you walk back to the tubes too?
Sí.
Yes.
No one followed you, right?
No, en el momento que él pasó así, al lado mío que iba para la balsa, yo estuve quizás unos segundos parado ahí con la persona que nos estaba apuntando y yo le decía stay there, stay there, stay there. Hasta después de eso yo me regresé a la balsa.
When Nick, he was walking by me on this side, I stayed standing there and I told the guy who was approaching us, stay there, and pointing. And then I followed Nick.
You didn't answer my question. I asked, when you walked away, nobody followed you, right?
Que yo recuerde, no.
As far as I remember, no.
Si estoy de espalda no puedo ver.
If I'm walking, I can't see from my back. I can see in the back.
And once Nicolae got back to the tubes, he put on his shirt, right?
Rumble in the house.
Correcto.
Correct.
This guy disemboweled a 17-year-old. That's what this case is
And
about.
you didn't see what happened
and he
before
killed one.
Nick. You saw Nick in the water, right?
Oh, he killed the 17-year-old. He disemboweled the adult. Never mind.
No.
No.
So you don't know if he did something violent before you saw him in the water?
No.
No.
You said Nick appeared very scared, worried after he walked back, right?
Sí, es normal.
Yes, it's normal.
And you'd never seen him scared like that before, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And he wasn't smiling, right?
¿Cómo?
He wasn't smiling?
So they're harassing him.
No.
No.
They were calling him a pedo and a rapist for no
You wouldn't expect
reason.
him to be smiling if he was afraid, right?
But a drunk,
¿Quién se va a reír en medio de un problema?
high
Who's going to smile
teenagers.
when you're in the middle of trouble?
And they ended up learning not to fucking
I want to show you some
fuck with
frames.
adults
Why don't we
that
break here for
day.
lunch, since there seems to be more questions. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. Same reminders, no independent investigation, no research. Do not speak with
I
anyone.
mean,
including
wait, maybe we
yourselves,
can just
about
watch.
this case.
Let's watch this thing again.
resume at
Anybody who
1 p.m.
hasn't seen the whole video. Actually, can I just roll back my own thing where I just watched it earlier, just rewatch me watching it? So I don't have to explain anything that I feel about it. That'd be nice. Is that it?
And good morning
We don't
again.
need that. We don't need that. We don't need that shit. No. Alright, let's see. Just get this over here. Boom. Okay, earlier. This over here. Go back here. Go back for this guy. After this lady.
En su casa.
To get there next year. Continue to wait with on. We are on the Fraz.
Oh, it's back here.
But no cars.
This is shit.
YouTubers out there that day. She is Spanish
Oh,
speaking. She does have the assistance of an interpreter in court today. But why don't, as we wait?
Right hand, she will administer the.
Wait, where is it? How long ago was that, man? I've been here too long.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No.
Ah, viene del agua, normal.
Just normal. He was coming from the water, just normal.
And what was the
Apparently that didn't even happen.
to bride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet.
Bro, when was that? Oh, here it is. I ran up with. It was so long ago now. Just 2 hours ago. Wow. Almost 2.5 hours ago. Heard that. Why this happened? Get out of here, lady.
At 9:40.
Dude, he definitely said 9:40, little twerp. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What's wrong with y'all, homie? He's on
Wait, this guy's retarded. Alright, gotta.
wanted to get the.
Where is it? Don't I watch the whole thing?
Guy's retarded.
Wait, I do. I rewind it.
What is he on? Whoa! Get away! Oh God! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What?
Look, they even knew he lost his shit because that kid goes, "Ha ha! You just lost your snorkel." Did you hear that? That's the first time I had heard that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Right there.
Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Scripting. He's on snorking. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
And they do. They keep walking towards him, dude. They could have went around him, and instead they just walk like. Yeah, they could have moved these things out of the way. It's like kind of intimidating. He's trying to not move too far out of where the damn snorkel would be, right? It wouldn't. The snorkel's not going to go over here. It's going to be right in line to where he dropped it. It's going to kind of gradually come to him because he made sure to run ahead of the current.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes.
And then they're cheering because these people are coming over to add to them yelling at this guy as if they need any help. None of them seem like they need any help at all. They're having a great time fucking with this guy. For the culture, they're all like hyping up the fact that they're getting backup adults now to give him shit.
Who is that? For the culture!
And he's trying to explain to her something right now. He was trying to tell her something. It looked like. You see how he looked like he's talking.
For the culture!
Right there. He's trying to say. He's trying to signal them to her like, nah, dude, nah, like something. Like, don't listen to them, right? But she still comes over and berates him and screams at him to get the fuck out of there. As if, like, he is causing some sort of trouble just because he ran up on him.
Culture! Who is that?
And he's not drunk. He's not drunk. They're drinking. They're celebrating a birthday party. These people are definitely all fucked up. They've got urinalysis or whatever. They got their blood checked. So they know what they're looking like. And he was definitely not drunk. Well, according to everybody that was in his group, he actually only had 2 beers. I don't know. Did they not blood test him too? Have we not got to that part yet? Maybe not. Maybe they're going to bring that up whenever he takes a stand.
Go! It doesn't matter. Go now.
Yeah, and then he's trying to explain himself, and she's like, "It doesn't matter. Go." How fucked up is that? How mad, dude? I would start boiling a little bit right now. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck is this lady? Why are these kids fucking with me? My friends are too far away from me right now. They're not giving me any backup. They don't know what's going on. I'm just looking for a fucking phone over here. Yeah, maybe I should have ran up with these people, but they were pissing me off, screaming on the river, saying I was a raper and a pedo. You know, so yeah, I got a little stupid. I ran up on him, but that's not against the law to do that. You know what I mean? He didn't strike anybody. He didn't threaten anybody. He just ran up on him for a second. Gave him a little startle. You know what I mean? So then...
Bro, he said he was looking for a little girl!
See that? Boom. He said that again. He went there again with it, dude, about the little girl shit. For no reason. Boom. That's when it snapped. That's when it was game over. Not completely, but that's when he wasn't fucking having the shit anymore.
You're looking for a little girl? Yeah!
And then they all hit him with it. You're looking for little girls? Because, like, they bullied this dude. This is some high school bullying bullshit is what they did to a grown-ass adult, and other adults co-signed it. I agree. Not only did they co-sign it, they put their hands on him, trying to get him to leave.
He's We're us out. I didn't have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem?
Now he's saying he's got it on camera that he said some shit about some little girls. So these people are hearing that. He doesn't have anybody having his back. And now she's going to start touching him. He's like trying to get his friends to come help.
We trying to have fun.
And at the same time as he's waving at them, he's letting all these people know, look, I'm with these people over here, man. I'm separated from my group right now. Look, I'm not just some weirdo out here by myself. I'm with these people. Nobody noticed him waving at his friends. Like, hey guys, what do they think he's waving at? Just random people over there? Hey, random people, you think they really just want to assume that this dude's nuts, dude, just completely nuts out there, just snorkeling by himself, waving at random people and shit, and just fucking causing a ruckus.
He's in the table! We don't want this
And now, oh, can you imagine this type of situation? They're all pointing and shit and screaming that you're a pedo, all this shit, and you're just over there trying to help somebody find their fucking phone? Now she's putting her hands on him. He's got the knife in his hand at this point. Because he's hoping probably that somebody will see it and be like, oh shit, he's got a knife. Maybe we shouldn't fuck with this guy. Right? I mean, wouldn't that what most people do? Even when they all of a sudden you pull a knife out and they see it in your hand, they're like, oh shit, he's got a knife. Hey, y'all, get away from this guy. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have been like, yeah, I got a knife. He would not have done that. I don't think he would have done that. He wouldn't have done. He wasn't trying. He didn't menace anybody with it. It wasn't until they started putting their hands on him. Actually, he had to get punched multiple times before he actually used it. 3 times while he was down in the water, even twice while he was down. Hit twice when he was down, didn't he? At least once. The knife, he just took the knife out right there. You can see something happening right there. So when he looks over at them like, y'all better stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with me. No, let's not do this right now. Everybody's just, no, nobody's worried. Nobody's threatened. Nobody feels like they're in fear. They're fucking with them. They're bullying. They're stupid ass pink ass shorts. Boom. He touched somebody. He actually might have accidentally touched somebody because she was pushing on him over and over. So they pushed him over into the water. I think that was actually a punch, though, that made him fall over. There was another hit. Slapped the shit out of him. Like, you could hear the fucking slap. It was so hard. You can hear it. It's like... You can hear that shit. Push him down again. Everybody's fucking hysterical. Tonight, here it comes. Here it comes. What would you do right now? You're about stabbing yourself almost, falling down with this knife in your hand. And that's my main point right there. Imagine people pushing you over repeatedly in a river with rocky bottom, and you have a knife in your hand. Dude, it's so scary to fall with a knife when you're on the ground. You know what I mean? You fall with some scissors in your hand. It's fall with a pencil in your hand. It's scary. This dude's falling over with a knife in his hand. They keep pushing him over, but it's his only protection in case he really needs it. And fight or flight kicked in, man. You know what I'm saying? Imagine, that's dangerous shit, falling over with a knife in your hand. Dude, they could have hurt him just from that. They should have seen that he had a knife in his hand before they started pushing him over and shit, dude. That's why they're liable for this shit, and that's why everybody is on the same page with he hit her, because if he didn't hit her and they caused this, then they are the reasons why all this happened, and they could be brought up on charges possibly. And like some sort of, I don't know what the word is for it, but there's a word for it, where you cause someone to die. And dude, he's been locked up for 2 years over this shit. That's why he's so skinny now. Yeah, like secondarily, like you didn't actually, you weren't the person that stabbed somebody, but if it weren't for your actions, that person wouldn't have died, type thing. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a minimum going to be extreme civil lawsuits against a lot of these kids. Fucking good luck with their tuition fund that they were going to have and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Hopefully. Are they able to be sued because it happened when they were minors, though? Damn, do they get away with it completely because they were minors? Dude, I've said it before. And when it comes to being able to drive... Or no, not being able to drive, but being able to use like alcohol, smoke cigarettes, smoke weed, that stuff. Yeah, there needs to be an age restriction. You have to be a certain age. But I think to be prosecuted as an adult, it should be lowered now because kids are acting more like adults because the social media has emboldened them to do shit and get away with it because they're minors. Too many young people are doing dumb shit nowadays. They need to be seen as adults in the court system at a younger age. Then they would be much less likely to want to risk their adult criminal record with doing really stupid shit. You know? Now that parents aren't able to beat their kids anymore, the law has to do it somehow. Actually, you know what I mean? Kids used to be scared that they would do some dumb shit and they'd get home and they would get their ass whipped. They're not scared of that anymore. They're not scared of anything. They're not, because the laws don't matter for them. You get your ass beat, and that way you don't have to deal with the laws fucking you up in your adult life. The ass beating took care of that. Now what's taking care of it? Nothing. They're running amok. Too bad the kid had to die, man. Too bad people had to get stabbed and shit for motherfuckers to not mess with somebody. Parents can be sued, but he could have easily fallen on his own knife multiple times through all that and killed himself from them pushing him over and punching him and shit. But there's no video. There's no video of the punch, of him punching her. There's no marks on her face. They were telling the wrong side of the face when they said this side of the face hurt. All their stories changed from open hand slap to closed fists. Yeah, all their memories got better years later.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real? Wait, that's not bark! That's not bark! That's not bark!
That dude's a football player / wrestler screaming like that. Bro. Okay. And the main instigator for the whole thing. Hardcore wrestler.
Obviously difficult to watch.
The main instigator for the whole thing was the biggest bitch of them all. He didn't even get hurt. Instigator for the whole thing was the biggest bitch of them all. He didn't even get hurt. Bitch of them all. Alright.
People to move away from him, and then he...
Oh, you want to watch this guy? This guy's from the other day. He's a doozy. He's the first witness I started watching before I was streaming this. I noticed this was going, this was live. So yeah, like most of us have seen that chick. But I say chick loosely for her. She has an Adam's apple. She's right there.
He had hit Maddie in the face. I saw someone else hit him, and I wasn't sure who. I saw him fall into the water, and my intention was, because I used to work at elementary schools and had experience breaking up fights with little kids and stuff like that, so my intention was to go over there and try and break it up. I saw him in the water and I saw people going around him, so I went to push his shoulder in the front, but ultimately didn't.
It's hilarious how this dude equates dealing with a grown-ass man to dealing with fucking toddlers at a preschool. Like, that's another problem these kids have. They don't see adults as adults. They see adults as one of them. Until it suits them to see otherwise. Like whenever they are like, oh, the adults are coming over to help us. You know what I mean? You remember how it was when you were a kid, right? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 15. You go through the phase when you're younger. Everybody does. Well, that's gotten worse. Social media has emboldened kids to fucking act retarded. Actually, because they have self-help groups that are like, am I retarded? No, you're not retarded. You're just one of us. You're a kid, man. Go kids. We're a part of the gang. There's a fucking gang now, dude. Like, I feel like kids took bullying out of high school into the real world. Now they bully everywhere. There are kids in that chat. There are kids in this chat. There are kids on Reddit. There are kids everywhere bullying people. We don't know that they're kids. Like, remember in 2020 when we had the George Floyd riots and everything, and we have all the trolls in chat and shit, riling things up to people that were super racist, maybe even. Oftentimes, those were probably fucking kids, dude. And we're letting like middle schoolers and high schoolers depict what the news is about. I mean, look at Antifa. Most of it was kids.
I'm going to try and just get him to stay down for another second and then tell everyone to back up, and then we could have figured out what was going on. But as I reached down to push him in the shoulders...
Kids, they'd be charged like adults.
I guess, I don't know if you call it a stab, but got me with the knife.
Where they're doing adult crimes.
What was your injury?
Like, here's what I mean by that. Like, it's one thing if a kid, say, goes and steals a pen or some candy or I don't know, like something small. That's
a bunch of bodies together. I didn't see anything specific. And those
it's not really not really a big deal. It's another thing if you got a fucking group of kids shoveling shit inside of a trash bag and walking out like Santa Claus. That's an adult offense. That's not a kid offense. Now you're in adult territory. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Stealing a car, adult offense. You get charged as an adult for that, 16 and up. Something like that. Or something like, what's another childish offense that a kid might do? I don't know, throwing a rock at a window. Throwing a rock at a window and breaking some glass or something. That's one thing. You break all the glass in a house, that's an adult offense. Or you burn a house down, adult offense. Like you shoot a BB gun through a window, that could be considered a minor kid offense. Unless you actually shoot somebody in the house with the BB, adult offense. That make sense? You cause injury or harm to somebody, or it hits a certain threshold of like monetary loss, or something like. We need to revamp our judicial system just as much as we need to revamp our immigration system, probably, because it's been a while. Everything's changed when it came about. We didn't have all this, so like we didn't have the apps where these people can become new American citizens almost, right, and stuff, you know, like everything's changed. I don't remember this guy. You guys? Actually, now that I'm seeing this, when was this interview? Are we back in court? It's not saying that it was on Wednesday. Oh no, it was. I don't remember this guy. I don't think we saw him. I'll rewind him.
You said you never saw the knife, correct?
Correct.
You went over there, you must have seen some things, correct?
What do you mean by that?
Well, we saw the slide where you walk over and you're kind of coming over late compared to when everybody else is there. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you...
Are you saying they shouldn't be charged or they should charge? I said minors, they should change the laws so that minors can be tried as adults for more crimes than they are. Like nowadays, it's like you got to kill. They have to kill somebody for them to be tried as an adult. It's got to be super, like Hannibal Lecter or something. Oh my God, this kid's a monster. We got to lock him up for life. But I think that kids should be prosecuted as adults for smaller crimes if they hit a certain threshold. Otherwise, they're tried as a minor still. If it's more of a kiddie type crime. But if they're getting into like organized crime with gangs and stuff, maybe that should be an adult. Like, because gangs are using kids all over the world. They're using them in Mexico. Here's what happens in Mexico. Because, I mean, this is just another example of it. It's not just here that this kind of shit's happening. Kids will be used to help traffic immigrants into our country. They learn the routes. They learn how Border Patrol, like, they learn a lot because they just go back to America, okay? Stop messing up. If they were an adult doing the same thing, we prosecute them for it. We give them a record that sticks with them for life. Makes it much harder for them to ever become an American citizen with stuff like that, you know? Once they turn into an adult, they start actually muling drugs across our border and doing more. Like, they get paid much more. The cartel is like, hey, well, you're not a minor anymore. Let's do this now. They switch it up. Well, if they would get charged as adults at a younger age, they wouldn't be able to recruit them into the cartel at such a young age to use them as the mules for the immigrants. And then, therefore, maybe wouldn't end up getting them in the adult cartel. Well, the same thing's happening here with our gangs. They're recruiting youngsters to do their dirty work, sometimes murders, because their fingerprints aren't on file. Their kids are harder to track down because they don't have as many people that know them in the community and whatnot. I don't know. It's an idea, dude. It will never happen. What do you guys think? Stricter. Well, I think it has a lot to do with social media, them using kids, because the same reason that pedos are running rampant now. It gives them a place to find what they're looking for. Like, gangsters are able to. Maybe they meet up with people through social media. We already know that a lot of these kid meetups are organized through places like Snapchat, TikTok. And if it weren't for those, they wouldn't have the power they have. We have given kids the same amount of power that adults have. We gave them a platform to speak to the masses. They didn't have that 20 years ago, dude. Imagine 20, 30 years ago, as a kid, trying to be like, hey, y'all, let's meet up out here. How would you do that? How would you do that? With a megaphone outside your house? Hey, guys! What are you going to do? Hey, call your friend up to get them to meet up here. Hardly anybody would show up compared to now. You get tons of just random strangers showing up to events. And kids have that much power. Yeah, adults have it too, and at the same time, maybe that should be stifled a little bit for adults to be able to do that. Because look at the type of violent stuff that happened with Antifa, and those were adults that are organizing those events, and they got well organized due to social media. There should be laws against maybe organizing events like that through social media that have violence, breaking windows, or the people that organize it should be like the first person that's like, hey, y'all, let's all meet up here and cause some trouble. That person should get charged as a fucking adult, maybe, because they're starting something that they probably don't get any trouble for it at all for doing that either. Hey, y'all, let's all meet up here. Whoop-de whoop. They have some code that they put that the people know it's going to get crazy. Something. We got to change, dude. Instead of make it, because here's the thing. The kids are making it so that we have more laws on the adults. For instance, out here in California, we just have the mall out here in Torrance, Del Amo Mall, has made it so to get in after a certain amount of time, or after a certain time at night, like I think it's 5 o'clock or something, you have to show fucking ID to go to the mall. And yeah, that's cool. It's keeping the kids out at least. They have to be chaperoned. But what a pain in the ass, man. Now the adults have to stand in a line and show an ID to get in, and the kids caused that. They made it, and they're probably laughing their asses off about it. Haha, look what we did. So it's punishing us for some shit that kids are doing instead of punishing the kids. Why are we getting punished? It's like TSA, how we got punished for 9/11, kind of. I mean, I get that more, though. But
come over, at some point you see who you now know as Mr. Miu get hit, correct?
Yes.
And you see it's your brother that's hitting him, correct?
I didn't at the time.
Okay, you just knew somebody had hit him, correct? And you said, I was yelling at people to back up, I was yelling at everyone, not just one side or the other. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
And let's just talk about the sides here for a moment, okay? On the one side, there was 13 people, agreed?
I didn't know at the time, but now I do, yes.
And on the other side, there was Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And so when you approach, you see Mr. Miu, the member of one, he got hit, correct?
At the time, I didn't know who had gotten hit. I just was telling everyone to separate.
Sure. You saw a person that got hit, correct?
Yes.
And that person was Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And that person was down in the water, correct?
Yes.
And
I
people
don't know what time they're going to be back. This is
on the other
Wednesday.
side continued to hit Mr. Miu, the one person that was down in the water, correct?
By the time I was over there, I didn't see that. I was just separating people.
Whatever it was you saw, at that point, you were yelling, back up.
All right, I don't care about this. I don't hear this.
1 minute mark.
Okay. Just kind of formalities that I'd like to everyone know before I ask them questions. I wasn't there, right? So I don't know. Frequently when I talk to people, they say he, she, things like that. If you know their names, please use your name. If it's the person that stabbed you, I'm fine with you using whatever term you want. A lot of people have been saying
The older guy in the cardinal shorts. I don't know how this is.
that's perfect. And then if you can add as much detail as you can, even if you think it's something that I don't care about, I might.
I can tell you I don't remember much, but I'll tell you everything I do remember.
Okay. And then also, if I say something that's incorrect, feel free to stop me. Say, nope, that's not correct, and correct me, okay? And then if I ask you a question that you don't know the answer to, perfectly acceptable.
Why is he holding his side?
I don't want you to just give me an answer because I think I want to hear it, okay? Now, it sounds like I just learned that we do have.
Look how big he, like this dude's not a small dude. You see, like, he look like he might be a little wrestler too or something, dude. Because I see people in this chat over here, they're like, oh, big tough grown man feels all badass beating up 140-pound high schoolers. I don't know if these people were 140 pounds. They look to be a little heavier than that. I mean, wait, wasn't Christian Bale like 140 pounds in The Machinist? Oh, he's 120. Never mind, it's a big difference.
Which is good, but I still want to
How do you do
talk
that,
to people
man?
and ask them.
I think it was drugs and
their
series
of events as they portray them.
Okay? I think he drank.
So
he
we
drank
just kind of
alcohol
start
and didn't
from
That's what he said.
the beginning, go through the middle, all the way to the end with as much detail as you can.
Well, like I said, I don't remember.
20 years ago, kids probably would have helped him find his goggles. Like 20 years ago, at least 30 years ago, they would. Like 20 years ago in the mid-2000s, probably also, actually, yeah, because 9/11 had just happened and we were closer as a country. Yeah, probably. Fuck, Simon! What? You're retarded.
A lot, but what I remember from the
You
start,
you just kept staring at me, dude.
And we were all in our tube at that time.
Oh,
well, not all of us. Some were just standing up in their tube because it was shallow water. And we just heard someone scream help, and Dad taught us, you know, someone screams help, go help. And so my little brother ran over,
And your little brother is Dante.
Sorry, I apologize. Dante Carlson, he ran over, and as soon as I saw him run over, I got up and started to run over because he's just my little brother. And when I got up out of my tube, my friend AJ Martin, the one that had his stomach sliced open, he ran with me, and he got there before me, and he tried to grab the guy, and the guy, I thought he just punched him, but he swung and sliced his stomach, and then I went to go and grab his arm because I didn't want to like have him punch me, and like I didn't even know there was a knife in his hand, and I like went to grab his hand. His hand stopped, like I stopped his hand here, and I felt something help me, but I had adrenaline rushing through me, so I didn't really think twice of it, and I punched the guy and like ran away from him, and I turned around and I see my friend like literally with his stomach like in his hands, and I ran over to help him.
And that was AJ?
Yep, AJ, sorry. And I went and grabbed AJ, like there was, I don't remember who was with me, there was some girl, just a random girl that came with, and she came over and helped carry him to the shore practically, and like lay him down, and just I sat with him, kept his head held up, and then that was pretty much it.
Oh, maybe he took his blood for the to see if he was drunk. And they missed the vein on this side, so they had to take it from the other side. It's a weird. I mean, that could be it. They'd take it from there.
The paramedics came by and they took him, and then they took me, and that's all I remember. But I know it's not a lot, or I wish I could help more. But.
Why, and I don't mean this in a demeaning way or whatever, but why do you think that you can't remember a lot? Just the stress, the trauma? Did you get some medication or something?
Yeah, I took Keppra, and I have seizures. Okay. And so like the entire time that it was happening, I was like on the verge of having a seizure. I know every time I have one, I just don't remember anything.
How convenient.
I was blanking.
Bullshit! You motherfuckers were all blackout drunk out there. That's what I think. What's his BAC?
How do you feel right now? Do you feel okay now?
I mean, I'm fine. I took my Keppra and everything, and I just, I'm just shaking. But I'm fine though.
And where were you? Let me get to my right page. I assume your injuries are all bandaged up now, right?
Yeah, he just got me right here with it, and then I think that's like what happened when I like went to block it, and then when he like tried to actually grab it, and that's when I pushed his hand down. That's when it hit me right here, and I can't tell what's up with him.
Sheesh, you got lucky, buddy.
You might be a little bit.
But yeah, and then they couldn't stitch it completely closed because otherwise it could cause infection and such. So they just put 2 stitches in it and called it good.
Because it's not that bad.
They said that my ribs stopped the knife, I guess, from entering anymore.
Do you mind if I take a quick photo of that?
The ribs stopped the knife. Hold up.
Andrea Baldazo,
I want to see that.
Baldazo.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where do you work?
Fairview Lakes in Wyoming. I don't know at what point it was lost.
Gotta wait for them to come back now. She's the lip lady. Everybody's got to drink every time she smushes her lips together. You better get ready. You're about to be drunk as shit. Boom, drink. Boom, drink. Oh, that's a long drink. Drink. Wait for it. You poured another one, right? Drink. Get another one ready. Are you ready? Drink. Get another one ready. Get another one ready. Get a fucking another one ready! I'm sorry, Simon. I didn't mean. Come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. I can't even act. I can't be like Dr. Disrespect when I stream. Simon gets all scared. I watched that Gran Turismo movie last night. It's pretty good. It's based on true events, so I fact checked some of the stuff in it.
We got someone who can't move. Yep, come on up.
Did you hear that? I wanted to let people hear that again for people that hadn't seen this part. This is when the Simon, come on, bro. This is when the cops first show up. Listen to what she says.
Come on, you come up here. Go help him. Please. Yep, come on up. We got someone. We got someone who can't move.
He punched me in the face, she says right there.
We got someone who can't move.
He punched me in the face. Okay, let's think about this right now for a second, y'all. See, it's in their best interest right now to not have started this whole thing. No one saw her get punched in the face. You see people disemboweled on a river right now, literally dying. Blood the river is turning red. And like no joke, y'all saw it. She comes up on the bank, and the first thing she tells the officer is he punched me in the face, and she has no wounds at all. Doesn't even look like she's hurt at all. And her first thing that she thinks to say is that she got punched. And here's my theory on why she did that. Because she wanted to remember to keep her story straight from the very beginning. She wanted to make sure the cops got that from the very beginning so that they have an alibi. They have like this is why I don't have it. Look, she said she got punched in the face right there, first thing. Why would she have said that if she didn't? I don't believe it. Why would she say that at all? When you got people dying out there, wouldn't the first thing you say to the cop is, oh my God, people are dying out there? Would you be worried about you getting punched in the face when there's nothing even wrong with your face? I've cared less about my mom busting my lip than she cared about that. Like, you know what I mean? The fuck? How are you going to care about your face? Your very beautiful little face.
Come on up. We got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
That was a big tell for me.
Yes, we got officers up there.
That was a big tell for me that she did that. She felt the need to bring up her face being hurt. They all knew by then that if she wasn't hurt, then they just caused mayhem and people to get severely injured. They know that. They're smart enough to know that. You know why? They all work at a bar. They all work at a bar. Okay, bouncers at a bar. They don't want to get in trouble, right? They know that there has to be there's a use of force. A bouncer is able to give a certain use of force depending upon what's going on in the bar, right? And the bartenders, the owners probably tell them, look, you can't punch these people unless they punch you first. That's got to be a thing, dude. The reason why that lady ran up to them first is because she was sent there as if she was an employee, because the owner of the bar is the one that told them to go over there. You know he's told them before, don't put your hands on someone, don't punch somebody unless they punch you first. You can't, because I don't want to get sued as a business. She put them same rules into effect there because she knows it's going to work like that in public too. And that's why it's the first thing she thought about. I had to make this look like we had the right to do this. She cared more about herself and them not getting in trouble than she did about the people that were dying. They weren't over there trying to help. They were trying to have some fun while they were drunk and fuck with the guy. Yeah, they might have had good intentions at first, but they didn't listen to his story when he was trying to tell them. She said, it doesn't matter. Get the fuck out of here. That's not trying to help. That's not trying to resolve the situation. That's acting like a bouncer that already knows the situation. They didn't know shit. Bro, they're guilty. They're all guilty. They're all fucking guilty of lying on the stand for one, and they should be brought up on charges for that. Saying that their memory's better 2 years after the fact. Unreal, ain't it? This really could be a movie, dude. Some a true crime movie. Because I seriously think that they're all lying intentionally to try to save each other's asses so that they don't have this on their conscience for the rest of their life. Those stupid jack-off fucking kids don't want to fucking feel that they're the reason why their friend is dead. So they'd rather this guy do life in prison. Man, dude, if he ends up going to prison for this, there's no way he's going to get first-degree murder. But they might get him with some involuntary manslaughter or some shit. Like he didn't mean to kill somebody, but he did. And he might get like a couple of years, and maybe his time served will be almost what his sentence is. If it's a lower conviction like that. But if he ends up getting charged with this will only further embolden our youth of this country to act a fool towards adults, calling them pedos at a willy-nilly whenever they want, calling them rapists whenever they want, drinking and smoking all together, getting blood alcohol contents of double the legal limits. It'll only encourage that. If he gets away with, or if he gets locked up for this, for murder. Just like with Kyle Rittenhouse's thing, that is going to embolden more youth to get out with guns if anything like that ever happens in our country again. There are going to be more Kyle Rittenhouses now. Because they know they can get away with that. Well, at least in Wisconsin. Which is where we're at now with these kids. It's almost as if the Kyle Rittenhouse trial emboldened all youth of Wisconsin for everything. Well, if Kyle got away with that, shit. Well, we can get away with this, probably. We'll see. We're waiting right now on them to come back. This is Thursday's footage they're showing right now. They're at lunch. They'll be back in 16 minutes. Kyle shouldn't have been there, dude. I'm still standing with Kyle. Didn't have any reason to be there. That should have been an adult. Should have been in his spot. None of the other adults did what he did, and the only reason he did what he did is because he got separated from the adults. No kid should be roaming this fucking city. No, dude, I'm not crazy. I was in the military. I was trained to fuck with guns. I wasn't just trying to be a cowboy at 17 years old. No, it wasn't fully justified. He shouldn't have been there with a gun. Yeah, the court said it's fully justified, but I'm not the only one that feels he shouldn't have been there. Kids are emotionally unstable. They're not properly trained. And for those two main reasons, he shouldn't have fucking been there with a gun. A long rifle. Semi-automatic. Roaming the streets by himself, surrounded by a fucking group of hooligans. He shouldn't have fucking been there. He might have been justified in the court, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he shouldn't have fucking been there. Yeah, they destroyed the gun. He was still not guilty. I get that he wasn't guilty, dude. I get that he wasn't guilty. But do you want a bunch of vigilante fucking teenage high schoolers roaming our cities? Hoping that they're in their right every time they do something stupid? He got very lucky with that case. It was a wobbler. You know, people didn't know which way it was going to go. This one, I think people are more leaning towards him. He's not a first-degree murderer. But the Kyle Rittenhouse case, we were like, I don't know, because he said some fucked up shit weeks prior when he was looking at that Walgreens. I wish I had my gun when he was watching it get looted. He said really weird shit like that. This guy hasn't said, man, I wish I had my knife right now when he's talking about some teenagers. Now people would be like, oh shit, what the fuck is this guy? He might actually be trying to kill teenagers. Let's keep that in mind. Bill, fuck you. Why do you always have to try to argue with me, dude? Why? Why? The cops don't give a fucking shit, dude. It has nothing to do with the fucking cops. It has to do with the people that are in charge of the cops. The mayor of the city, usually, is the one that's going to be telling the fucking chief of police or whatever what he wants. And chief of police is going to be listening. It's not the cops. It's our government, period. It's the administration that's in charge of with that city or that state. I think the actual the cops are just doing what they're able to do. I'm sure if the cops would have been able to do more, they probably would have done more in Kenosha. But they're being told to hold back. I agree with you there, dude. But we still don't need... Why was a kid there? Why was a kid there? Separated from the adults with a long rifle. Just running around. There was plenty of adults already there that seemed to have their shit together. They were ex-military. They were making call-outs. They were staying tight, keeping it together, not shooting anybody. And they were surrounded. They were surrounded, extremely intimidated, more than once, by the crowd. They didn't even fire a round off because they knew better. They had better control. The crowd, the mob, took advantage of that. They saw that he was a youth. They knew that they could push him. They knew that he was unstable emotionally because the fucking hormones are raging. You could tell he was a youngster, dude. And they took advantage of that. And that's why he shouldn't have been there. Because the mob is going to try to, just like this guy. They saw him as some weak dude that, kind of flabby, not all muscular, like these kids did to this guy. Bunch of wrestlers and football players in their prime, 17, 18, 20 years old. But since he didn't get convicted of that, it has emboldened more teenagers to do shit like Kyle Rittenhouse did. Or other stuff. Because they're like, hey, we'll get away with it. Kids got to start getting in more trouble, man. Because parents aren't allowed to spank them anymore. If parents aren't allowed to spank them, and the government's not punishing them by putting something on their record, what's keeping them from doing dumb shit and bullying us? Bullying us adults. What's keeping kids from bullying adults? Used to, you bully an adult and your parents catch wind of it. you might get bullied a little bit by your dad. I can't even imagine bullying one adult like that. Like I'm trying to think if I've ever done anything like that as a kid. I can't remember it. Surrounding them like that and screaming at them, and at the same time, like can you imagine having a camcorder back in the day too, like filming it? Haha, yeah, guy, fuck you. People don't even think anything of it nowadays, busting a camera out and filming something, and while at the same time instigating a fight with it. They don't think anything of that. It's content. Back in the day, it would have been highly unusual, someone filming that. It would have been like, yo, they're actually messing with this guy. Why are they filming messing with him? What's going on? They're making a bully video or something. Now it's like, hey man, everybody pop your phone out. You gotta pop your phone and record everything, man. Everybody recording the concert. I'll record you recording the concert. You record him recording me record the concert. Ha ha ha. You know how you see all the phones at a concert. Our witnesses saw her get punched from 75 feet away. No one actually saw her get punched. Not that I heard. Wait, except for the people that were in their group, right? Well, yeah, wait, was she the Mexican chick? Somebody did say got punched. Who was that? But they had to clarify whether it was punched or pushed. No, she said pushed, but he needed to clarify whether she meant punched. And she said, I don't know. I think that was that one. Here, man, and the reason to be there, but a dude looking for goggles and a group of kids had a reason. Yeah, he did have a reason. He wasn't looking for the goggles. You don't even know the whole story with this dude. You're like coming. I can't really conversate with you about the case when you don't know much about it. Seems. Dalmatian. He was looking for a phone. He dropped his snorkel and shit whenever he ran up to the kids, and it was underneath their tubes, floating underneath them, and he was trying to wait on it to float to them, but they were moving with the river, so it was staying there. It was like staying with them. He had to stay in front of the tubes. Otherwise, if he moved over here, he wouldn't be able to catch the snorkel that it had just fallen off his head when he ran up to him. And they were laughing about it. Ha ha, you lost your snorkel. Originally, he was looking for someone's phone with the goggles and snorkel, though. Or worse, it's property. What do you mean? At worst, it's property. Because, well, you're saying that he should have just left his shit and ran away from a bunch of punk-ass kids? Why? Rittenhouse wasn't protecting, for one, that wasn't Rittenhouse's property. And, no, he wasn't actually protecting property when he did what he did. He should have been with a group of people that was actually protecting the property. He ran away from the property he was protecting. He was somewhere else. It wasn't property. What do you I'm about to ban you, dude, because you're pissing me off. Are you ready for it? Or should I just ignore this fucking guy? Because you don't know the case, dude. So I'm not trying to explain this whole fucking case to you right now. You came in this morning saying you didn't know anything about it, so why are you acting like you do now? No, it didn't just start all fucking property damage, dude. This one didn't start on fucking property damage. It started on them calling him a fucking rapist and a pedo for no reason. Because he didn't answer them and tell them what he was doing. Had nothing to do with fucking property damage. Had nothing to do with him losing his property. What the fuck? I'm done. I'm done. Somebody else go to Rumble and argue with that dude if you want. Holy shit. They put their hands on him first, dude. When the lady came over to him, she put her hands on him first, telling him, screaming at him to leave, not listening to his story. They put their hands on him in an aggressive manner to push him away from them and telling him to leave. And there's no footage of him putting hands on them like that. That's a lie. I bet she pushed him and he like nudged back like, fucking what are you doing? And then they went ham on him because that's how shit happens in a bar, dude. That's how bouncers in a redneck fucking hillbilly town like this would act, dude. That's how they'd act. You don't even act like you're going to do something to our people. We'll kick your ass. I think that's what happened. He flinched or something. He probably like, or like, fuck off me. Something like that. And like, oh no, you don't make her move. You don't affect her physically at all, boy. You in the wrong river. Bop. And he tried to lay him out. Rittenhouse shot him in the back for the kill shot, dude. That's different with Rittenhouse too. The last shot is what killed that guy in the back of the fucking head as he was falling down. That shot didn't need to happen. He didn't have to kill shot him. See, I watched that entire trial, dude. I actually I was live streaming the night it happened, restreaming the entire night from different angles also. That last one didn't have to happen. This guy didn't kill shot anybody. He didn't go and stab somebody in the back after he had gotten them. He merely stabbed people to get them the fuck away from him. If Rittenhouse would have only shot the guy one time to get him the fuck away from him, that'd have been a little different. He was shooting to kill people. He wanted people dead. At least that first one, he definitely wanted dead. He kill shot him in the back of the head as he was falling down. The pedo dude. R.I.P. blonde pedo dude. I mean, bald pedo dude. That's all I remember about him. I don't remember what the dude's name was. I feel kind of bad, but it is what it is. Sorry, not sorry, buddy. What was he doing anyway? Who the fuck runs after somebody with a gun? You're a little retarded if you do that. Just like these kids were a little retarded for not noticing that this guy had a knife in his hand. He shot him in the back of the fucking head, dude. What are you talking about? It's weak. The evidence is there. They know where the bullet went in. No, I probably brought up Kyle. I think I brought up Kyle. I brought up Kyle when I was saying that kids getting away with shit has emboldened our youth to just do. It was because I was talking about how kids should be prosecuted as adults at a younger age for certain crimes. Not just murder. Because their parents aren't spanking them, and our laws aren't punishing them, so kids are doing whatever they want. Yeah, but Kyle Rittenhouse didn't have to shoot him 3 times. Twice in the chest, once in the back of the head. Did he? That wasn't necessary. That last kill shot wasn't necessary. It'd be the equivalent of this guy, like, stabbing people 3 times each or some shit. Like, going after them and stabbing them. Or even trying to stab them in the neck or the throat. He didn't go after anybody's throats. You know, I know for me, if I'm really trying to fuck somebody up, I'm going to slice right here. You know how... All you need is... That's it. You're dead. You're dead now. If you want to kill somebody, either like right in the throat, because then they're going to choke to death on their blood, or the jugular. It's really that easy. He didn't do that. He was like, get the fuck away from me. It wasn't a kill shot move, dude. I mean, the chest one on Homeboy was. The torso's easy to hit, man. The torso's like a spot where, like, I can hit that easily. You're gonna get the fuck away from me. It's a big mass. You slice somebody's arm or something, they might not stop coming at you. They still got that other arm. Torso, yeah, that's gonna stop somebody. I mean, it did. It stopped 3 people. It stopped them all, actually. Dude, that knife worked better on those kids than Kyle Rittenhouse's rifle worked. Because, dude, he killed that dude, and people were still chasing him, trying to die. The skateboarder trying to hit him in the head and shit. You know, it's interesting because I saw this picture of a SEAL, a bud, in or not bud, been through BUD/S training, in the Middle East. I think it was Afghanistan. He had a big sword on his hip, right? And someone asked, like, "What's the deal with the sword?" Oh no, it was on his back, and it said that due to the fact that most civilians don't have pistols or guns there, they're much more intimidated by swords for some reason. Like, it's more intimidating to get stabbed than it is to get shot there. So every now and then the SEAL has to bust out the sword to get people to get in line. Because they'll be like, oh shit, he's busting the sword out. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how someone explained it in the comments. Made sense. People get their arms chopped off and shit out there for stealing and stuff, I guess. So. It's almost as if people fear knives, though, more than guns. I guess everybody knows what it's like to be cut. Not everybody's been shot. So people are like, I don't want that again. Oh, this is the guy who took the video. I don't know. I'm kind of overhearing these kids though. You want to hear the kid?
St. John's University.
In case you missed this guy.
I'm a member of the football team and the wrestling team.
This is the video of it all.
Business.
That's your major field?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac?
Isaac's one of my best friends.
How long did you know him?
Since middle school.
Were you with Isaac the day that he was killed?
Yes, I was.
With the group of boys that were with Isaac on Apple River on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 years old.
Had you finished high school at that point?
No, I haven't started my senior year yet.
Was it the summer before your senior year?
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Folks all rode over with Alex Bank to the river?
Yes, sir.
You ran to the river edge?
Hey, Joker. What do you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Did you get on the river?
Say it again?
Did you get on the river after you ran into?
Yes, sir.
Dude, it's probably me. Like, YouTube is restricting what you guys can talk about in here because they don't want me having my cult, dude. Fuck, man. How am I gonna get a cult going, y'all? Yo, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Now I'm on some list. I'm definitely on another list now because I said that. Shit. Fuck. Stupid.
You folks drinking alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
I had a few beers.
Do you remember how many?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Were you drinking any hard liquor at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you use any other substances?
Yes.
What kind of substance?
We smoked some marijuana.
Marijuana is everywhere. Where was you brought up?
No, he did not.
Who do you say didn't smoke?
We smoked some marijuana.
Did Isaac Schuman smoke any marijuana?
No, he did not.
The witness is that your tubes are all connected together. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point.
And good afternoon, Paul Bloom checking in from the Fox 9 streaming studios. Just want to make sure you're aware of what is happening here. That is a live television camera in your top left corner of your viewing screen. And the reason why that is there is some kind of delay getting back from lunch. We don't have word from the courthouse exactly what is happening, but there is no testimony being taken right now. Those of you who've been with us,
they might not have anybody.
Judge Waterman does run a very on time.
They're still interviewing somebody, aren't they?
Technical issues this morning, but for some reason they are running at least 8 minutes late right now, getting back to live testimony. Ernesto Torres Chaguez is on the witness stand, but right now in the bottom corner, the bigger double box on your screen is just what I would call highlights or key moments of trial up until this point. We wanted those of you who haven't tuned in for every minute of our gavel to gavel coverage just to be able to get caught up during these lunch breaks. That's what you're doing. Of course, we all know now Jawan Cockfield.
What words are blocked here, Bill?
With Isaac Schuman and the young tubers from Stillwater. They are drinking on the river that day, and he begins rolling his cell phone,
intentionally misspell them,
capturing the video that is so critical to this case. He testified in the moment earlier this week that he absolutely recalled Nicolae Miu saying something about searching for little girls as Miu snorkeled past the group. It prompted him to begin recording, and then that would lead to obviously the verbal taunting and the subsequent physical altercation with Miu eventually pulling out his knife and stabbing 5 people on the river. That is where we are in our taped portion of our trial footage that we're displaying on your screen there. But again, the key screen I want you to focus on, of course, is the seal. You do see some heads moving in. That typically indicates we are just moments away. There's Aaron Nelson's head we are seeing coming into the courtroom. So it means we're awfully close. Again, Ernesto Torres Chaguez on the witness stand as soon as we come back. Worth pointing out, if you weren't with us before lunch, this is not technically a state witness.
It wasn't his phone.
It is a state case.
It was a friend's phone.
But
here's the thing.
Or anything.
Here's the thing. Like, he specifically, here's what's interesting. For one, his wife, I think, only divorced for financial reasons because she still loves him. She says it. She said it in the trial. The thing is, they were about to leave, and she was like, "I don't want to wear my jewelry." Because I've heard that people lose their jewelry in the river, and I don't want to lose my ring. And I don't know if it was her idea or his idea, but they thought to bring the snorkel. He's like, I'm going to bring it and look to see if I can find jewelry in the river, like just on the like other people's jewelry, you know? Which makes sense. That's kind of fun. It's like metal detecting almost, right? I could see myself trying to do that even, you know, fuck, it gets boring on just sitting there talking maybe. You probably talk to these people all the time. You're at the river, do something different. So, anyway, they're listening to music with one of their friends' phones. And they lose the phone, so therefore losing the music, what they were using for music. And yeah, they might not have been worried about him finding it or anything, but hey, he brought the freaking snorkel there, the snorkel and goggles, for that specific reason, just to look for things. And he's like, well, maybe it was heavy enough to have caught because it's inside of a pouch and stuff. Maybe you'll be able to find it. I don't know. So he's doing that. And then the kids started calling him a pedo because he didn't answer them quickly enough when they asked him what he was doing there. And then everything happened after that. Calling him a rapist. Saying that he was there looking for little girls, man. Holy shit. Really? He didn't say that. Maybe he said something sarcastic like, I'm after your girls or something. I doubt he even did something like that, though. I doubt it. Even if he would have. That's okay. They probably misunderstood whatever he said, or they completely made it up. Just for the hell of it. Because they know that calling somebody a pedo is the worst thing you can call somebody. And it'll get everyone's attention on somebody. And it'll fuck with them. Kids use that shit to bully people nowadays. Because they do it in here all the fucking time. I got a dude that does it to me with videos. He makes edits of me. Trying to act like I'm a fucking pedo. Dude, what am I going to do about it? I'm not going to stab anybody over the shit. I don't think he would have either. But I tell you what it does make me want to do sometime. Run up on him and be like, fuck you. Kind of like what he did when he ran up on their tubes. It does make me want to do some shit like that for damn sure. Because what the fuck? What are you doing? I'm not a fucking pedo, asshole. What are you doing? So I can kind of put myself in this guy's shoes because of the trolls that I've had to deal with on YouTube. Primarily YouTube. Nowhere else are they doing that type of shit. You want to make a few bucks? What are you talking about? Who want to make a few bucks? I don't know what I'm playing. I'm playing a random song off Artlist. I have the copyright to this, so it might suck. I'm just like trying to put something in the background a little bit. I'll pick the random one, bro. My keys. You don't have anything to do with your kids because it's too risky? That's kind of weird, Bill. Bro, man, dude, you should call your kids, dude. Come on, man. Well, that's good. Yeah, I'm the same way with like random kids. I'm definitely the same way though. Dude, even on PUBG, if I'm on PUBG and I realize that I'm playing with a high schooler, I'm trying to go. It's not going to be a situation I'm going to enjoy to be in for 25 minutes. The respect is gone. And I know adults are always saying that. Like the adults are always like, "Yeah, man, the youth just doesn't respect us anymore." But that shit happens in times like these. You know? It's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Now that, like, we're paying kids $20 an hour to work at fast food restaurants now, and they think that they deserve it? They think that they fucking deserve a high schooler thinks that they deserve to make what it costs to live on their own, and pay all the bills that an adult, like, really? How is that happening? What the fuck? Man, I remember when I was a kid, I was just happy to make minimum wage, dude. I was like, hell yeah, I'm making $5.50 an hour or whatever it was. I remember getting like a 25-cent raise at the time, and it was like, oh shit! Moving on up, motherfucker, shit. 25 more cents an hour, that's gonna add up. Simon doesn't like me getting all excited like that. He always starts like rubbing his head a bunch and shit. Like I'm getting him a headache. Kind of worries me. But maybe it's just it's loud. Like he's not ready for it. He doesn't know. Like I'm like, imagine being my cat. He's on my lap right now, and like he doesn't know what any of this is. He just knows that I sit here every day and stare at it and talk to him constantly. And sometimes I get really loud when I'm talking to him. Sometimes I scream all of a sudden. He doesn't know why. He's okay with that though. He accepts me for that, and he still sits on my lap. And he's like, "It's me and you. You talk to yourself, talk to me. We just sit here in the chair together." I can understand him scratching his head every now and then when I get excited. He doesn't know what the heck's going on. He doesn't want me to be upset. Oh, buddy. He wants me to pet him, so I'll calm down, maybe. Maybe that's why he does that. He's showing me him petting himself, so I'll pet him. Calm me down, buddy. Buddy. It's funny, this is the only picture they have of her. The girl that supposedly got punched. Right, this is seconds after she got punched. No, actually this is a half a second after she got punched. She supposedly has already been in the water and gotten back up. And he's about to get laid out, like, on the ground. This is their balls. Look how you wore the turtleneck sweater. You wanted to look like as passive as possible, huh? Like a freaking movie cast, especially with this guy. Looks like a campground owner. Simon Cam. Dude, Outlaw might have actually kidnapped those two people in Oklahoma. I'm not going to know for certain until they find them. Even if he goes live at this point, I don't know if I can trust it. They might be in the church. Might have put him in the church. I will have a congregation. I I will have a congregation. Outlaw. Y'all get... Well, okay. Huh. You see, when Jesus, I'm like Jesus, you know? Yeah, like Jesus. Outlaw. Sit down and listen, you two. You're in church and you respect Jesus. Oh, the two dudes killed him, maybe. Maybe those two dudes killed him. Because he had two random people just living with... He would pick up the riffraff from wherever to come live with him. The guys said they were coming back.
Nicolae there sitting next to his defense attorney, Corey Chirafisi. I just point out here, while I have a hard time saying his last name, Corey is a top-rate defense attorney out of Madison, Wisconsin, part of the Kyle Rittenhouse defense team that won an acquittal in the Rittenhouse case down in Kenosha, Wisconsin a couple years ago now. He is sitting alongside Nicolae there to Nicolae's left with the glasses on, and then up at the bench there, as his camera pans over to a photograph, Aaron Nelson, the lead defense attorney, also an accomplished trial attorney in Hudson, Wisconsin, which is where this courthouse is located.
Which is in the middle of nowhere.
Decent-sized law firm, a successful trial attorney there in western Wisconsin, who we have come to know through a couple of other higher-profile cases in that jurisdiction. Again, just waiting on Judge Waterman here. Also, the return of Ernesto Chaguez to the witness stand, and then the jury would be brought in.
He is an engineer, and so him and his wife both worked at the same company. Him as an engineer, she was the supervisor or manager of the packing department. It's probably the warehouse. So they did not have
the
money.
Party's now standing, as I mentioned, to welcome back
but,
the jury.
You know, I'm pretty sure, I would think that he's doing this
about getting going
at
around 1 o'clock. Now
a very good rate for him, I would think,
in the Central Time Zone,
because he knows the type of publicity this will be.
St. Croix County Circuit
you know,
Court,
maybe he even
Hudson,
also
and,
believes in the
we'll
case.
to the courtroom and resume
at the same time,
testimony. Thank you so
he
much
thinks
for
that the guy will
joining
be
the Fox 9
acquitted,
Live show this
and
afternoon.
Do you think he's doing it for totally free, though? Probably not.
Please be seated.
He's probably getting a little bit out of it. He's got a couple 10,000,
Members of the
20,
jury,
30,000
welcome
or
back.
something.
We're ready to resume the afternoon with the attorneys, Mr. Miu.
And that ain't that bad.
Thank you
Just
for your
don't
patience. Sometimes during the course of a trial,
That would suck, but you get a loan. You know.
One did, and I had to meet with the attorneys to sort out the solution, which we have reached, and we're ready to continue.
How much do you think he would cost?
Mr. Chaguez, please
100K?
take the witness stand. You're still under oath.
If he doesn't like you, he might only take cases like this, though, that he like believes that he can win.
Mr. Anderson.
Believes that he can get acquittals on.
Ernesto, you recall you said you don't know if you said to the officer on shore that Nicolae said they took his knife.
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
$20 years is a long time, though, man.
When you spoke with the officer at the exit, you spoke in English, right?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
I'm going to show you a transcript. Can you just take your time and look at that? Read through it enough to see if you know what it is.
Want me through everything?
No, it doesn't appear that it's a transcript of your conversation with the officers at the shore.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you. Can you read that? No, just read it to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Down here. I'll just read it.
Yeah, I got it.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, right?
I said, I don't remember, but if that's what I say, it's okay.
Are you saying you don't think?
I don't remember.
Okay. Judge.
Yes.
Oh shit, Simon. I forgot he was there. Dude. Making bread, buddy.
So you don't remember if you said they took my knife, but you remember somebody pointing and walking towards you?
I don't remember.
Didn't you testify to that? Somebody pointed and walked towards you and you told them to get back?
Yeah. Sí, eso sí.
Yes, that I did.
But you never told that to police, right?
Well, they don't ask me.
You never said it either, though. Right?
So in that moment, you can say or remember everything you said. I answer whatever they ask me.
Can we...
English, motherfucker.
You also testified...
Do you speak it? Do I say do? Or do you speak English?
Remember when I asked you if...
I told y'all, they're making them have translators.
Walking by you on his way back to your group?
I don't remember.
And you said you weren't paying attention because you were looking at the guy who was walking towards you, or the person?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, I want to go to some frames. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
I heard that, yeah, the translator is not translating correctly, I heard.
And you did, the officer never asked if somebody was pointing at anyone at you, but you did say, I told Nick to come, and he came, and that's it, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Oh, you know Spanish more? That's cool. I didn't know that.
This is from the video. There's some graphic parts in it. This is 3291. I'm ready.
Hey man,
I'm going to scroll,
gives her something to do.
And then I'm going to ask you some questions.
She gets paid by the word.
On 3318, that's Ariel in the American flag shorts and black shirt, right?
Repita. Correcto.
Repeat that. Correct.
This is Nick here.
Correcto.
And this is you.
Correcto.
Correct.
And Nick is standing right next to you, and you're touching his arm.
Sí, cuando va pasando. Correcto.
Yes,
Okay.
when he was passing by.
Do you see anyone in this frame walking towards you?
Ahí en ese momento no veo, en la foto no la veo.
Okay.
At that very moment in that picture, I don't see anybody.
How about here on 3322?
There is somewhere in there somebody's coming, is pointing us. I don't see it there, but I saw that day.
Okay. I've scrolled a little ways onto 3333. See anyone pointing or walking towards
He's
you?
out of frame, you idiot.
No lo veo.
I don't see anybody.
Does it even look like anyone's looking at you?
He's doing this on purpose to show this
I
guy
don't see anybody at that time.
up close.
Depende. La parte del video o depende de la perspectiva de cómo se ha tomado el video cuando estábamos. I don't see those people there. I was down there.
It depends on the time of the video or the point of view of the person who was taking the video.
Yeah, he's not in frame. There you go. Get him, witness. You're an engineer, probably. I don't know for sure, but probably.
Stopped at 3359.
He's not an idiot.
You can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another frame. I'm on 3471. That's you right here, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you're actually walking towards the camera.
Okay.
Nobody's approaching you or walking towards you.
And
no.
No.
Nicolae isn't in this, right?
No lo veo.
I don't see him.
Okay, you can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another
What is the
one.
fucking relevance of the person pointing at them, walking towards them? I don't. Oh, I see. They're trying to say that there was somebody there that was had a weapon or was intimidating, acting like he was going to get him, and that's why they left the scene. But they're saying that person didn't exist and they should have stayed there, stayed put. He was guilty of trying to murder his kid and get away with it. He tried to hide his identity and all this shit. That's what they're... Dude, the prosecution is going after some weird shit with this one, honestly. This shit was definitely not premeditated.
This is 3936. Is that you, Ariel, and Sergio in the top left?
¿Dónde?
Where?
Right here.
I get in this
Sergio,
instance what he's
Ariel,
trying to do with this
you?
particular witness, but he's also trying to show that they didn't have anybody
Yeah.
that was getting them to leave.
Sí.
Yes.
That was
Still
all.
haven't walked back to your tubes.
I don't remember.
Well, in the
He's
photo.
standing there, but in the picture, I don't know if it's after or before.
Because the police interview is going to show him acting like he doesn't know
Right?
that he stabbed somebody. Nicolae.
You can turn it off. I got
They're
one
trying
more
to show
set
that
of frames to ask you
like
about.
he was trying to get away.
So this is 3936. I'm going to go to later in the video.
For reasons that like they shouldn't have been fearful of being in this situation, is what he's trying to say. Because no one was pointing at them, no one was yelling at them, walking towards them. They should have stayed where they were until the cops got there. Otherwise, you're a suspect. You're trying to hide. You threw the knife. You put your hat on. You put your glasses on. You buttoned your shirt up.
This is
You
what
acted
you're
like you
thinking
didn't
of after
know
Nick was long gone?
that you're the guy that stabbed somebody. You're guilty of murder. You wanted to kill those kids, didn't you?
This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
And here's a girl standing by a group of other women pointing at you from a ways away? Or in your direction?
I'm not sure.
No, I didn't.
This guy is coming this way from there. Probably one of the guys was in the middle. I said to him, stay there, stay there. The guy's behind the yellow teacher.
This guy
probably was that one. It was right here in the front. This guy right here.
This guy?
Here.
Right here?
Yeah. No, he's walking here in the picture. You can see he walk. When I say stay there, and he walked the other way. But in that time, he probably was right here when I have my finger, something like that.
Let's keep going, we'll see. And you said before you didn't know if it was a man or a woman, right? Who was pointing, and then and walking towards you and pointing, and then.
No, what was a man?
It was a man.
Was a man.
If it was here, it would have been after Miu, Nicolae was long gone, right?
¿Cómo?
It would have been
What did you
after
say?
Nicolae. Sorry.
I'll wait for the interpretation.
It would have been long after Nicolae was gone, right?
Objection, tag is to use the term long.
Yeah, but the person, when he started pointing me, empezó a señalar hacia nosotros.
Started pointing towards
That's the
us.
start when Nico coming this way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he was in the picture or whatever the video was right there. He's as like he turned this way to the other people, but before he was a little more far and he pointed to us.
So, before when I asked what did Nicolae say, if anything, to you when he passed you, he said he didn't know because the guy was coming towards you. Now, your testimony is that it was later in the video. So do you know what he said to you or no? If anything, Nicolae?
I don't remember.
And you'd agree you got pretty close to where Nicolae was with the group, right?
¿En qué momento?
At what time? What moment?
I'll go back. Can we have the screen? $33.21. You got, and you said what did you say you saw for injured people?
What question?
What did you see as far as injured people?
I saw some women the other side. That woman was behind probably this guy. It was like in the middle of the river. And I say, what's going on? Because I don't know what's happening. I saw her and I say, what's going on?
Did you see this man here on 3321?
No.
And you didn't see Nick do anything?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Can I have the screen? You were asked some questions about slide 3321 that's in front of you.
See.
Yes.
Again, this is you.
See.
Yes.
Looks like you're reaching out to Mr. Miu, who's standing next to you.
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Miu is walking.
See.
Yes.
He's walking upriver.
See.
Ariel in the flag shorts is walking upriver behind Mr. Miu.
En this moment, en este momento, en el video yo veo a Ariel.
At
Pero
this
before,
moment,
I don't remember what Ariel was.
in the video, I can see him, but before, I don't remember where he was.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you about that. I'm going to ask you about this person here. Do you see the person in the two-tone shorts?
¿Quién es?
Do you see that person in two-tone shorts?
I'm not sure.
I'm not asking if you know who he is. I'm just asking you, do you see the person that I'm pointing to in the two-tone shorts?
No.
Right now on the screen, do you see them?
Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
And next to that person is a man in a yellow shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to now ask you questions about slide 3922. Okay?
Sí.
Yes.
You haven't watched the video, have you?
Yes.
You
Yes.
agree that you have not?
No.
No.
Poor question on my part. Have you watched the video or have you not watched the video?
No.
No.
The screens, the slides that we're showing you go in sequential order. So the first one is 0, the last one is 4,819. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I previously showed you 3321, and now we're showing you something later, 3922. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to blow this up. in the upper left-hand corner, that appears to be you and Ariel and Sergio standing next to each other. Agreed?
Correcto.
Correct.
But what I said before, in this moment, I don't know si this is, si esto es antes o después del problema, porque I don't see the whole video.
I don't know if this is before or after the problem because I haven't seen the whole video.
If I were to tell you hypothetically, this is after, because we can see a victim or two victims or two people with injuries down. Agreed? Make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
And then over here, way on the right, you see this blur that may be a person without a shirt on walking from a different direction over to your group. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now going to scroll through the forward in time, and I want to show you stuff, okay? I'm going to stop at 39:53. I'm going to blow this up. Do you see somebody here on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Is that a man in two-tone shorts that I had previously shown you?
Sí.
Yes.
Had that man ran up to you and then you...
So, wait, please. Objection sustained. Please rephrase.
Is this the person that you saw come up to you that you pointed to say, go away?
Sí.
Yes.
And as we move forward here in time, the person in the yellow shorts that was in a different spot before is there too, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And then as we move forward to 4012, excuse me, you now see the woman pointing the finger at you, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
That's what I say, what's going on.
Understood. When you spoke to the police, was there a Spanish interpreter there?
No.
No.
Sometimes when you've spoken today, you've answered in English. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say your preferred language is Spanish?
Español.
Spanish.
You know some English?
Sí.
Yes.
If you wanted to communicate something really important and make sure you were accurate, would you say it in Spanish, or would you say it in English, or would you say it in some other language?
Español.
Spanish.
Why?
Porque hay muchas palabras en inglés que tienen diferentes significados.
Because there are many words in English that have different meanings.
A la hora de uno contestar, puede ser que la respuesta no sea correcta.
And when one answers, maybe the answer is not the correct one.
Also, when you hear words, is it easier for you to understand the words spoken to you when the words spoken to you are in Spanish rather than in English?
Sí.
Yes.
You answered some questions about your knowledge about your friend Nick being from Romania. I want to ask you about that, okay?
Correct.
Correct.
Do you know exactly when Nick Miu immigrated to the United States?
No.
Do you know what age he was?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Do you know whether in fact he was or was not in the military at any point?
No.
No.
When you spoke with the police, you told them you thought he might have been in the military for the reasons that you said here, because communist countries sometimes require that, correct?
Mandatorio, sí.
Mandatory, yes.
You also told the police that you didn't actually know. You told them several times, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you have actual knowledge as to whether Nick Miu was in Romania and served mandatory service for his country?
No.
No.
Last area here, you said you were able to remember some things that you saw, but you couldn't remember everything that you heard. Would that be fair?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you find it for you easier?
These are all
Sustained.
Do you find it easier to remember things that you see, or do you find it easier to remember things that you hear?
Cosa que veo.
That I see.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Is your testimony today important?
Super importante.
Very important.
Sometimes you answer in English.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
Because you're also comfortable speaking in English.
Because, a veces lo entiendo, a veces no.
Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't.
If you told the officer, he said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, that's something you can easily understand in English, right?
Repita.
Repeat, please.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. You understand that in English, right?
I don't remember.
Do you understand what that means in English?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you told that to the officer 17 times, you think you said that because you remembered it at the time?
I don't know how many times you say 17 times. I don't remember.
You want to see the transcript?
You can show me.
It's highlighted and there's numbers next to it.
Yeah, you remember.
Well, that's what he said. I said, but I don't remember saying many times. I don't know.
Do you agree or not agree that you told the officer that 17 times?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that, but you remember something you didn't tell the police from almost 2 years ago?
What do you mean? ¿Cómo que algo que yo no le dije a la policía hace 2 años?
What do you mean? Something that I didn't tell the police 2 years ago.
This is a 13-page transcript, and there's 17 times on here where it says something about, he said they took my knife.
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained. He said he didn't remember.
Ya lo dijo esto, ya.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Señor.
My apologies. You are excused. You may step down. Torres Chaguez. Yes. That was the part I was missing.
Judge, we have one more witness. I don't know if you want to take a quick 5-minute break before we call the last Spanish-speaking witness.
Are the interpreters prepared to go forward?
No, I'm fine.
Good. Let's
Fine,
continue.
Your Honor.
All right.
So try to approach quickly.
you hungry?
About 5 minutes outside your presence, members of the jury. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Smestad asked to approach with a concern. Mr. Smestad.
Your Honor, we were informed by our victim witness staff that some of the witnesses were out in the hall live streaming the trial. They're under sequestration order. Apparently one of those folks is the gentleman who's just about to testify, and I forget his last name, but his first name is Ariel. Obviously that's of concern because if he was watching other folks testify, it defies the purpose of the sequestration order. We'd like to have the court instruct the witnesses again to not be watching the trial.
Did the state's attorneys instruct the witnesses about the sequestration order?
We provided written notice to every witness that met with us. Ariel would not meet with us, but the Spanish speakers we met with, which was Sergio, Tatiana, and Gilma, we gave them written instructions in Spanish.
Mistrial?
Not to watch the trial, can't be in the trial, don't read the news.
Okay. Did they understand, or did your written instructions include that this was a court's order?
Yes.
All right.
We also told them verbally when we met with them.
Spank them.
Refused to meet with us.
Fucking spank those little tards.
Defense told him he's on their witness list.
Ariel is a defense witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, was the sequestration order given to?
Not to Spanish-speaking witnesses, no, Judge. I did not have a translation service. Obviously, it's an oversight, and I will change my practice in the future.
Oh my God.
What I'll do then, well, let me ask, is there anything else besides tell the witnesses about the sequestration order that you want me to do?
I don't know that there is anything you can do at this point, Judge.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm happy to remind them about the sequestration order, but as long as everyone is satisfied with that being the limit of my involvement, I'll stop. I'm not inviting more. Let's put it that way. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
Sequestration is important, obviously. We don't want witnesses forming their testimony based on what other witnesses have said. Especially in this case, the gentleman who just testified, the cross-examination is going to be about the same. They're both the two that walked up to the scene and either saw things or didn't see things. He now knows what to expect on cross-examination. He's seen his friend go through it and heard it go through it. I think, and defense did not tell them about the sequestration order, which is just as much their duty as it is our duty. So I think it is a pretty big problem. I might ask for some sort of curative instruction that defense did not inform their witnesses of the sequestration order. But I think we can address that later. For now, I think it will be a point for cross.
Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, what I plan
Dude,
to do
the
is
defense fucked
invite the
up on
witnesses
that.
in. I will assume that they had not received or fully appreciated the extent of the sequestration order. I'll explain it to them with the benefit of the interpreters.
He was watching the live
If the state wishes
stream.
to cross-examine, you may.
Dude, I've come to realize that most of the time when someone asks you if you stream because like I just talked to my cable about getting my bill reduced. By the way, always do that, man. I've been overpaying for like 3 years, hundreds of dollars. They got thousands of dollars money that I shouldn't have spent anyway. But he was like, "Do you stream?" And I was like, I had to like ask which he meant by that, because oftentimes they just mean streaming by watching a stream. Most people think of that when they say stream. Streaming the court, he was streaming it on his phone to watch it. Most people think of that being the definition of streaming, because that's what streaming is to them. In their world. It would be bad, dude, because I think the defense is actually winning right now. It would be bad because... What the fuck? I don't want to do this again.
Your Honor, the question from the interpreters, are we just going to interpret right next to that?
We'll just do sequential interpretation. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have Ms. Costanza. There she is. Ms. Torres.
Yes.
Mr. Ruiz. Leyva? He left. Okay. Ms. Ruiz Leyva.
Here.
Mr. Torres Chaguez. And Ariel.
Here.
What is your last name?
Chaguez.
Okay, Ariel Chaguez. At the beginning of the trial, I told the attorneys to tell all of the witnesses that they were not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. I also told the attorneys to tell the witnesses that they were not allowed to watch the trial, either in person or on the internet or television, because we didn't want the witnesses to conform their testimony to what they hear from the others. I was told that one or more of you may be watching the trial while you're sitting in the hallway. I invited you in today so that I could explain to you personally that you may not do so, because we want to preserve your memories about what happened from July 2022.
Probably both of them.
And we don't want your memories to be tainted by something that you may see or hear about this trial. Please, as long as you're needed as witnesses, do not talk about the case with each other or with other witnesses. Please do not watch any TV or internet accounts of this trial. Will you all do that?
Yes.
Excellent. They've all answered in the affirmative. Thank you, everyone. You can go back to the hallway.
Thank you.
Ariel, can you stay?
Ariel, ¿se puede quedar?
Oh shit. Oh no, this is his time.
I'll call you next, so you may as well just wait in here.
Damn it, man. Damn it.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
Dude.
No, Judge.
No.
All right, let's bring them in.
Bummer. They really dropped the ball on that one, dude. All these witnesses, man, they said Ariel was watching, but dude, bro, all the fucking other witnesses are definitely watching this shit on YouTube right now at home. You better believe it. All them kids are watching. Come on, man. Shit. All the kids are watching each other while they were testifying. They had to have been, you know, unless they were being watched by a police officer, they were watching the trial. Sequestered. Right. Yeah, you could have done that shit. That whole law, the sequester thing, came about before like courts were televised on everyone's cell phone. Sequestered. That's funny. What's happening there? Hey, Ruby.
All right, please be seated.
Hey, man.
Thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on. Again, this will be another witness called by the defense, taken out of order to accommodate the Spanish-speaking interpreters.
Ruby must have gotten married or something.
Ariel
Forgot about
Chavez Leat, please.
Ariel Chávez. Pase, por favor.
He's had all the parents in there staring at him now. Can you imagine? He's got to face all these parents. It's all bright in his face.
Please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Right over here. Looks like it's falling off his head. Can somebody maybe adjust the size of the wraparound? Perfect. Mr. Nelson.
Afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Ariel Chávez.
Ariel Chávez.
Ariel, do you know this man here to my right, wearing the blue shirt and the red tie and the green jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
Nick.
Nick.
How do you know Nick?
Lo conocí por medio de mi primo.
I met him through my cousin,
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Have you, how long have you known Nick?
Un poco más de 5 años.
A little over 5 years.
During that time, have you had an opportunity to observe his character, his person?
Sí.
Yes. All right, let's continue. Mr. Nelson?
I'm just going to repeat the question.
Le voy a preguntar.
During the time that you've known him for over those 5 years, have you had an opportunity to observe his person, his character?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Do you consider him to have a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
In fact, when the police talked to you about this, you even mentioned that to them, did you not?
Sí.
Yes.
I think when you spoke with the police, they used terms which you agreed with along the lines of
Yes, I'm sorry. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
you spoke with the police in August of 20 and 22 to a Spanish-speaking police officer. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions that Spanish-speaking police officer asked you about your observations of Nick on that day, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, it's in August of 22 that the police officer is asking you questions about Nick in July 30th of 22. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember the officer asking you if Nick was calm or angry on that day, July 30th, 2022?
No recuerdo si me preguntó eso o no.
I don't remember if the officer asked me that or not.
Let me just ask you this. As you sit here today, do you remember on July 30th, was Nick Miu angry or was he calm or did he have some other character, demeanor that you noticed?
No, solo él estaba calmado.
No.
Zona pasiva.
He was calm. He was calm.
Okay. On that day, July 30th, did you see Nick with a pair of goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point that day, did your girlfriend drop your phone so your phone was lost in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you questions before the phone was lost, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the phone was lost, do you remember Nick using the goggles and snorkel to swim in the river at different times?
Sí.
Yes.
When he did that, was he wearing his hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was he wearing his sunglasses when he snorkeled?
la tenía antes de usar el snorkel.
I remember he had them on before using it.
Do you remember that he put his glasses back on after he was done snorkeling?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I want to just jump ahead now to the phone and it being lost, okay? What did you guys do when you lost your phone?
Nosotros los empezamos a buscar cerca del área donde se había perdido.
We started looking for it near the area where it had gotten lost.
Did Nick volunteer to do anything?
Sí, él empezó a nadar y a buscar con el snorkel.
Yes, he started swimming and looking for it with the snorkel.
Did he go in the direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
There's a picture there to your left that's marked as Exhibit 12A. Do you see yourself there in the flag shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that the phone or in a lanyard around your neck?
Sí.
What's your phone?
Yes.
What is your phone in? Is it in some protective package? What's that in?
Sí, un cover.
Yes, a cover.
Does that does your phone float when it's in that?
Supongo que sí.
I suppose it does.
You lost your phone that day, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have that phone now?
No.
No.
Did you get returned to you at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Who returned it to you?
Un sheriff de, creo que de aquí.
A sheriff, I believe, from here.
Do you understand the police found your phone eventually?
Oh, that's cool.
Sí, lo encontraron.
Yes.
And you got it back?
Sí.
Yes.
Dang.
Before the police found your phone, did you see Nick go and look for it?
Repite la pregunta.
Yeah, that was a
Repeat
poor
the question.
You lost the phone. You said you saw Nick go snorkeling or go swim for it. What did you see?
Él andaba buscando con el snorkel arriba abajo.
He was looking for it with the snorkel down the river.
At some point, did you learn that Nick was in contact with other people on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that because something you saw or something you heard?
Lo oí por su mujer.
I heard it from his wife.
What did you hear from his wife?
Ella dijo que Nick estaba en problemas.
She said that Nick was in trouble.
What did you do when you heard that?
So, mi novia me dijo que fuera a ver qué estaba pasando.
My girlfriend told me to go look and see what was going on.
Did you go look and see?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you walk downriver towards where Nick was?
Sí.
Yes.
As you were walking there, what did you see?
Pues primero estábamos bien lejos, que, no sé exactamente la distancia, pero estábamos lejos.
Well, at first we were very far away. I don't know the distance exactly, but we were very far away.
So yo empiezo a caminar Iba con mi cerveza en la mano.
So I started walking. I had my beer on my hand.
Y que me voy acercando un poquito, veo que
And I was getting closer a little bit.
alguien estaba, Nick estaba cerca de un grupo de personas.
And I saw
jóvenes.
that Nick was close or near a group of people, young people.
Y lo que yo entendía de esa distancia es que le estaban haciendo bromas a él.
And what I was able to understand from the distance where I was at is that they were joking or
Bullying.
bullying him.
Alguien le quitó el
She didn't
snorkel,
interpret it right. She didn't fucking interpret. That was one of the words, wasn't it? And he corrected her. He was like, no, you didn't say the right English word for that.
Tiró río abajo, algo así.
Somebody had taken his snorkel and had thrown it down the river, something like that.
Es lo que iba viendo yo mientras me iba acercando.
That's what I was seeing as I was getting closer.
Entonces, yo iba pensando que era solamente un juego para ellos.
So then I was thinking that it was just a game for them.
See, you know, there's a big difference between him saying joking, which was what she would have said, and that would have been on the record, and him saying bullying. Big difference. Huge. Words matter, man.
Pero cuando me voy acercando más,
But as I got closer,
veo que muchas personas le empiezan a golpear.
I see that many people started hitting him.
Let me stop you there for a second. Can you describe when you say they were hitting them? Was it with their hands, their feet, their knees, fists? Can you just tell me what you saw?
Con las manos.
With the hands.
One person, more than one person?
Dude, these people do know English. That's the thing. That's the thing, Bubba. I gotta go through this one more time. Okay? Both the prosecution and defense want these people to do the interpreter because they know that English isn't their first language. Therefore, they're not going to be as fluent at it as they are their native tongue. So they want them to have, they probably don't want a fucking interpreter for all we know. But they want them to have one because they want to make damn sure they're hearing the right thing. But these interpreters are actually trying to say the wrong thing for them. Isn't that crazy? Like, what is she even doing there?
Several people. There were many people around.
And when you saw them hit Nick, what happened to Nick? Did he stay standing or did something else happen?
He seemed to know English better than her right there, actually. You know what I mean? That's why I really think that these people, like when this first started, I was like, oh man, they need interpreters. Learn English, motherfucker. Like a lot of these people in this chat over here are. But then I realized, like, this is a freaking murder trial. They don't want any mistakes in interpretation from anyone. Either side.
I remember that he fell to the river, to the water.
What happened? What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo, echando por abajo.
Think that somebody was kind of like pushing him.
That might be why, because at least one of them, they said they was from Cuba. I don't know where the rest of them are from, but that could be it too. You're right. There's difference of dialect.
Down.
They pushed him down, he said.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él a golpearlo.
Repita, ¿a golpearlo, dijo?
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what'd you see?
Nick respondió, pero, se defendió.
Nick responded. He defended himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor
There were many people around,
y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
and what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él,
I touched his arm,
pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
but at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
Was it hard for you to make sense of what you were seeing and what was happening?
Sí, era muy rápido.
Yes, it was very fast.
Había muchas personas alrededor y mucho disturbio.
There were many people around. There was a big disturbance.
Y es un poco difícil asimilar lo que había pasado.
And it is a little difficult to assimilate or what had happened or to let it sink in.
Are you able now, after some time, to pick out every detail, or do you just remember what you've said?
No, solamente recuerdo eso que estoy diciendo.
No, I only remember that, what I am telling you now,
Ya ha pasado algún tiempo ya.
because some time already went by.
So, cuando caminamos para atrás,
So when we walked back,
Please wait. Question, please.
What happened next?
¿puedo seguir?
can I continue?
Yes, you may.
So, cuando empezamos a caminar para atrás,
When we started walking back
yo voy en dirección recta para el grupo.
in the direction towards the group, straight towards the group,
So, yo voy a mi izquierda y Nick va a la derecha.
I was on the left side, Nick was on the right side.
En ese momento, que hemos caminado un poco,
And at that moment, when we had walked a little,
veo yo que sale de la otra orilla del río el joven con la herida en el estómago.
I see that on the other side of the river was the young man with the injury to his stomach.
Y estaba gritando,
He was shouting,
lo que me hiciste, lo estaba como gritándole a Nick.
"Look what you did to me." He was kind of yelling or shouting at Nick.
Y en ese momento el muchacho cayó al agua.
And at that moment, the young guy fell to the water.
So, entonces seguimos caminando.
So we continued walking,
So, yo me dirigí hacia el grupo.
and I kept going towards the group,
Nick siguió a la otra orilla del río derecho.
and Nick kept going to the other side of the river, straight.
Did you see Nick do anything at the other side of the river?
Ya yo no le presté no lo seguí mirando yo a él porque fui con mi novia.
I did not keep an eye on him because I went to see my girlfriend.
Did you see Nick? Did Nick join you back at the tubes where your group of friends were?
Sí.
Yes.
At some other point when you're walking back to the tubes, did anybody yell or scream or run up near where you were?
Había muchas personas gritando y corriendo. Sí, iban varios como para el grupo de nosotros. No llegaron cerca, solamente caminaron un poco hacia nosotros.
There were many people running
No recuerdo qué decían.
and screaming. Some people came towards our group, but they didn't get too close. I don't remember what they were just yelling and screaming, and I don't remember what they were saying.
Did you respond to them in any way?
No, nunca.
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone?
Did you respond?
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone else in your group respond to them in any way?
No.
No.
Age old 60.
When you were back at the tubes, I want to ask you questions about that, okay? Did you get a chance to kind of make some observations of Nick? Did you see him?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, somewhat.
This is the United
What did he look
States
like?
of America, damn it.
Como asustado, como pálido.
He looked like kind of scared, pale.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Ariel, is it fair you're pretty uncomfortable testifying here today?
No.
No.
You don't. You're comfortable up there on the stand?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Ernesto is your uncle?
Mi primo.
My cousin.
Cousin, okay. And he's best friends with...
He doesn't understand. Uncomfortable.
Yes.
Are you friends with Nick, or do you just know Nick through Ernesto?
Se pudiera hacer que amigos, no cercanos, pero ya forma de ser amigos.
It could be said that we're friends, not close friends, but kind of friends.
I want to walk through your testimony. So you saw the young guys, the boys, knock the goggles out of Nick's hands?
Eso fue lo que pude distinguir, lo primero que distinguí.
That's what I was able to distinguish. That's the first thing that I distinguished.
And you were already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Ya estaba caminando hacia Nick.
Were you already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Sí, iba empezando a caminar.
Yes, I was starting to walk.
And the young guys were still in their tubes, right?
Oh, no le puedo decir. No sé, no recuerdo.
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Se supone, creo que estaban parados alrededor de Nick, creo.
I think they were standing up around Nick, I think.
So they were standing around Nick, and they knocked his goggles out of his hands as you were walking up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick run up to those young guys before that happened?
La verdad no.
I really didn't know.
Okay. So the next, what was the next thing you saw?
¿Qué es lo siguiente que vio, pues? ¿Qué es lo que vio después de eso?
Pues como le dije, yo no iba prestando mucha atención porque pensaba que estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying. Prestando mucha atención porque pensaba que estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't paying too much attention because I thought they were just playing with him. They were just bullying him.
Yeah.
But you're already walking over there because you thought he was in trouble, right?
Lady.
Caminando hacia allá para ver qué problemas había, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
So you didn't think it was, they were just playing, you already were worried about them?
Pensaba que nada más eran bromas, estaba preocupado de algo, ¿verdad?
Cuando iba llegando más cerca, sí, porque vi que lo estaban golpeando.
When I was getting closer, yes, because I saw that they were hitting him.
Pero eran muchas personas alrededor.
But there were many people around him.
Well, why were you walking there if you weren't worried about him until you saw him getting hit?
Se preocupaba hasta que lo vio golpeado.
Fue en la forma que actué por mis nervios.
It was the way that I reacted because I was nervous.
About what?
Por lo que estaba pasando.
Because of what was happening.
What was happening that made you start walking over there before you saw his goggles get knocked out?
Que usted quisiera caminar para allá antes de que le quitaran sus goggles.
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Antes de que pasara eso, yo no había visto nada yo.
Before that happened, I had not seen anything.
You said you were walking over, and as you're walking over, you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand, right?
Y vio que le tiraron los goggles.
Sí.
Yes.
And you were walking over there because you were worried about Nick, right?
Se preocupaba de Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
What happened before the goggles that made you start walking over there?
¿Qué causó que usted quisiera caminar?
Did you see anything that happened before that?
Antes que hizo caminar hacia allá.
Yo empecé a caminar allá cuando su esposa dijo que él estaba en problemas.
I started to walking in that direction when his wife said that he was in trouble.
Okay. So, wife said he's in trouble. You start walking there, you see his goggles knocked out of his hands. While they're all standing up, what did you see next?
Están parados y después que ellos
Después que le quitan los galgos, como que ya le estaban dando golpes.
After they took the goggles from him, it was kind of like they were starting to hit him, to give him blows.
And you said several people before. Does that mean
varias personas.
3, 4, 5?
3, 4, 5, ¿cuántos eran?
No lo puedo decir, no me recuerdo cuántas personas eran.
No, I can't answer that. I don't remember how many people.
And are you far away and still walking there at this point?
Estaba lejos cuando empezó a caminar ahí.
Sí, todavía estaba lejos.
Yes, I was still far away.
Okay. Like, were you closer than when you saw the goggles get knocked off?
¿Estaba usted más cerca cuando vio que le quitaron los goggles?
Eso fue al principio de yo empezar a caminar.
Repita, por favor.
Eso fue al principio que yo empezaba a caminar.
That was at the beginning when I had just started walking.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues manotazos, las manos.
Well, like
Like,
slapping him with the hands.
What was he standing?
pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
Okay. And then what happened? What do you remember next?
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
Okay. And then you said he got up and defended himself?
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next, what I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
¿Qué quiere decir que se estaba defendiendo él? ¿Qué es lo que vio?
Yo vi lo que ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I saw that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Dice que lo vio, que se estaba defendiendo él. ¿Qué es lo que vio?
Yo vi que cuando él se defendió, es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como qué pasó primero, qué pasó después.
I saw that when he defended himself, well, it's because this happened so quickly, I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo ya estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he defended himself. He responded.
Pero,
¿Cómo?
pues yo pienso con las manos, pero no.
Well, I think that with his hands, but
Pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
Then what happened?
¿Y luego qué pasó?
Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood,
Pero prácticamente por donde quiera.
basically everywhere.
En ese punto llegué yo y toqué a Nick del brazo.
At that moment, I went and touched Nick on his arm,
Pero esto fue muy rápido.
but it happened very quickly.
Ariel, did somebody tell you to say these things?
¿Y alguien le dijo que no le oí la
Ok, Ariel, ¿alguien le dijo a usted que dijera estas cosas?
¿Cómo lo van a hacer?
What do you mean?
¿Quién me va a decir si eso fue lo que yo recuerdo, lo que yo vi, lo que yo viví?
Who's gonna tell me if that's what I remember, what I lived, what I saw?
Can I have Exhibit 71? Ariel, Nick's the one who told you about the goggles. You didn't actually see that, right?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
No oigo bien.
I was not able to hear well.
Nick told you somebody knocked the goggles off. You didn't actually see that, right?
No, nadie me dijo eso.
No, nobody told me that.
Can you turn to page 18 in that transcript?
For the interpreter, did you say 18 or 19?
18. You said on page 18 towards the bottom, well, we couldn't really see because there's a lot of people, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then on page 19, you said he thought they took off his mask and snorkel.
Objection.
Grounds.
¿Quién pensó?
Un momento.
I just move for the admission of page 19 of Exhibit 71. Let's publish it and see what it really says.
I think he's entitled to present his evidence the way he chooses. Overruled. Mr. Anderson?
On the bottom of page 19, you said he thought they took his mask and snorkel off. Do you see that?
Yo no entiendo su pregunta o lo que me quiere decir.
I don't understand your question or what you're trying to tell me.
Actually, you're right. I was misreading that. Sorry. You turn to page 20. And I'll just let you look over it quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
You talk about what you're seeing as you're walking up, kind of like today, agreed? Right?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 21, well, actually, go back to page 20. You never said he got knocked down and attacked a girl when he got back up. Or a girl attacked him when he got back up. Right?
¿Me puede repetir? No entiendo el traductor.
Can you repeat? I did not understand the interpreter.
You told the police that you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand.
Sí.
Le dijo la policía. Yes.
You said people were hitting him.
Sí.
Yes.
You never said anything about him getting knocked down and then getting up and a girl trying to attack him, right?
Sí, dije que lo estaban golpeando.
Yes, I said that they were hitting him.
You said the description you gave was they started beating him, women as well as men. That's the description you gave, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you told law enforcement you never got close to Nick.
Sí, dije eso.
Yes, I said that.
And when law enforcement were talking to you, you said you got about here to, you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Más lejos, creo.
I think it was farther.
So you testified earlier you got up and touched Nick's shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
But when you spoke with police, you said you never got close to him. You said the closest you got was you pointed to a house across the street. That's the closest you got to him, right?
No, yo le dije que me había acercado a él.
No, I did tell them that I had gotten closer to him.
Pero no recordaba si había llegado cerca de él.
But I did not remember if I had gotten close to him or not.
So la policía me enseñó una foto que sí llegué cerca de él.
And so the police showed me a picture showing me that I had actually gotten close to him.
Como le digo, todo pasó muy rápido.
And like I said, everything happened so quickly.
He podido hasta el momento asimilar bien cómo pasó todo.
Even now, it's been difficult to realize how everything happened.
Police asked you, did you stop close to Nick? And you said no, because I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. You never came close to Nick, not close. Close. Right?
Le dije que no me había acercado tan cerca, pero no recuerdo qué distancia le dije. Sí.
I told him that I had not come close or too close to him, but I don't remember the distance.
Then you said, no, I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house, and you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Objection asked and answered. Cumulative.
And then you say once you get close to him, that's when he started running, right?
No me acuerdo de haber dicho.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Look at, can you turn to page 24? You were asked, are you close to him? Look, you're together right there with him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's because you said you never got close, so police showed you a photo of you touching his shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you said, but that was when he started running by then.
No recuerdo, la verdad.
I really don't remember.
It's in the transcript, right?
Puede ser.
Maybe.
You see it?
Pero no me acuerdo que él estuviera corriendo.
I don't remember that he was running.
But that's what you said.
Pero eso es lo que te dijo, ¿verdad?
Sí, dije, pero no me acuerdo bien.
Yes, I said that, but I don't remember well.
And you told law enforcement you never saw Nick do anything to anyone, right?
En un punto sí dije que como que él no había hecho nada, ¿no? Pero sí, yo había visto que se estaba defendiendo.
At some point, yes, I did say that he had done nothing, but I did see that he was defending himself.
When you were shown a picture of Nick with a knife, you said, I never saw that. Right?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show some stills, Judge.
How much more do you have?
I'm almost done. Wow.
You're almost done. You have a lot?
Do you want?
I'd like to get through this witness before breaking.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering.
I guess someone's food,
I'll let the
y'all.
clerk know when I'm ready.
He needs it. He needs it.
Can we have the monitor?
He needs the food. There he is. Couple of
Ariel, that's you in the background, right? On 2864.
¿Dónde dice?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to scroll. And police, I stopped on 3032. Police showed you this and asked you about it, and you said you never saw any of that, right?
No, le dije que no me acordaba haber llegado ahí.
And no, I told them that I did not remember getting there.
So, when you're really far away on your way there, you see the goggles get knocked out of his hands. Right?
Sí, eso es lo que distinguí, a ver.
The interpreter needs a repetition. No lo escuché, repita.
Sí, es lo que distinguí, a ver.
Yes, that's what I could distinguish, or that's what I could see.
And then as you're getting closer to him, you start to see other things happening, right?
Le había dicho que lo estaban golpeando.
I had mentioned that he was getting beaten.
But then when police ask you about what happened when you're there, you said you didn't see any of that. Correct?
Sí, no me acordaba que había llegado ahí.
Yes, I did not remember that I had gotten there.
You forgot about that?
Es porque por lo que viví, no me acordaba exactamente con lo que había pasado.
Because of what I lived, I did not remember exactly what had happened. Because of what I went through.
Nicolae never yelled, help, right?
Nosotros nunca oímos.
We never
muy lejos.
heard. We were too far.
Even when Nicolae came right next to you, he didn't say anything to you. He didn't say, help.
No, él nunca habló conmigo.
No, he never spoke to me. He never talked to me.
He never said, we need to get out of here.
No hablamos, que me acuerdo yo.
As far as I remember,
Empezamos a caminar para atrás.
we didn't talk. We just started walking.
Well, Nicolae walked out first, right? And you stayed there.
No me recuerdo bien.
I don't remember well.
Can we have the monitor again?
Why don't we take our break? We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Let's come back at 3:15.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming centers. You've been watching our live gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial there in Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County Circuit Court. Certainly some extremely significant testimony late this afternoon from a friend of Nicolae Miu, a fellow tuber Ariel Chaguez, who was with the so-called Miu tubing group on that day on July 30th. Will remember it is Ariel's cell phone that goes missing, leading to Nicolae Miu getting his snorkeling goggles and going downstream in the Apple River that day to search for the phone. We've heard Ariel say it was not significant to him that he lost his cell phone. He had it insured. He wasn't concerned. He didn't encourage Nicolae to go looking for it. Nonetheless, Nicolae went through. But perhaps the most critical testimony, certainly the most critical testimony from Ariel this afternoon is, quote, he defended himself. Ariel is with a group of Miu tubers about 200 plus feet away, as we've now learned. Ariel recognizes that Nick may be in trouble because his now ex-wife, Miu's ex-wife, tells him it looks like Nick's in trouble down there. He what appears to be sort of nonchalantly gets down the river. You wonder if he had rushed a little faster. You know, could he have gotten there a little sooner in time? Nonetheless, he's right there. You see it in that still screenshot taken from the Cockfield video. He is close by right after the stabbings, and based on what he says he saw that day, quote, Nicolae defended himself. We have queued up the most important sound from his testimony, again to point out the most sympathetic Miu witness we have heard from thus far. You know, obviously we've heard from Sandy Miu, but Ariel Chaguez, to me, that testimony took the support of the defendant here to the next level. Let's play back that critical testimony under defense questioning.
What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo, echando por abajo.
I think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado. Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él a golpearlo.
Repita, ¿a golpearlo, dijo?
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what did you see?
Nick respondió, se defendió.
Nick responded. He defended himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor.
There were many people around.
Y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
And what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él.
I touched his arm.
Pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
But at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
And again, Mr. Chaguez there remembering his interaction on that river that day, coming upon the escalating confrontation. I want to show you the Miu tubing group here, again setting the scene of who's with Nicolae that day. And Ariel's on the end there in the USA swim trunks and the T-shirt. Looks like he's giving a peace sign in that photograph, the sunglasses. He comes meandering down the river from his spot. Again, we've learned a couple 100 feet away. When Sandy Miu says it looks like Nick's in trouble, and his recollection coming down. Again, the critical quote from him today. He saw a woman hitting Nick. That's the first time we've heard someone allege that a woman hit him. Perhaps a reference to Riley, perhaps a reference to Madison Cohen. Not entirely clear, but he says he sees a woman hitting him. And then, quote, Nick responded, he defended himself. Spanish speaking, going through an interpreter. Just again want to reiterate here today, he is a defense witness. The state was not otherwise going to call him to testify. The reason why they're taking him out of turn before the defense actually gets its turn to present its case next week is because the Spanish interpreter is in the courthouse today. The court pays for the interpreter to be on call and ready to go, and they just felt it best to get all of the Spanish speaking witnesses done today on Friday. Clearly, the state wants to poke holes in what Ariel saw, just as the defense tried to do with the tubers, the Carlson group, those who were with Isaac Schuman, questioning what they told police versus what they're now testifying to on the witness stand. District Attorney Carl Anderson out of St. Croix County then tried to attack Ariel's memory, why he told authorities certain things in the aftermath, why his memory has changed. At one point, even asking him, did somebody tell you to say these things? It was almost as if, in his opinion, perhaps, that the testimony was almost coming in too perfectly in support of Nicolae Miu. He would ask the witness on the stand, is somebody telling him, did somebody tell him what to say on the witness stand? We do have a little bit of the cross-examination queued up for you to go. It's several minutes long. I will tell you when we play this back. Again, this just moments ago. We are keeping an eye on that state seal. He is still under cross-examination, is Ariel. We will get you right back into the courtroom should the court resume proceedings. For now, though, let's go right back. Carl Anderson challenging Ariel's recollection of what happened during that growing, escalating confrontation on the river that he was just a moment too late to get to.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues manotazos con las manos.
Well, like slapping him with the hands.
What was he standing?
Pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
Okay. And then what happened? What do you remember next?
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
Okay. And then you said he got up and defended himself?
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next. What I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
¿Qué quiere decir que se estaba defendiendo él? ¿Qué es lo que vio?
Yo vi lo que... ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I saw that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Dice que lo vio que se estaba defendiendo él. ¿Qué es lo que vio?
Yo vi que cuando él se defendió, es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como qué pasó primero, qué pasó después.
I saw that when he defended himself. Well, it's because this happened so quickly. I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo llegué, ya que estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he defended himself. He responded.
Pero,
¿Cómo?
pues yo pienso con las manos, pero no.
Well, I think that with his hands, but
Pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
Then what happened?
¿Y luego qué pasó?
Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood.
And you can see there Judge Waterman welcoming back the jury into his courtroom after their mid-afternoon break. It has been a long week in that courtroom. They're taking their seat. Again, Ariel Chaguez under
Mr.
cross-examination.
Chaguez, please
from the
retake
state.
the witness stand.
Y póngase los audífonos si me hace favor. Gracias.
You are still under oath.
Sigue bajo juramento.
¿Escucha ahora?
Sí.
Okay. Yes.
All right, Mr. Anderson?
Do you remember the officer asking that if it was this attack, why didn't you run? You didn't look afraid. Do you remember that question?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, we didn't know what was happening, right?
En parte al principio no sabíamos, pues.
Repita que no lo escuché.
I'll read the question for more
It
context.
needs a repetition of the answer. She was not able to hear. Repita su respuesta, es que no lo escuché, señor.
Que me repita la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
The officer asked, you walked on one side, but you never ran as if you were afraid. Like the others in the other two groups, they ran. They were afraid, but you didn't run. You didn't look so afraid. Neither did your group. And you responded, we didn't know what was happening, right?
No me acuerdo haber dicho eso.
I don't remember having said that.
It's in the transcript on page 31, right? That you did in fact say that? I'll show you.
Pero eso que me pregunta es después del problema o antes. No entiendo su pregunta.
My question is, are you talking about after the problem or before? I don't understand your question.
You didn't tell the officer you didn't understand, right?
Could you repeat the question? We can hear you.
He didn't tell the officer he didn't understand the question.
Usted no le dijo al agente de policía que no había entendido la pregunta, ¿verdad?
No entiendo su pregunta. Me está preguntando primero una cosa y después otra.
I don't understand your
¿Puede ser más
question.
específico, por favor?
You're first asking me one thing and then another thing. Could you please be more specific?
I'll move on. You were watching the trial and the testimony of Ernesto while out in the hallway, right?
No.
No.
Were you sitting on the bench with the other Spanish-speaking witnesses while Rosie was playing the trial with the volume on?
Yo estaba del otro lado.
I was on the other side.
Were you told by defense that you're not allowed to watch the trial?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Judge, I move for the omission of Exhibit 71, pages 18 through 24 per 90801 sub 4 sub A sub C.
Any objection?
Yes, I don't object to any parts we've gone over.
Is number 71?
Exhibit 71, those 6 pages, 18 through 24.
We'll receive the exhibit, pages referenced for purposes of impeachment.
Permission to publish those pages.
Yes.
Yes, I just need to admit all the transcripts.
Well, it's not your turn, it's his, so you can wait.
Do you have Exhibit 71? Do you have any objections? (18 through 24).
Is it working?
You turn it on, that's my user error.
No. Sometimes it's a little finicky. I've got it up on mine. It's not. There we go.
Ariel, you were asked a lot of questions about a transcript.
Sí.
Yes.
Go through pages 18 through 24 of that transcript as quick as we can, okay? Is it up on the screen there? Can you see it?
Sí.
Yes.
On page 18, did you say we all looked over there and we saw a lot? There were two groups in front of us?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't really see what was happening?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't see because there was a lot of people, and then you got a little closer?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them it was like they were bullying him, something like that?
Sí.
Yes.
Tell them they took off his snorkel and that stuff?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were pushing him and that there were a lot of people?
Sí.
Yes.
They asked you more questions about the snorkel and you said, no, I saw that they took it off of him?
No.
No.
Did you say the words, I saw that they took it off him?
Sí.
Yes.
And then they asked you to explain, and did you say from his hand, or they took it from him, or they took it out of his hand, or something like that?
De las manos.
From his hands.
You said the words that are on page 20 of this document?
Sí.
You told them they pushed
Yes.
him, he fell.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Were those your words?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
They asked, everyone was hitting him from what you could tell, and you said, uh-huh.
Todos le estaban pegando, es lo que yo podía ver, ¿verdad? Y usted dijo, no, pues usted podía ver, y usted dijo, ajá.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them you weren't able to see, so you kept walking up there, and that's when you stopped.
Siguió caminando y luego paró.
Sí.
Yes.
You said you saw that he was running away. That's what you initially told them, correct?
And could you please repeat for the interpreters?
You initially told the police on August 2nd, on page 22 in this line, that you saw that he, meaning Nick Miu, was running away from there.
Corriendo para separarse de ellos.
No me acuerdo si lo dije. No entiendo la pregunta que me hicieron ahí.
I don't remember if I said that. I don't understand the question that was asked of me there.
And is that probably why you formed it with a question afterwards when you made that statement?
Por eso es que le puso un signo de interrogación ahí cuando hizo esa afirmación.
Quizás.
Perhaps.
You said, I only saw that they were beating him.
Vi que le estaban pegando a él.
Sí, dije eso.
I did say that.
And then eventually the police showed you a picture. Is that right?
Fotografía, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And it was a picture of you standing next to Nick on July 30th, 2022, when he was had the knife in his hand. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
And that picture refreshed your memory as to where you were and
Sustained.
did that picture help you remember things that you hadn't remembered before?
Un poco, sí.
Somewhat, yes.
Nevertheless, even when you saw the picture, you said you didn't see him with the knife.
Usted dijo, yo no lo vi con el cuchillo o la navaja.
Nunca le vi la navaja.
Repita más fuerte. Sí.
Nunca le pude ver la navaja.
I was never able to see him with a knife.
You were asked some questions about some slides. Do you remember the slides that they showed where they kind of moved it along?
Que si vi la foto.
You're asking me if I saw the picture?
Today, when this man was asking you questions, they put up on the screen a time when you were walking towards Nick. And I want to ask you about what you remember from that. Does that make sense?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
When you spoke with the police, you told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then today in your testimony, you said, when closer I saw a girl went to attack him and he defended himself. I think that it was with his hands, but it happened too quickly. That's what you said earlier today.
Sí.
Yes.
When we watched the pictures today where you were walking up, is that what you were describing? The woman in that photo going towards Nick, went to attack him, and you...
Sustained.
Good. Did you see some photos today? I'll show them to you again. Let's do that.
Dude, one time when I was a kid, I went. I was just being stupid. I didn't even know what I was doing. If I heard my brothers do it before or what, but I was making that noise. My mom smacked the shit out of me, dude. I know what the fuck I did. You ever get that one? That's a true story, man.
Can I have the screen, please? Do you see the slide that I have up on the screen there, sir?
I was 5 years old.
See?
Yes.
Is that you in the red shorts, the red, white, and blue shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to show you a section of slides here and then ask you a question about them, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Starting at 25, 29, I'll move through them.
Hey,
Stopping at 28, 59. Is that you again in the shorts?
You still taught me a lot of good stuff.
Sí.
Yes. Yes.
I wouldn't be so sweet with Simon or my mom, but I probably wouldn't also yell at him. I don't know. Probably. I don't know if they have anything to do with that. Temper. Buddy, oh buddy, look. I'm gonna stir his food. He scarfed a bunch of it. I'm gonna pile it back up in the middle for him.
Stopping at 29:49. Is that you up in the corner there that we can see the shirt with the glasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see that there's a girl there in front of the view here, which would be in front of you?
¿Me puedes repetir el traductor lo que dijo?
Can the interpreter repeat?
Sí.
Yes.
Is this the girl that you saw attack Nick Miu?
Actually, Lena, I think you could have asked if it was covered in that frames.
Overruled. You can answer.
No recuerdo si fue ella.
I don't remember if it was her.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'd ask to publish some more pages of it, and I would propose I just read it for the sake of brevity. Or I can go through it again, like Nelson did.
Objection to admission of the rest of the pages?
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
I move to admit the whole transcript.
Any objection to the rest of the pages of Exhibit 71?
Yes, I don't have an objection to pages that were covered during the cross-examination, and if those pages are admitted, I have no objection to them being published on the elbow now or at a later time.
What portions do you want to publish?
So I think up to 21 was entered.
24.
Up to the rest of it. Up to page 38, they cover the same topics that have been, actually page 40, they cover all the same topics that we've been covering on direct and
Page
cross.
41. That's it,
Was
page
not asked questions
43.
about the page 25 through 40.
So I can do that now.
I honestly, I was not keeping track of what pages you're looking at, so I'm not in a good position to say yes or no. Specific pages. And I don't have a copy of the transcript, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Can we approach?
Yes. All right, the objection is overruled. I'll receive the portions referenced by Mr. Anderson. I think that in total it's going to be pages 18 through 40?
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
So When you spoke with the officer, you said Nick walked up to you, walked over, and then you saw people bleeding, right?
Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing anything else. You didn't talk about seeing Nick do anything.
No.
And when law enforcement confronted you with the photo of being right there, you still denied seeing anything from when you were up close.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Repita la pregunta.
Repeat the question.
You told the officer you didn't get close enough to see what Nick was doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
En un punto, sí.
At some point, yes.
And then the officer showed you the photo of you touching Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you still denied seeing him do anything.
No sigo entendiendo su pregunta.
I'm still not understanding your question.
I have no objection to publishing page 24, which has already been published, which is the exact response that he gives.
You never tell police that you saw Nick defend himself, right?
No me acuerdo si lo dijo o no.
I don't remember that day, no.
Did you ever use the word defend at all in your entire interview?
De defenderse. No me acuerdo. Ya pasó mucho tiempo, no me acuerdo.
To defend himself, I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Today, you remember seeing him, saying you saw him defend himself.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, yes, a little.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Le dije cuando usted me preguntó que lo vi que él se estaba defendiendo.
I said when you asked me that I saw that he was defending himself.
Pero que fue muy rápido, había muchas personas alrededor.
But that it happened so quickly, there were many people around.
Is your memory better now than it was 2 years ago when you were interviewed?
Me recuerdo un poco, le digo, por la foto que me enseñaron.
I remember a little, I said, because of the picture that was shown to me.
I'll just show. You have the transcript. Yeah, published page 20.
Yes.
You were asked, you never spoke to, not with, amongst yourself as friends, cousin's wife?
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
Sure. You're asked if you ever spoke amongst yourselves or with Nick about what happened? And you said,
No.
that we don't know because we didn't see anything. We can't say, oh, something happened, right? We didn't see anything. Right?
Sí dije eso, pero porque no habíamos visto bien qué pasó.
If I said that, it's because we had not seen what had happened very well.
And you saw Nick getting attacked by all these people, and nobody came after you, did they?
No.
And
No.
You and Nick didn't run away, right?
Objection beyond the scope, repetitive, cumulative. I'll move on to it.
Oh, I said I was done, sorry.
Oh.
I didn't, thought everyone heard.
We're moving on to another topic. I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chaguez. Your testimony is finished. You may step down.
Can I go home or?
Yes, you may.
Sí, ya se puede ir. Que tenga buen fin de semana.
Are there more witnesses who require interpretation?
The defense has no more witnesses that require interpretation, no, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
No more
I
interpretation.
can go home early.
All right. On behalf of our courts, Ms. Marine, Mr. Diaz, thank you for your service today. Yes, you may retrieve your device. Could you slide that down to the middle of the rail? Yeah, just move it down. Right there. Perfect. Turn it toward us. This one. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do you have more witnesses?
Can we approach quick?
Yes. Mr. Anderson?
State calls Amber Lind.
Ms. Lind, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Amber Lind, L-I-N-D.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed at the State Crime Lab?
About 13 years.
What's your educational background for your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics and DNA analysis.
And have you received training specifically related to DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And what did you say your actual position is?
I'm a DNA analyst.
What do you do in that position?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological materials. I then attempt to develop a profile from those DNA profile from those items. I will then compare that to any known standards that are submitted to the laboratory and write a report of my findings.
And can you just, in a broader sense, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic material that is inherited from parent to child. It controls how all living things are made and gives us unique traits such as our eye and hair colors.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the nucleus in most cells of the body,
in my
including
ball
white
sack.
blood cells, skin
I know
cells,
where
hair
DNA
roots.
is.
And are you able to do a pre-test for certain types of bodily fluids?
Yes, we are.
And what kind of fluids?
We can do tests for blood, semen, and saliva.
This guy must have semen everywhere. Now they know for sure he's a pedo. They found his semen in the
That helps
river.
us to identify if there are any bodily fluids on the item, as a body fluid is more likely to give us a DNA profile.
And what's the difference between a bodily fluid DNA versus touch DNA?
So DNA from the body fluid is going to be from the blood cells or semen cells. And touch DNA is from skin cells, so it's left like when somebody comes in contact with an item and they leave skin cells behind.
So if I pick up this...
Dude, if they found his semen in that river, we might have a problem
DNA,
here.
Are you going to find my DNA?
It's possible.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
Does it depend on a lot of factors?
Yes, it does.
Such as if it's washed or submerged in water or things like that?
Yes.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout their entire body?
Yes, it is.
And what makes DNA useful? Can people share DNA, have the same DNA?
Identical twins would have the same DNA.
And so what are the procedures at the crime lab when you receive an item of evidence?
So the item is taken in at the laboratory. One of our evidence technicians will go through the transmittal that's submitted with the items, and they will enter it all into our laboratory information management system.
May I approach?
Yes.
Nobody thought my joke was funny, dude.
65.
Whatever.
Identify that.
Not one fucking LOL.
This is the transmittal of evidence that was submitted for this case.
And does it list the items that the lab received?
Yes, it does.
And does it list the agency identifier number?
Yes.
Does the lab then give it a new identifier number?
Yes, we do.
And does that document also identify the lab numbers?
No, it does not. That's different.
Okay. What's on page? And let me ask this.
As long as you left
so
in
does it
real
say
life.
how the lab received the
All that matters.
evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then Exhibit 66, what's that?
This is the laboratory's receipt of evidence.
Man, this is going to be a boring part, bro.
That is generated when
This is only not boring when they don't know who the killer is.
System.
This is going to be super boring.
Receipt generated when the items are returned from the lab to the submitting law enforcement agency?
Yes, there is.
And I just to clarify, 65.
They're proving that's his knife or
is the
something,
receipt of
probably.
evidence for this case. 66 is the one the lab generated. Sorry, 65 the transmittal, 66 the receipt for the lab.
Correct.
67.
That is the list of items that are being released back to the agency.
Okay, so after you're done testing it, you send it back to the agency and generate that document for chain of custody?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 19.
That is my report of my lab findings for this case.
And I'll just back up a little bit. So when you run a DNA profile, is it always a single source or can it be multiple source?
It can be DNA from multiple individuals.
And is there a term you use for that?
We call that a mixture DNA profile.
And how do you determine then if a person's DNA is on a specific item of evidence?
We will compare the DNA profile that we obtain from the evidence to a known DNA standard that is submitted to the lab from an individual.
And do you perform statistical analysis on the profile you develop?
Yes, we do.
And how do you evaluate the significance of the profile?
If it is a single source profile, we are able to determine how rare that profile would be in the general population.
Do you use computer software to help with that?
Yes, we do.
And if you have DNA, can you say that this DNA is from skin, this DNA is from blood, this DNA is from hair?
No, we can't.
Are you able to determine how long DNA has been on an item?
No.
All right, turning to the specifics of this case, did you test some evidence items?
Yes.
And what items did you test?
I examined a pair of swim trunks, a knife, DNA standards hair and nails that were reportedly recovered from Isaac Michael Schuman, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Alexander James Martin, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Riley Lou Ann Mattinson, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Dante Austin Carlson, a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Anthony Ernest Carlson, and a Wisconsin State Crime Lab Biomedical Forensic Evidence Collection Kit that was reportedly recovered from Nicolae Miu.
And for those, for Isaac Schuman, Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Anthony Carlson, were you able to develop DNA profiles?
Yes, I was.
Why did they have to do this, man?
Did you make comparisons
Seriously,
with those
wasting money.
profiles to swabbings from the knife?
Yes, I did.
Under those swabbings, is that something that you get from law enforcement, or did you do those swabs?
I took the swabbings from the knife.
What areas of the knife did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the knife, the inside of the handle, like where the blade would fold into. I swabbed a stain that I observed on the blade of the knife, and I also swabbed the remainder of the blade of the knife.
And then, were you able to develop DNA profiles from those swabbings of the knife?
Yes, I was.
And were all of them or only some suitable for comparison? Actually, I'll ask it a different way. So, let's talk about swabbings of the handle of the knife. And for the lab identifier, that's B1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you compare the, and the DNA profile for the handle of the knife, was that a mixture or a single profile?
That was a 3-person mixture.
And did you compare that to the profiles of Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae?
Yes, I did.
What was the result for the comparison to the DNA profile for Isaac?
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 2 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals.
And so the conclusion is very strong support for inclusion, meaning that Isaac's DNA is included in that mixture.
Correct.
Does the lab ever say, will you ever conclude it's a match or his DNA is on this knife?
We don't say that it's this specific individual. We will just provide the statistic on how likely it is that that is their DNA.
And if it, does it have to meet a certain likelihood threshold for you to say strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it does.
And this is greater than, what did you say the likelihood ratio is?
It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely.
And then for Alexander Martin, were you able to draw any conclusion?
The contribution of Alexander Martin's DNA is uninformative, so we cannot make a conclusion regarding inclusion or exclusion.
And was that the same for Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae?
Yes.
And then swabbings from the inside of the knife handle B2, did you compare that? Did you develop a profile for that swabbing?
Yes, I did.
Mixture again?
Yes.
And did you compare that to Isaac's profile?
Yes, I did.
What was the results?
It is at least 320 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
And so very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
And then what about for that knife handle, did you compare it to Dante Carlson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It is at least 368,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Dante Carlson and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
So strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
We haven't seen Chili Pea in a while.
Did you compare the other individuals for that swabbing also?
Yes, I did.
And were they either exclusion
his mom
or
in his car?
Yes, they were.
And then the, and let me back up, I forgot to ask. Before you took the DNA swabbings, did you test the knife for blood?
Oh, Lane Stanley
the stain
died
that I
today,
observed on the
1990.
And what was the results?
It was a positive indication for blood.
And did you develop a DNA profile for the stain?
Yes, I did.
That's item B3?
Yes.
B3. And was there any of those individual profiles you compared them to a strong support for inclusion on the stain?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was for Dante
In
Carlson.
2002. What are you still talking about?
And then the blade of the knife.
Oh, the pictures from
Item
1990.
B4.
I get it.
Did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I did.
He did die today. 22 years ago.
Was there, comparing it to Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae, were any of their profiles very strong support for inclusion on that swabbing?
Yes, there was.
And who were those?
That was for Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson.
So is it fair to summarize that of the people, those 6 profiles you compared to the knife swabbings, the 2 that had strong supports for inclusions on any of the swabs was Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson?
Correct.
Does that mean that the other individual's DNA wasn't on the knife?
It just means that it wasn't detected in the samples that I had taken.
And it not only not detected, but it would, even if it was, it didn't reach the threshold where you would characterize it as a strong support for inclusion.
Correct.
And I forgot an exhibit here. I think it's been marked as exhibit 59. What is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
Fair, it just summarizes your experience in education to qualify you for your position?
Yes.
I don't know if I asked, how long have you been at the lab?
About 13 years.
Okay. And for Nicolae, for all the swabbings you did as compared to Nicolae's profile, was he ever excluded? Looking at Exhibit 19.
He was uninformative for all of the swabbings from the knife.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi?
So, Ms. Lynn, would you agree there's levels, your lab uses levels of support in your determinations, is that right?
Correct.
So it's very strong, strong, moderate, uninformative, and then it works backwards for exclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct examination there's different types of DNA that you can that you're testing for, meaning there's DNA in blood, there's DNA in semen, and then there's touch DNA. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Anderson held up his Sharpie there and said, could my DNA be on this Sharpie that I've touched? And you said it could be. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would the more that Attorney Anderson held on to that Sharpie, the more he used it, make it more likely that his touch DNA would be on there?
Yes, it would.
So if it was something that he used in his daily life and that he carried with him, is that something that would make it more likely you would expect to see either moderate, strong, or very strong support for inclusion if you tested that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you tested, I just want to make sure I have it right, you tested the handle of the knife that was provided to you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And your results as it relates to Mr. Miu show uninformative, right?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me if this is fair. DNA is, I view it more, you might disagree, you see me touching this. If my DNA is not on there, that doesn't mean I didn't touch it, right?
Correct.
It just means my DNA is not there.
that it wasn't detected in our sampling, yes.
Okay, but if my DNA is on here, you're comfortable then saying, if there's support for it, that you believe that I've made contact with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I know you know nothing about this case, presumably, in terms of factually, but there's information that, there's photographs of subject, of Mr. Miu holding that knife. And there's information that it was his personal knife, that he used it and carried it with him. Would that make it more likely then that his DNA profile should show up on the handle of that knife?
It would be more probable to find his DNA, yes.
Okay. And you also tested, is the inside part of that just what it sounds like? There's two sides to the knife. You view one as the outside and one as the inside?
It was like the part where the blade would fold in when the knife was folded up.
So the blade folding up would be the inside?
It's like the chamber that it folds into.
Okay. And you test that. That is also uninformative for Mr. Miu, even though it's something that he possessed daily.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, self-defense.
I want to ask you, if I can, a little bit about items, what I think is item H5 and H6. I just want to make sure I understand it, okay? Skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the upper back and skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the lower back of Mr. Miu. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what you believe you received in terms of, was it somebody running a buccal swab over his back? Do you know how that was collected?
I do not know how it was collected.
But are we on the same page that that's what it reports to be?
It was labeled as a swabbing from the upper back and a swabbing from the lower back.
Of Mr. Miu?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair then, one of the things you're testing for in that situation would be touch DNA, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the lower back and upper back of Mr. Miu said all other individuals with the standards that you examined were excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, if I told you that there's photographic evidence of at least two of these people that you received samples for putting their hands on Mr. Miu's back with their skin-to-skin contact, are you saying that they just didn't leave enough DNA?
That is possible, yes.
Okay, but you're not saying they didn't touch him.
No, I'm not.
And because, I guess I want to make sure I just have it right. I only have a couple questions left. We've seen in this case what I've told you about, okay? We've seen physical contact between at least two of these samples that you tested and Mr. Miu's back. Do you know where they specifically swabbed for the DNA?
I do not.
So you just get it, and that's not you don't make that determination, do you?
No.
Okay, you're given the information from law enforcement. Law enforcement makes that decision. You just do the testing.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't see, and can you tell me, I didn't see a sample of Mr. Miu's, of a DNA sample from Mr. Miu's throat area. Do you see that?
Another one.
No, I do not.
Another one.
To your knowledge, is that any different than anything else? Could you swab my neck to see if there would be touch DNA there from one of these people?
We can, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynn, thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
Exhibit 4, sorry. So first of all, real quick, before I ask you more questions about it, is this the knife you examined?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
It has our lab case and item number on it.
Okay. So this is what you swabbed yourself?
Correct.
All the other swabs you got sent from...
But this is boring right now.
The swabs from Mr. Miu, yes.
Shit.
Okay. And actually, I should...
Hardly anybody see. I just looked at the viewership. There's only 10 people on YouTube and 2 people on Twitch. Fuck, man. What am I doing with my life? Same day, different story. No.
Does the receipt actually
Same story,
show
different
how
day.
you received the items?
They were delivered in person.
By who?
Sally Standart.
Okay. And the questions from...
There are 9,300 people watching their stream.
About
thousands watching Law and Crime. We got 12. Ayo.
there not being anyone else, any other matches for DNA from the swabs from Nicolae Miu's back. You recall that?
Yes.
We know somebody touched his back. So is that an example
Am I too
of
opinionated or something?
just not being able to recover DNA?
That's possible, yes.
Because these people don't really have an
Touch
opinion.
DNA
They just sit there.
Skin cells?
Yes.
Or I suppose, could it be sweat or something else, or is it just skin cells?
The DNA profile would be coming from the skin cells left behind.
And so if something washes the skin cells off the surface of whatever you're testing, knife, some other skin, or if there's just not enough of it, you're not able to match, is the word probably most people use, but get a strong support for inclusion.
If the DNA is washed off, then we would not detect that DNA there.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
Is if I touch just another person, the more force I use to touch that person, would it make it more likely that my touch DNA would be left behind?
That would be dependent on a lot of factors.
Well, if I lay my hand on something for the same amount of time, if I smack my hand on something, is smacking my hand on something more likely to leave touch DNA because of the force that I've used?
I don't really know if it would be more likely.
Is it more likely if I grab something, more likely to leave DNA than if I touch something?
If more of your hand is in contact with the item, then yes.
Okay. And the more often I do it too, right?
Correct.
Okay. My last one or two questions, ma'am. There was a question about washing DNA off and things like that. Do you have any experience or do you have any knowledge of like the level of effort that has to be used to do that?
No, I don't.
So you don't know if I drop something in a glass of water, whether or not that's going to remove the DNA that might be on that object versus if I'm, scrubbing it with soap? Do you know the difference?
Scrubbing it would be a lot more likely to remove the DNA.
Okay, so if I'm holding something and I fall into the water and then get up, and I'm still holding that object, do you have any opinion as to whether or not the likelihood of that DNA being removed from that water? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. You are excused.
Judge, the admission of 66, 19, 67, 65, and 59.
Before we go there, Judge, can I just say one?
Yes. On 19 or the others too?
Well, I think like her CDL.
So 19, I think we have an agreement as reserved.
All right, so I'll reserve a ruling on 19 for further testimony. No objection to 59, the resume. That's received. The crime lab receipt, crime lab release, Exhibit 66 and 67.
I don't have an objection to that.
All right, both received. Was there a fourth document?
Yes. There's the receipt, the release, and the transmittal. The transmittal is 65.
Any objection?
I don't think so, Judge. Yeah, no.
All right, 65 is received as well. All right, members of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the weekend. I just want to say a thing or two before I let you go. One of the cornerstones of our judicial system is the oath. Judges take oaths. The attorneys took an oath. You've seen the witnesses take oaths, and you took one before you started your jury service. In the juror's oath, you promised to render a true verdict according to law and the facts in this case. That is why I have emphasized at nearly every break the importance of not conducting your own research, the importance of not talking with others about the case, the importance of not reading news reports or social media accounts about this case. To protect the fairness and the integrity of these proceedings, outside sources cannot be used to influence your judgment in any way, shape, or form. The same rules are going to apply over the weekend, but there won't be a judge and there won't be a bailiff watching what you do. I still expect that you follow the court's rules to ensure that we have a true verdict. And all there will be to ensure that is you and the oath that you took. So I'll leave you with that. Please enjoy your weekend and come back rested Monday morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Just want to address a few administrative things before we wrap up. We had a few sidebars. One had to do with the character for peacefulness. I think I sustained the state's objection when Mr. Chaguez was on the witness stand regarding other ways of describing his peacefulness, Mr. Miu's peacefulness, but I did allow Mr. Nelson to get into Mr. Miu's demeanor and things of that sort on the day in question. Mr. Nelson, if there's more you want to add, you may do so.
Not regarding that specific topic on.
Was there something else?
I believe at that during that sidebar, the state raised the issue that they might object in the future to any other witnesses, and I think we were punting it for another time, and so we didn't make any decisions other than we noted that there might be future things to discuss.
Let me ask this: do you have any witnesses whose only testimony will be character for peacefulness?
We have them on the witness list. Yes, we have not yet made a decision whether that we're going to call them. So for now, I would say yes, we do. We may reevaluate that over the weekend.
Here's my sense. I'm not making a ruling, but I'm just giving you some idea of where the winds are blowing. If we have a fact witness who is able to testify to pertinent character traits, it may be a repeat of earlier testimony, but I don't think it is repetitive to the point where it has to be excluded. It's not a huge waste of time to ask 2 questions. So if it's a fact witness, I'll allow it to be presented, even though other witnesses have testified to character. In my opinion, the usefulness of the testimony is limited to the individual who's delivering the opinion. So I think it makes sense to allow a little bit broader perspective when asking witnesses about that character trait. If there are witnesses who are going to be called for the sole purpose of testifying to that fact, that may be a waste of time. So perhaps we can revisit it at a later date, depending on your reevaluation.
I appreciate, I disagree, but we'll deal with it later.
We'll deal with it later, right. There was a sidebar about Exhibit 71 and the additional pages coming in. Ultimately, I heard from the attorneys, I allowed it to come in. Both sides impeached and tried to rehabilitate the witness regarding prior consistent and inconsistent statements. And although it may have exceeded the scope of the redirect, the recross, I allowed it. I thought more so for expediency than anything else. If there's more you want to add, you may.
I did object for those reasons. My concern is the admissibility of those pages that weren't published or specifically referenced in cross-examination. Going forward, I would object to the state being able to make reference to that transcript. Since it wasn't published, since the witness didn't get an opportunity to ask specifically about it. So I understand Your Honor's ruling. Just going forward, I don't think they just get to read from that transcript if it wasn't.
Okay. And we can take up that concern in the event that it ever arises.
Sure.
Because we're not there at this moment. The bigger issue had to do with interpreters. Over the lunch hour, the attorneys met with me in chambers to alert me about concerns that one or more attorneys had about the accuracy of the Spanish translation. After some discussion, I permitted the attorneys to meet with both of the interpreters to talk about their concerns and see what, if anything, could be done about it. That was the reason for the lengthy delay after the lunch hour. The attorneys did meet with the interpreters, came back in. We had a sidebar. It sounded like the concerns were addressed. I won't get into details, but I'll invite the attorneys to speak more about it since you were party to the conversation with the interpreters.
I'll defer to Attorney Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we had concerns. We brought them up in chambers. Your Honor encouraged us to make a motion before Your Honor ruled on anything. Your Honor encouraged us to solve it in some other way. We spoke with interpreter. Based on that discussion, I was confident going forward in the manner which we did, so we did not make a motion.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there were some nuances that weren't being
it's my understanding that from the interpreter that I spoke with, that the witnesses who spoke Spanish, who learned their Spanish, in Cuba, that is for the interpreters sometimes more difficult to understand. This is coming from a non-Spanish speaking person, so I might be screwing all of this up. I apologize. And that's where the concern came up for us. She acknowledged that that is a more difficult task. Sounds like they did the best they could.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, what was relayed is that they help each other out, so if one misses something, the other one will say, oh, this too, and it was relayed to us that that's what they're doing. They're both court certified. I didn't notice any issues. I did notice some points where one was chiming in with the other one to elaborate. So I think I don't have any concerns.
Was there more?
I also speak Spanish, and I didn't notice anything. The court might have noticed I kept having to catch myself. I'd start answering the question before the translation, and I thought the translations were fine.
Okay. From what I understand, court interpretation is a very difficult and challenging skill. Not all people who are bilingual can interpret in a courtroom setting because of the technical words that are used and the sequencing of language. So it is a technical skill, it is a learned skill, and not a precise science. So the meaning lost interpretation has some meaning here. In any event, the attorneys are satisfied. I'm satisfied that a complete and accurate record was made today, and we'll close the books on that issue. Is there anything else that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury before next week? Mr. Anderson?
I don't think so.
Mr. Trofficy?
Judge, there was a witness that we discussed in chambers. I want to just make sure that that witness is available. There might be other solutions, and we're open to those solutions, but until then, I'd ask that sounds like the state's probably not going to finish on Monday. It'd be sometime on Tuesday, I'm guessing. But so we can take it up on Monday, but as it stands right now, we'd like that witness to be available for the defense to call on Tuesday.
Okay. This witness is under subpoena?
Yes, they're under the state's subpoena, yes, which Your Honor has previously said is a court subpoena.
Right. So the way I look at it right now is a witness under subpoena to testify is expected and obligated to come to court and testify. That's the rule. If I'm being asked to do something different, I need a motion and some authority to do something different. But a subpoena is a subpoena, and everyone is expected to adhere to it. All right, that concludes our business. We are adjourned. Exhibits, and please have the illustration on the easel marked as an exhibit. Yeah, get a number, and then we can do that. Okay, so 87 is the illustration Mr. Anderson created with which witness? Ariel. All right, that's all. We are adjourned.
And one final good afternoon from me, Paul Bloom, here in the Fox 9.
All right, guys, that's it for me. Y'all have a good one now, you hear? Thanks for hanging out. Bill, Mark, T, everybody. Bye now.